Loader! All the energy of soda.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains, the personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains, the journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. I am Zach Marion with my co-host,
Mercedes Siegelgaither.
AJW has disappeared, and we are graced with the presence of Mercedes here for the next little while. I will be joining you at least for the next 4 hours, so I'm really hoping to see the men's winner come in. That is where we are at in the race right now. Jeff Browning is on his way up and over Mount Elden, which is the final climb of the Cocodona 250. He has only a handful of miles left, so we are going to get to see our men's finisher. And for those who are wondering, yes, it is a commanding course record. On the ladies' side, let us know how things are going, Mercedes.
Yeah, we have Mika Thews, who's still in first with a pretty solid lead, and she's 7th overall. And then behind her chasing is Manuela Villaseca, right? She's in 2nd, and then I just got back from a run. I think I heard Rachel's in 3rd.
Yeah, we've got Rachel Intrican, who at one point was leading the race yesterday morning, made a significant move in the middle of the night, Monday night. Yesterday was, yeah, that's where we're at. We're on Wednesday. We are on Wednesday. This is day 3 of the Cocodona 250-mile endurance journey, we're going to call it, because that's absolutely what it is. We've got a number of amazing hitters out there who are just absolutely crushing this course. In fact, all top 10 with Rachel Intrican included are under course record pace. So that tells you what kind of day we're having out there. They've been graced by some cool temperatures that absolutely helps bring them to this finish line. But you and everybody at home in the chat, let's hear it for who you are showing up for. Who are you watching? Who you want us to keep eyes on? And we will do our best here at Mountain Outpost to bring that to you. So what you're seeing on your screen right now is Mr. Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning, making that climb up Mount Elden. I mean, this is no easy way to finish the race. I believe, Mercedes, you made it up Mount Elden a couple days ago.
couple days ago.
A couple days ago at this
blurred
point.
Together.
How was that climb? How'd you like it?
The wind was just blowing me right up there. It's pretty brutal. I think he's moving faster than I was.
You're no slouch when it comes to uphill vertical efforts, but for Jeff Browning to be able to push himself. Actually, no, that is not Jeff Browning. Is that Jeff Browning? That's Harry. That is Haroldus Subertus. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. We misspoke. That is Haroldus Subertus. I know that bucket hat. We were a little pointed a little off on the way there. So now that I'm seeing the bucket hat, we know that is Haroldus Subertus, who is also making his way up Mount Elden. But that tells you exactly how close this race is. Less than a mile separates Jeff Browning and Haroldus Subertus from Alaska, or Harry S, as we love to have been calling him. Jeff Browning's got a Harry S behind him, making his way all the way up that climb. Ladies and gentlemen, we might see a sprint finish here at the Cocodona 250 to set the course record.
Yeah, and think about it. These guys are 238 miles in, booking it up this hill, going from 7,000 to 9,000 feet of elevation. Like, this is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they started out at a couple thousand feet of elevation down there in northern Phoenix, making their way up to Flagstaff, Arizona, that sits at 7,000 feet. So they're just not only gradually getting more exhausted as they make their way up towards Flagstaff in terms of their elevation, but they finish up here at, peaking up and over Mount Elden. So what a heck of a way to go. Let's talk a little bit about the ladies here on the course. Mika Thews absolutely crushing it. She is, by all accounts, last we have seen and had eyes on her, she was in 7th place overall, chasing down Jeff Garmeyer, who had a decent limp on his right leg. The Achilles was a little rough, so she very well might catch up and put herself into a 6th overall place here in the at the Cocodona 250.
John G teammates just going after it.
Absolutely crushing it. So I'm sure that both Jeff Garmeyer and Mika, being John G teammates, are going to give each other some nice, words of encouragement out there.
Does Mika have any cool nicknames?
You know what? We haven't seen. I was going to go with Milka, but I haven't seen her chug raw milk like everybody else has been on the course. So
apparently she doesn't need it. Imagine if she was, though.
I mean, if she was,
she might be giving Jeff a run for his money.
What you're seeing right now on screen is they're setting up the aid station on top of Mount Elden, and just in time too, as Jeff Browning and Haroldus Subertus are only a handful, I would probably say a couple dozen minutes away from reaching that aid station. So they're setting it up just in time in terms of being able to get them what they need to get them back down here to Flagstaff, Arizona, Heritage Square, where they are going to finish the race. That is going to be Pete's Meats aid station, the ever affable character in Pete Mortimer, who joined us here on the Mountain Outpost live broadcast of Cocodona 250 the last couple days. Mercedes, you got to spend a lot of time with Pete. How was
great.
That?
I didn't get any meat, but Pete's still great.
You did not get any of Pete's meat, but he is still a great human being to hang out with, and we absolutely appreciated him coming out here. We've got eyes out there on the field. Also, one of the great things about the later stages of this race is now we've separated our resources to be able to keep eyes on the middle and back of the pack runners. So we're trying to share their story as well. You've heard us talking a lot about top men, top women, but it really is, there are 244 other athletes besides the top 3 men and top 3 women who deserve a lot of love. So if you're in the chat right now, please let us know who you are showing up for. Who are you cheering to the finish? Do you have any loved ones, any friends, any family who are out here on the 250? We got some love for Arland Glick, who is currently in 3rd place. I would not count him out, but he is 4 miles behind Haroldus and Jeff. He has not quite made his way over to the base of Mount Elden yet. So he could catch those guys, but he's got a lot of work to do to get there. I believe that is the Sedona aid station. We're checking in with a lot of the runners who have been having quite the journey out there. We mentioned this earlier. Mercedes, tell us, what is your favorite aid station food?
My favorite aid station food?
Yeah.
Any sort of potatoes. I love them all. Baked potatoes, French fries. Chips are a little bit hard to get in after a good amount of distance, though.
Yeah, I don't love, I feel like they like my mouth is already so tender from drinking out of bottles or straws. And so it kind of creates like, you end up breaking a lot of blood vessels on the roof of your mouth.
Bummer.
And
I just
so,
find chips in my pockets for weeks after the race.
yeah, crumbs everywhere. I did share the story earlier about how I let a friend borrow my race belt, and it was probably a few weeks later I got it back, and there were like the pickle tips and like the little stem on the top from the baby pickles that were left in the race belt. So
A little extra fermentation. I could go for some watermelon. Haven't seen any popsicles on course lately.
yeah, so we've got eyes on Mika Thews right here, making her way out of, that is the Janji long sleeve. She's
Sun
making her
hoodie.
way out of the aid station. We've been asked to give her a little bit of space while she's in the aid stations, so we've been respecting that. But this is Mika Thews, your women's leader here at Cocodona 250, and that right there is why you have crew and pacers, because she was about to make a left-hand turn rather than go right down or follow the cones, which looked pretty obvious to me. But I'm
Pretty
also
obvious.
not 210 miles into a race.
Right? She put her hood up, hat down. She's just marching right now.
Yeah, she's just got one thing on the mind, and it's just keep moving forward and get to Flagstaff. No sleep till Flagstaff at this point.
My worst food fiasco, I was running and listening to you guys, and someone brought it up in the chat. I did a road marathon, which was a bad idea to begin with, like running on the road. Second bad idea, I think it was in Louisiana. But someone offered me a Jello shot, and I figured, why not? Bad choice. Don't take Jello shots from strangers while running road marathons in Louisiana.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel quite about that.
I survived.
Yeah, so we're getting in the chat there maybe some misleading information there about what Mika has requested. When she's in the aid station, she's asked us not to have a camera in her face. So drones and obviously some follow cams out on the course, she's clearly okay with, because she's allowing this to happen right now. Eliza Lapierre did the exact same thing. She was going through some stomach issues. We had a follow cam behind her, and she requested a little bit of space so that she could throw up and not have that on camera. So yes, while we all love to see the action, we are being respectful to all of the runners and their requests. And this is by far not the first request to say, hey, can I have a little bit of space? And personally, as a competitive athlete, maybe I don't want my competitors behind me to see what I'm doing in the aid stations to get a sense for how I'm feeling. Maybe if I'm feeling low, I don't want that broadcast. You know, I want them to assume I'm feeling great.
Their crews are watching. Their crews are getting intel too, possibly.
Yeah, so this is far less of, I'm sure, a personal disagreement with wanting to be on screen, but much more of a, hey, let me keep my race strategies to myself. And, you know, which we absolutely respect. But she's been very open about allowing us to record her, you know, obviously on the course.
Yeah, it's a weird thing with social media these days. Like, the photographers take great photos, but sometimes they're great for the wrong reasons, and they're not exactly aesthetically pleasing to the person who is in them. And so, you know, once that's online, it could go viral.
It's there for life,
forever.
right? And we've got some awesome, like Tara Dower has had some amazing photos of her coming into aid stations just bloodied up, and she appreciates it. She laughs it off. Again, if I'm competing, I don't want to broadcast my race strategy or anything like that to anyone who might be chasing me, especially when you're Mika Thews, who is in the lead right now at Cocodona 250. She's putting on an absolute clinic of how to move, and to share a little bit of the story of how this came to be. She put down a pretty good effort on the first day and decided to take a nap in the middle of the night. She took 2 20-minute naps, or at least spent 20 minutes at aid stations, whether she was napping or not, but we don't know. But she spent 20 minutes in 2 separate aid stations. And in that time, Rachel Intrican, who is currently in 3rd place here at the race, that 3rd place, she moved her way into 1st overall and overtook Rachel Thews. And Rachel had to do quite a bit of work yesterday on Tuesday to both catch up to and pass Mika Thews. So, and in between there, we've had Manu Villaseca, who has just consistently been moving her way up on the course. So, she's absolutely been putting on a clinic on how to really dose your effort throughout the race. Moved her way from women's top 10 all the way up into 2nd place right now. So that is where we are with the top 3 men. What you're seeing on your screen right now is the top of Mount Elden.
I've got Corinne.
We got Corinne Shalvoy. Girl, can you hear us? Our very own Corinne Shalvoy out on course.
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay. I am on the backside of Mount Elden. And
do you have eyes on a wild Mustang Bronco Billy?
Don't know yet. I just asked some hikers if they pass someone who is potentially like with another individual, and they said yes. I don't know if they know what they're talking about or not. I don't know if that was Jeff Browning. I anticipate he's on the backside here. I'm about 1.25 miles to 1.5 miles down the backside, so it might still be a little bit for him to make it here, but I'm just kind of testing out the visual. Making sure that I'm ready to go when we do see him.
Yeah, so Jeff did just ping. He is roughly, give me 2 hot seconds. He's about a half-ish mile from, he's 2 miles from the top
I think
of
I got
Mount
him.
Elden, the aid station.
I think I got him. I got him.
We might have eyes on Jeff Browning, our men's race leader, who Haroldus Subertus is really right behind him as well, making his way up. So,
okay.
Harold,
I'm gonna make my way down slowly and try to give him a little bit of, courtesy if he needs it. But here we go. I'll start making my way down.
Awesome, fantastic. We're gonna keep some eyes on you. So if you can give us some great shots, we've got our drone coverage there on top of Mount Elden. And that was Corinne Shalvoy, our very own commentator, Corinne Shalvoy, now turned field reporter, is making her way down Mount Elden to see if she can't get some eyes on Jeff Browning. Right behind Jeff, about 1/2 mile away, is Haroldus Subertus in 2nd place. So this truly is quite a race to the finish.
Could be some carnage. I'm ready to see him sprint 249 miles in.
So, to be fair, just to put this in perspective, the very top of this climb, Mount Elden, by Catula, this aid station that Catula is putting on, led by none other than Pete Mortimer, who we've had here in the broadcast booth the last couple days. They will be at mile 240, almost 241. The finish line is mile 250. There's still 9 miles to go once you get to the top of this climb. Mostly all downhill, but a 1/2 mile that separates men's 1 and 2 with 8 miles to go.
And it's not just a 1/2 mile. There's like 1,000 feet of vert in that 1/2 mile.
There's a lot of vert. So theoretically, if Jeff can get over the top first and start moving a little bit faster, obviously it'll stretch out that 1/2 mile a little bit more. But here we go. Corinne Shalvoy bringing us Jeff Browning making his way up. Those are some big steps to take with 240 miles on your legs.
He is moving. I don't think any hikers passed him. He's still putting up a decent pace.
I mean, that's my hiking pace. I can tell you that much. That's when I don't have 240 miles on my legs. So, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Jeff Browning, our current men's leader here at the Cocodona 250. Well under last year's established course record pace.
And if Pete doesn't have any meat ready for him, he's not going to spend much time there.
No, he's going to want milk more than meat.
We got milk. He can just make his way here past the finish line.
We're going to see if we can't get... Here, we're going to let Corinne follow Jeff Browning up this climb here. I will say Jeff is someone who does all the little things. He does so much, strength training, so much effort in terms of he does a lot of mobility, religious with his strength training and mobility 3 times a week. So absolutely just a very meticulous athlete, a true professional. He went professional in the sport about 10 years ago, and the dude leaves no stone unturned. A very focused and also now experienced at the 200+ mile distance races as of last year. Our winner of the Cocodona 125 last year. Absolutely just showing the world what's possible, especially at the young age of 52 years old now.
That's goals. What are you doing with your life?
I know, right? Like, he's crushing things that I could only dream of crushing when I was, 10 years younger, not 10 years older than I am.
Yeah, so all of you in the chat, you can sign up, 52 or not, for 2025 Cocodona 250. Registration's now open, and we have 58 entrants. You could be one of them.
Yeah, if you've been inspired by what's going on here and you want to give this course a try, go on to airviperrunning.com, sign up for Cocodona 250 2025. Registration is open. I first suggest having a few shots of whatever your favorite drink is, maybe pop open a few cold ones, and then start making some fun decisions.
Are we overloading internet anywhere? I got off of it. Is it on? Neither. Dang it. Yeah.
Did we crash?
What a great time. Well, the upload's still there. Here, I'm going to you guys on screen. That's the only thing I can do.
Awesome. So we are coming back to us here in studio until we can get some of our feeds back up. This is one of the challenges that is streaming 250-mile races. Not the easiest thing to do sometimes. We're in some pretty wild remote places. Seems like we lost our feeds, so we're going to get those back up and get them to you guys as soon as possible, because I know you don't want to see my face all day. But first, a huge shout out to all of the sponsors that do make this possible. We've got Satisfy, who's rocking an aid station out there at Fane Ranch. We've got this beautiful, amazing shirt behind me that I have been graced with. It is the Cocodona Special Edition shirt there. We've got Pizzacletta, who hooked us up with a nice little pizza party last night. Squirrels Nut Butter, giving us lubing up all of our bits, everything that we need. Getting those runners taken care of out on the course as well. We have Satisfy also providing us with some Flota, some flat soda for those who are not. And please
Flota
avert
floats.
your eyes. Please.
Flota floats.
Please avert your eyes.
It's
This
okay
is
if you're
absolutely
scared.
the worst. But we have Speedland also. You can see the GS PSG Pisca there. That is going to be Cameron Haynes' special edition of the GS series over at Speedland.
When is Cam Haynes going to do this race?
I don't know, right? We need a petition to get this guy out here, show us what he can do. No stranger to these multi-day events and these big things. I know he was a huge fan of Courtney DeWalter, and when I believe it was the Moab 240 that they met when he did it out there. So Come on, Cam. If you can hear me, we're putting the call out now.
They're
Sign
out
up.
here.
Registration's open.
Do some scouting on top of Elden while you're finishing your 250 miles.
Yeah, exactly. Get ready for like your next bow hunt.
Come teach us how to use a bow.
Yeah, come on, man. Cam, if you can hear me, let's go. Let's get out here. Sign up for it. We are so grateful to Ultraspire also providing some top-tier packs, waistbands, and hydration systems, and lighting. They've got great lighting. For those who are unfamiliar, I'm a huge fan of their Lumen 600, which is a waist belt series. It just casts such a better shadow than a headlamp. And for those of you like me who've got tendy little heads and end up getting a headache every time you wear a headlamp, the waist lamps are the way to go. Absolutely love it. And the runners here, 2 nights into their 250-mile journey and likely going to go into 3 nights of a journey. So
I'm just going to have to restart. So just tell them we'll bear.
Everybody bear with us. We are going to get the system back up and running. Don't go anywhere. We Mountain Outpost. I'm Zach Marion.
And Mercedes Siegelgaither.
We are back on the course with Corinne Shalvoy. You can tell I've gotten very little sleep over the last couple nights. Corinne Shalvoy is out on the course following Jeff Browning, making his way up Elden. For those who are not familiar, Elden continues to get more and more steep as you make your way towards the top. So if you're watching the GPS tracker and you're getting a little overly excited about Jeff possibly slowing down and Haroldus Hubertus speeding up, it's because Haroldus is in a less steep section of the course. So you can see Jeff's crew there putting a hand up, making sure Jeff doesn't fall back off of Elden.
Yeah, and they have some granite there that's pretty slick. Like, you need some good traction, and with all those miles on your legs, it probably doesn't feel great. Those little slides back.
Yeah, no, I mean, the frustration of wanting to maximize every single step and just not really being able to do it on this climb. And for those earlier who joined us, as we saw Haroldus Hubertus at the bottom of the climb making his way up, that was our very own Matt Felding, who we all saw yesterday making sprints through one of the aid stations carrying his 2-year-old son with his follow cam. I mean, Jeff is at least doing better than his pacer who almost just fell off.
You okay?
That's what Corinne's here is for. The pacer.
Corinne's going to save the pacer while the pacer saves Jeff.
Oh, he did not stop to smell that Pondo. Maybe tomorrow.
And we're just going to kind of pick up a little bit of the audio.
So if he goes off the side, I'm there.
I can't hear him right now. We lost the audio.
No, we have audio. We
but,
can hear you.
but he is on the live stream. So.
You can absolutely hear us, Corinne. We can hear you.
Yeah, we got. Hey. Yeah. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you absolutely. Yeah, we can see Jeff's pacer making sure he doesn't fall off the mountain, which we can all appreciate.
That's exactly right. That's what's going on.
Yeah, we see, we hear, we know that there's a concern. We don't want to have the appearance of him pushing Jeff up the mountain, which is absolutely not it. We've clarified that very clear that he is not helping Jeff up the mountain.
No way. Just standing on the right side here.
Yeah, Jeff is doing the absolute most out there, making this climb look casual.
He totally is. He's moving excellent.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing what I consider a good hike when I'm fresh at 240 miles into a race.
Oh, he's here. The one that everyone's been waiting for.
We've got Jam in the house.
But actually this time.
Quite literally the real Jam. We're going to pull him onto a mic and see if you can tell who's who.
Actually, if you want him on the mic, you have to donate.
Yeah, if you want Jam on the mic, you got to donate right now. If we can get $30 in donations totaled over the next 20 minutes, we'll get Jamil Corey, Mr. Jam himself, on the mic. We want coins for Curry over here. Matt Myers with it. Did I get this job because I sound like Jam? This is his way of being able to fire himself from commentating, and people just don't know.
Just let me know. Yeah, totally.
Corinne Chalvoy for just joining us, following Jeff Browning, our men's leader, making his way up the climb to Mount Elden, the Mount Elden aid station. That's roughly mile 241, where he's going to have almost 9 miles to the finish here at Heritage Square in Flagstaff, Arizona. Started his journey Monday morning in northern Phoenix. Made his way through the Bradshaws, up through beautiful Sedona, up here on the plateau and near Flagstaff, and really putting on a clinic of how to run these 250-mile races.
Oh, we got 9.99. We're a third of the way there.
Jam clams is what we're calling them.
About to win a major race, massive race. Give him some love.
What an absolute... This is what maximum effort looks like right here, ladies and gents.
Using those poles,
this
helping
is
him
amazing.
Keep his balance. Oh, we did it.
I think we did it. The people have spoken. Jamil is taking care of a few things off screen, but I think we're gonna try to see if we can't get him over here. Thank you everybody for speaking. These are eyes on Jeff Browning, our men's leader of the Cocodona 250-mile race. This doesn't look like a lot of action, but this is a lot of action.
This is a lot of action.
This is a lot of action.
His legs are moving up. Like, this is some good vert. What's the slope on this? Like 18% on this climb?
No, minimum.
At least.
Probably 20%.
Yeah, this is closer. Corinne giving us some beta out on the field. This is closer to 20% average with some pretty decent pitches in there.
Rocky and slick, too.
And behind him, we've got Haroldus Subertis. Harry S. from Alaska is less than a mile behind. He's less than a half mile behind. And our word on the street is Harry smells blood, and he's attacking. And he's got 8 miles to do it in. So behind them, they've got Arland Glick, about 4 miles behind, making his way over to the base of Mount Elden, where he can make the climb and get up there. From the women's side, we had Mika Thews and Manu Villaseca, who are both battling out for the women's top spot. Mika has about a fairly significant lead at this point. It's over 15 miles. She's really putting down some effort, but Manu is not letting it disappear. She's rolling as hard as she can and pushing pretty well. Right behind her is Rachel Intrican, who was leading the race yesterday morning. And we will see exactly what happened here. Hopefully our goal is to get all of these, our top 3 each side here in the broadcast booth to see how their days played out. And we do mean days, because we are on our 3rd day of the Cocodona 250-mile race.
So I just looked up a Strava segment from Fat Man's Junction to Sunset Trail going up Elden. It's 1.56 miles and 1,500 feet of vert.
That is 1,000 feet per mile average. That is no joke, ladies and gents. what you guys are hearing right now is Jeff Browning making his way up this climb. This is a no-talk zone. This is a head down and just get the work done. I'm pretty sure at this point he's only had about 2 20-minute naps if all has gone according to plan. We've got our very own Corinne Chalvoy, who has been in the booth here the last couple days, is making her way up Mount Elden with men's race leader Jeff Browning.
We have over 3,000 people in the chat right now watching this. That's amazing.
Let's go. Let's get this man up the climb.
Giving Bronco some love.
Corinne, let Bronco know that he is getting so much love from all 3,000 people here in the chat. They are going
Zach
nuts.
wants you to know you're getting a lot of love from 3,000 people in the chat. So feel off that.
That's amazing. I'm sure he does not want to spend any energy communicating right now. It is all about eyes forward, make it happen. I'm sure he's hoping that Pete Mortimer, his good friend here from Flagstaff, has some raw milk up at the top to get him down to that finish.
Weather looks a lot nicer out there today than a couple days.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky that he's not 2 days ago or yesterday even. Some 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the top of
I think they
Mount
were
Elden.
higher than that. I don't know.
It was
how
pretty
windy
aggressive.
does it have to be to blow a person across a road?
That's fair. That's fair. We can see Poncho Bryce in front of him capturing some content for Aerovipa and Cocodona 250.
Getting a little shade up there. Good temperatures today, though.
This is the most riveting, exciting race footage you're ever going to get.
Crushing it.
I mean, let's think about this, ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, we were literally getting Twitter updates in these ultramarathon races, and now we've got eyes on the leaders halfway up a mountain, 240 miles into a race.
No big deal.
The team here at Mountain Outpost is dedicated to bringing you the best, nothing but the best.
Corinne, can you hear footsteps behind you?
No, I cannot, and I don't know if I should say anything or not.
Let's keep that to a minimum. We don't want to give him any anything that we aren't giving to the rest of the athletes.
Yeah.
We appreciate you being
moving along well.
Yep, we appreciate you being cognizant of that.
Yeah.
That's kind of our hope as a broadcast team, is to be rarely seen and never heard out there. We try to be flies on the wall just to capture the action. Obviously, Corinne Chalvoy out there helping us get eyes on Bronco Billy. Mr. Jeff Browning in the lead, making his way up to the Mount Elden aid station by Cotulla, where he's going to see his good friend Pete Mortimer, training partner, who's running the aid station. Give him a little encouragement, give him a little love out there. We just want to keep some eyes on him without interfering in the race whatsoever. Corinne doing a great job at that. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for making this such a great experience and keeping the communal vibe going. How much do you guys all want to bet that he crushes at least a pint of raw milk at the top here?
At the top?
And then
With
makes
that
his
downhill?
way. makes his way on that downhill. It just turns that into like a nice curdled cottage cheese there.
You know, I am a milk fan, but I don't think before that downhill there's someone chasing him.
I couldn't do it, but if anybody can, it's Jeff Browning. That's for dang sure. So for those that are following, yes, we are requiring that every runner carries, GPS tracking. Jeff is doing a pretty decent job up this climb. Geraldo Subertis is behind him by a little.
Switchbacks.
Yeah, he's switchbacks. Literally, it's about a half mile that separates the two of them.
It's only around 240 miles so far.
Oh, that's nothing.
Animal.
So yeah, we've got Geraldo Subertis behind him making his way up the climb. Again, it's about a half mile is what separates the two of them.
Half mile, 500 feet of vert, a couple switchbacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy half mile, so don't let that fool you that he's like literally on his heels. This is, it's not a road marathon half mile. It is a mountain half mile. So this could quite easily be a 15 to 20 minute difference between the two of them. But here at the Cocodona 250, we have a nice long descent after this, and I said it 2 days ago, and I'm going to say it again. Out of these top three guys, whoever hits the mountain with the best legs and left a little in the tank, I think that's gonna be who takes the race.
So what is it in those last 9 miles? 2,000 feet of descending?
2,000 feet of descent in the last 9 miles of the Cocodona 250, and I don't know about you, but that sounds absolutely terrible.
And it's a good bit of gravel road. Like, if they still have any speed left, now will be the time.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know who's got the better legs at this point. We'll see once they turn them on and start making their way downhill. But realistically, 15 minutes spread out over 8 miles is
it's not much.
It's not much.
It's less than 2 minutes a mile.
It is less than 2 minutes per mile, and that can easily be had if you have the legs just to turn over.
My thoughts are that Jeff's got it because he's been taking in so much milk and protein. His muscles, I feel like they're probably recovering while he's still going.
Yeah, they're recovering while he's actively destroying them at the same time. It's a symbiotic homeostasis is what that is.
Right, but does Harry S have that?
Harry S has he's got some determination. We know that much. He's made up a lot of ground on Jeff in the last little bit. Definitely has put on a solid effort, a surge to try to catch and pass Jeff on this last climb. Yeah, and if he does, I will say that these two dudes are heroes, absolute heroes. Let's recap on the women's race right now. So for those of you who are just joining us, this is Jeff Browning, men's leader of the Cocodona 250, making his way up to mile 241 of the 250 miles. He's pretty close to the Mount Elden aid station. Right behind him, less than a half mile, is Geraldo Subertis from Alaska, who's putting in a hard surge to try to catch Jeff. They've got 8 miles of descent after this, and behind them, about 3-ish miles away, is going to be Arland Glick. Has not quite hit the base of Elden yet. So barring any major catastrophes, these are your top 2 men fighting for the top podium spot, and Geraldo Subertis and Jeff Browning. But on the women's side, we have Micconahay Finish, who has a very commanding lead on the rest of the course. She's got a 20-mile lead ahead of Manu Villaseca, who is, as we see and as we have gotten our latest updates,
she hasn't updated for 30 minutes, but
she has not updated for 30 minutes. So she was showing as second place. Rachel Intrican,
she's showing us third right now,
who is showing as second place currently. But to put that into perspective, Manu Villaseca, her GPS has not updated in a minute. So for those of you in the chat who are chattering about Rachel Intrican having passed Manu Villaseca, we cannot say that for certainty yet, because Manu's GPS has not updated in a significant enough amount of time that she could still be ahead of Rachel Intrican. However, that tells you that Rachel and Manu Villaseca are absolutely going to be duking it out for that second place position. And first place is still not a gimme. There are a lot of miles left in the race.
She just updated just now, so she's at 194.6.
See, there you go.
But Rachel hasn't updated for 9 minutes and was at about the same mileage, so I think they might be pretty darn close.
Yeah, Manu Villaseca and Rachel Intrican are extremely close based off the GPS tracking and timing. And the data that we have, they're running very closely. So they are battling for second and third place, while Mr. Jeff Browning, the Bronco Billy himself, is, as you can see on your screen, making his way up to the top of Mount Elden.
Let's get some sprint finishes for this 250 for the podium.
I want to see a 15-minute mile sprint finish to down Heritage Square.
There could be carnage.
I've absolutely been that point in a race where looking at my pacer and he's just like, hey, give me like a few more minutes of effort. And I'm like, dude, this is like a 9 out of 10 effort. I guarantee I'm like at least a 7-minute mile. And you look at your watch and you're at like a 10-minute mile. And it's just like, puts into perspective.
So right now, would you rather be chased or doing the chasing?
You know what? I think right now I'd much rather be Geraldo Subertis, who is chasing, because I think that gives you something a little bit more to look forward to. A little bit more of that aggression might come out from a racing perspective. I've run scared many a times in races, and it takes so much mental energy and stress to be in that prey position that I would much rather be the predator.
This could be where the tiger comes out and shines.
This could be where El Tigre comes out. Mr. Jeff Garmeyer, who's sitting back in 6th place, just ahead of Mika Thews. Man, I can't imagine making this climb with 240 miles on my legs. Whoever designed this course is just an absolute sadist, is what I'm going to say.
And if you guys hold on tight, soon enough we'll get some more Glick pics.
Yeah, if you stay tuned, we're going to get some Glick pics here up on Mountain Outpost.
Don't go
We got
anywhere.
some eyes on him soon. We've got Jam himself in the house from Outhouse News. We might be able to sneak him away for a few minutes. The people have spoken. We asked for donations, and they threw down like $30-40 for you, Jamil. At least just to come say hi.
He's shaking his head no, but inside his soul is just screaming yes. He wants to.
He's got to get in character first. Jam is a true character, so we got to give him some time for that. Maybe we can get Jam on the cam. He's got a few technical pieces to put together for this. We will let our fearless leader take care of that.
The people want their Glick pics. Right now you get... I gotta think of something clever.
You get...
Bronco buns. I'm sorry.
You get Bronco buns on the course.
I'm sorry. Is that a handle yet? Someone go start that YouTube handle.
Broncos buns. And these types of races, I could just imagine that you literally have to be so on top of your like nutrition, hydration, all of that, because it's one thing in, even 100-mile distance where you got your final 10 miles where you can let yourself get into a little bit of a deficit and still push through. But when you're 40 miles in, like being able to push at this point, like you've got to be so on top of everything.
Like on top of Elden. He's close. He's so close.
He is so close to the summit here. You can see the horizon. I mean, I can just imagine if I'm him, just knowing that like this is the last big effort of the day in terms of climbing.
Oh, man.
It's not going to be easy to go downhill, but at least at that point, all you got to do is lean forward and let gravity do.
But not too far forward.
Not too far forward. Let gravity do some of the work on the way down. And he's got those carbon-plated shoes on. He's going to be sprinting practically.
Gosh, do you guys feel this suspense? Tell your friends, tell your mom, have them tune in. They're less than half a mile apart, 240 miles in.
And I know that Jeff is not able to say it, so I'm going to say it for him. Giddy up. You know he absolutely loves this. In the great words of Mr. Bronco Billy himself, giddy up!
It's still daylight and we're already getting these feet comments. I thought it was just like a weird night drinking related thing.
No, I think the people want the feet pics all day, every day.
They're so bold. I don't understand.
Oh man, this is like, as a fan of the sport and as a fan of seeing like people just absolutely leave it all out there to achieve the best, like Jeff is almost 10 hours. He's 10 hours under course record pace.
Oof.
This is what course record pace looks like at Cocodona 250, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we can get some updates from Aid Station Fireball himself, where we're looking at in terms of the course record.
Give us some stats, man.
We need stats. The people need their
Pronto.
numbers. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of people are commenting about how, Jeff is just too calm. I don't know if it's calm or if he's so exhausted that he just is not going to waste any energy talking right now or say anything out loud. But man, look at that. Like, just consistency is what it is. He's just relentlessly moving forward. A few stops for some water and some food, but
Right, I would even have my brain like completely off because just thinking and using your brain a lot burns calories. He's just one goal, make it to that finish.
absolutely
place.
just shutting it off. We've got Aid Station Fireball behind the scenes. He's throwing down some stats on the board. He is our very own Ultra Running's version of Steve Karanaki, just bringing the deets and the nerdery to the nth degree, and we love it. You can see the horizon in the distance there in front of Jeff. That means he is getting so close to the top of this climb. Ahead of him in the poncho is our own Bryce Brooks capturing some content. Those are eyes on Jeff Browning, ultra athlete, Flagstaff native. He's just got to run home at this point.
Look at those blue skies. He's almost to the top.
I don't think I've ever been so excited to watch a 25-minute mile happen. Course record is 69 hours. You heard that correctly. We are going to see that course record drop significant. We don't know whether it's going to be Haroldis Hubertus from Alaska who's going to hold that, who's just a half mile or less behind Jeff Browning, or is it going to be who the man on the screen right now, Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, a young, sprightly 52 years old, just shredding it.
Gosh, I feel like this course record's going to stand for a while unless more people sign up.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of an update here. Jeff Browning was 10 hours ahead of the course record pace leaving Walnut Creek, which was our last aid station ping on him. He's obviously been maintaining that, has not slowed down significantly enough to even come close to losing that. So it's safe to say that between him and Haroldis Hubertus and Arland Glick and even Mike McKnight, who set the course record last year, is a half hour under his course record splits. So our entire top 12 to 14 runners, including Mika Thews in there, our women's leader, are all running well under the established overall course record. So as it stands right now, that is Corinne Chalvoy following Jeff Browning up this climb as we make it to the top of Mount Elden before we hit the Mount Elden aid station, famously known as Pete's Meats, which we all know Jeff Browning does love his OFM, so it's either going to be raw milk or some meat at the top there.
Rumor is he might eat the meat, though. Oh no. The smoked meats might not be ready for him.
He may have gotten to the aid station faster than they can have prepared the smoked meats. Let's just leave it there. Women's course record is 71:10, and that is absolutely being threatened today by Mika Thews, who is currently sitting back in a commanding lead on the women's course and the course overall. She's in 7th place overall with 213 miles elapsed, with Manu Velaseca close to 20 miles ahead of Manu. She's a little over 16 miles ahead of Manu, so she's got a comfortable 16-mile lead. Oh, that's enough to take a little bit of a nap, don't you think?
I mean, no sleep till Flagstaff.
No sleep till Flagstaff at this point.
So what was the time that Jeff was trying to aim for? I know it was very specific.
It was like 60-19, 62-19, something like that. I absolutely know for certain it had a 19 on the end because that just made me completely chuckle. But only Jeff Browning would have a split that exact. And I think he's going to surprise not only himself, but everybody else with his performance here at the Cocodona 250. Does this put him in contention for Ultra Runner of the Year? Absolutely think so. Already putting himself, making a case for his Uroid top 10 here this year with this performance. That is Derek Lytle, getting some footage of him out there, a good friend of his. I don't know how many miles Dylan Harris and all these photographers, camera runners, I want to know what they're putting in. And as it currently stands at Fort Tuthill, Mika Thews was over 5 hours under the women's course record. So we are almost certainly going to see the men's course record fall today. And there's a very good chance that Mika is going to crush the women's course record. You know, does that play to the fact that there were some cooler temperatures early on the first couple race days? It could be. Could also be that these athletes and these runners are just absolutely crushing it.
Thank you to Mark Griffith for your $50 donation to Jam Jam. I think he's just warming up for the camera.
So many.
Did he open a Flota?
We just heard a Flota. That sound in the background was a Flota being cracked open.
Flota floats.
We've been really enjoying being inspired by all the runners today. It's been absolutely insane. Mark Griffith, thank you so much, buddy. Mark and I go way back. He was my videographer when I was field commentating at Western States 100 last year. Mark, what is up, buddy? Thank you so much.
Oh man, he's so close to the top.
That's just, I feel for the dude. It's just, it feels like it's the climb that will never end. I'm sure he's lived like 3 lifetimes over the last hour making this climb.
Randolph wants to know what Flota is. Flota is a delicious beverage.
The people are asking, what is Flota? So Flota is a Versteeg special. It is a flat soda. You put flat and soda together, you get Flota. Little cans of Flota out there. We have...
Ooh, Mika.
We got some little information here. At Fort Tuthill, Mika was not only 3 hours ahead of the women's course record, but she was 2 hours ahead of the previous men's course record. So she is putting on an absolute clinic. Yes, we do have eyes on Jeff Browning right now. That is the front of the pack, but let's not forget that Mika Thews is back there putting on another historical performance here on this course at the Cocodona 250. I'm Zach Marion with Mountain Outpost, joined by my co-host
Mercedes Siegelgaither.
Here on Mountain Outpost, we are bringing you all the action of the Cocodona 250, an Aravaipa running race. Oh, man. You got to be so jazzed to see the top of this climb.
Thank you, CB, for your $20 donation. I think, what's our largest donation? $50? Can anyone beat that? I don't know.
Oh, we had a $100 donation earlier.
Nice.
Y'all are crushing it. Okay, so right here, ladies and gents, you are why we show up. This comment section is, all of our minions, the Mountain Outpost minions. We love you all. Thank you so much for following along and giving us the love. It's been absolutely amazing to see you support our runners and to chatter on and to help us carry this broadcast. It's been awesome. Thank you all so much. We love you. Now I
get a round of applause for this show.
There we go, Jeff Browning reaching the summit of Mount Elden.
He's up there.
He's gonna break those poles down, shove them in that pack, and he's gonna make his way down to Flagstaff, Arizona, where we are sitting here in the studio. And that is our aerial footage, our drone footage of Jeff Browning there.
Getting his legs back before he crushes this downhill. Try to get some space.
He's gonna get himself. Yeah, he's gonna get himself a little aid station stoppage here shortly when he reaches
where the
Pete
meets?
Mortimer.
The meets aren't at the very top.
The meets are not at the very top. They hit here and then they come down just a little bit off of this climb, and they make their way into the aid station, the Mount Elden aid station presented by Catula, one of our amazing sponsors. We got Gnarly, we got Catula, we've got Ultraspire, Satisfy, Speedland. Look at him go. See, he's got legs, ladies and gentlemen. He is still rolling down this hill. He literally is running about as fast as I can run off the peak of Mount Elden. So I think Strava segments might be safe today, but the course record is absolutely not safe.
He is making a good pace right now.
7:51 pace.
Did you say 7:51 pace, Corinne?
What?
I don't know about you. I don't run that fast that often, especially after 240 miles. What a good drone shot. Look at that crew. They are crushing it.
I think she might be confused. That's, I would assume it was more like an 11:7 pace, not a 7:11 pace. Speaking of 7-Eleven, some Slurpees would sound good right now.
Sounds like you need a Flota.
Sounds like I might need to crack a Flota.
Oh, wow, look at the chat. Look at all you typing so fast.
Right, look at this.
Can we get a checkup on your pace that you're running, Corinne?
Well, we just went through a flat section, so that's like 10.
That's still amazing.
If you're running a 10-minute mile on the flat sections, 9:27 on a flat section at the top of this climb. And let's not forget, the top of that climb is what, 9,000 feet?
9,000 feet.
9,000 feet.
There's not a lot of oxygen up there.
No, not at all.
I don't know that Bronco Billy puts oxygen to his muscles. I think he just does straight milk.
It's clarified butter. Word on the
Bone
street
broth.
is it's just clarified butter that courses through his veins. Man, this is so awesome to watch Jeff Browning. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, this is Jeff Browning, our men's leader of the Western States, of the Cocodona 250.
Cut off. Turn off his mic, somebody.
Absolutely amazing. Doing some just all-out effort there. He's making his way into mile 241, the Mount Elden aid station presented by Catula. It is led by Flagstaff's very own Pete Mortimer.
Ooh, are we going to hit 4,000 viewers?
We'll bring you some updated names of actually who runs the aid station, but Pete Mortimer is there smoking Pete's Meats. I heard names, but I am probably running on as much sleep as Jeff Browning at this point. Giving you some incredible footage here from Mountain Outpost. Thank you all so much for joining us, for cheering on Mr. Jeff Browning all the way to the finish line here. He's got about 8 miles left once he reaches this aid station. It is a 2,000-plus foot descent over the next 8 miles, making his way to Heritage Square here in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Marissa Watson, shout out, waiting, sitting at the trailhead. She just can't leave the camera. She'll get a run in.
Jeff's busting out those poles. Nope, he's going for calories.
Going for
Let's
some
see what happens
meat
here.
snacks.
Gloves. A little breezy up there. It is only, let's see what the temperatures are there on top of Mount Elden right now.
I feel like
the breeze
all
is
of his
chilly.
blood flow is going
We're
straight
high.
to his legs. It's probably not in his fingers anymore. It's probably so cold.
We've got word from Matt Feldake, one of our producers here, that Heroldus Subertus is crushing the climb right now.
Is he at the top yet?
He is not very far from the summit of Mount Elden at the top. So word on the street is Heroldus Subertus smells blood and is pushing right now, trying to catch up to Jeff here. I mean, it's still anybody's race. 8 miles is a lot of distance to cover, 240 plus miles into a race.
8 miles is just what you need to hunt down the leader.
It is prey versus predator, or predator versus prey here.
How's Arland doing on that climb?
Corinne, how are you feeling on the climb?
Hey. Yeah, no, that just what I did, that 1 mile from starting with him was about 500 feet.
Corinne knocking out 500 feet of climbing there. Let's see if we can't get Corinne to drop back to see where Heroldus Subertus is. We've got drone coverage on Jeff Browning right now. We'll see if we can't get eyes on Heroldus. We hear that he is absolutely crushing the climb. Word on the street is that he's not too far from the summit. He's making his way up there right now. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolute race on our hands here at the Cocodona 250.
And I wouldn't count out Arland Glick. I mean, 15 minutes ago, he was less than 3 miles behind Heroldus. He's got some speed in his legs from those hundreds.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got some of the faster 100-mile finishing times of anybody on this course. So I would definitely say that Arland Glick is a very scary person to have a few miles behind you. If he can turn him over, which he has been showing a lot of speed here later in the race. He took 30 minutes off of each of the last couple aid stations. So if that holds true, he absolutely can eat up a significant chunk of that.
I wouldn't count him out.
I will never count Jeff Browning out is the thing. It's not that I'm going to discredit Arland Glick. That's the amount of respect I have for Jeff Browning and what he's been able to show he's capable of here in his ultra running career that has spanned across 2+ decades.
I asked Dylan Harris if he's counting how many miles he's ran, but he said he's counting blessings instead.
He's counting nothing but blessings. That sounds like a true Dylan Harris comment right there. Oh, man, this is like quite literally less than a mile separates first and second place. Haroldis Hubertus is pushing pretty hard to catch Jeff Browning, who is on your screen right now with his pacer in blue, Jeff Browning in white, rocking the Ultra footwear jersey. I heard he was wearing the Mont Blanc Carbons. There he is. He's getting to this last aid station here. I believe we have a cam there in the aid station. Let's see what he decides to do. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy himself.
Preparing for some meats. What's he going to put in that bottle?
He's got his crewman up there. He's going for some Coke. I mean, there's still, so like game planning here, when you're leaving this aid station, you have 8 miles. And yes, it is a 2,000-foot descent during those 8 miles. A lot of that is front loaded. And depending on how your legs feel, you might not be moving super fast down those first couple miles, even though it is downhill. We heard earlier that he was rocking a 7:30 minute pace on those downhill sections.
Left, I bet.
He's got a couple of those left in his legs.
He may drop a under 7 minute mile.
I guarantee you when he leaves that aid station, he's going to throw up the horns, give him a giddy up, and make short work of this descent.
Oh, look, you can't see his eyes, but you can feel it.
Yeah, he's got some. Oh, so he filled up. Looks like he filled up his bottle with some Coke, and he's kind of squirting the foam out of it. You shake it up a little bit, and you let the foam shoot out a bit.
He's gonna drop his pacer.
Pacer's like, I need water too, man. We've got Jam in the house here. He's just getting ready for Mountain Outhouse news.
Look at that drone shot. He's moving.
Yeah, no, he is not taking it lightly. Again, whoever out of those two runners, whoever hits this climb the base of Elden with the stronger legs is going to win this race. He's moving and he's extending that gap because right now Haroldis Hubertus is still continuing to climb, so he's going to maintain a slower pace. Even though the effort is high, it's going to be a slower pace as he makes this final summit of Mount Elden. Jeff Browning is going to increase the distance just given the fact that his downhill running is going to give him obviously more miles over that same amount of time.
Looks warm out, doesn't it? Probably 60 degrees up top? I have no idea.
It is 3:20 here in Flagstaff, Arizona. We got some shadows on those ponderosa pines, which Jeff is probably dodging into as much of that shade as he can. It's not necessarily cold by any stretch of the imagination or hot by any stretch of the imagination, but when you're doing this much work and your body's under this much stress and it's just producing so much internal heat, he is absolutely feeling it. I mean, and that sun, to your point,
9,000 feet? You're a lot closer to the sun.
That sun at this point in the race, is Jeff taking a look back? Was that a look over the shoulder?
I don't know.
He's playing games. He's like, I'm around the corner. He can't see me at this point. Now I'm going to walk.
I accidentally went for a training run during Hard Rock and was behind Jeff, and he kept looking back. I felt bad. I was trying to hide so he didn't see me, but he felt the presence. He knows when someone's behind him.
Yeah, Jeff is a competitor first and foremost, and he wants the win. He's got the course record pretty much wrapped up at this point. We can all but guarantee it at 99.99999% that a course record is going down today, both on the men's and women's side. It's just a matter of Jeff is now fighting for the win. He's no longer fighting for a course record. He has it. He just wants the win.
But how many course records are going down? How many people are going to come in under course record today?
I mean, this is a historic year here at Cocodona 250 when every single runner in the top 10 is under the course record. In fact, our women's leader, Mika Thews, who is in 7th place currently, unless she's past El Tigre, who hit the last aid station split 2 hours under the men's previous course record, 3 hours under the women's course record. So it's a historic year here at Cocodona 250. Records are going down, and we get to witness this from here until the finish line. So,
and we have some tracker updates. Arland is about 2 miles behind Harry S now. He's making that distance.
Arland's getting very
shorter.
close to the base of Elden. Could you imagine if Arland left like a few 6-minute miles, 7-minute miles in his legs?
Oh, I know he did. I'm waiting for it.
And we're going to see a 3-way duke out through Flagstaff, Arizona, getting to Heritage Square to see who is going to establish the course record here at Cocodona 250.
You just have to believe. I believe.
The competitor in me wants Geraldo Subertis to catch up to Jeff Browning. My heart says I want Arland to pass both of them, but my brain just cannot comprehend Jeff doing anything wrong at this point.
I feel like Arland might catch Harry. Do we have any info if Harry's about at the top yet? He should be pretty darn close. He was at 239.7 last time his tracker updated for me.
He is on the final, according to the GPS map 3 minutes ago, he was 300 meters away from the top of the climb there. So I am going to put whatever money I have to my name that he is at the top of the climb and he's starting to make his way down to the aid station, which puts a 5.5 mile gap between the two of them, maybe. So we're going to see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, I mean, how many of you are actually being productive at work right now? Here on the East Coast time, it is only 3:26. If you're in Mountain Time, you're just about ready to shut that computer for the rest of the day. If you're on the East Coast, you're enjoying a nice beverage, watching this unfold. Where else are we coming from around the world? Who is tuning in and where from? From around the world, where are you joining us to catch this rather incredible? And there we go.
We got him.
Geraldo Subertis
just hit the top.
Has just hit the top of the climb.
He's still got his poles out.
Oh, man, we have an absolute race.
He looks pretty fresh after that climb.
A half mile over 8 miles.
Oh, we got people from Belgium, Australia, Minnesota. What do you guys think? Oh, another Wascani. He's moving. Is he going to keep the poles out for the downhill?
I would be using every single muscle possible to get me down to the bottom of Flagstaff. If that's saving my legs a little bit, because they do have this 2,000-foot descent, but it's not a flat descent all the way to, or it's not a consistent downhill all the way to Flagstaff. You are ultimately doing more downhill than uphill, but you've got to have some legs to turn over towards the end of this race because it flattens out a little bit. So, yeah, I'd be saving those legs. I'd be saving those legs off from this 2,000-foot descent.
Once you go from a massive uphill to a massive downhill and then you have to run flat, gravity just is not in your favor.
It hurts. It hurts. Copenhagen, Denmark, who's gentleman from Copenhagen who is coached by Jeff. We got Janet Bain from Flag. I mean, come on, just step out. You should be on top of Mount Elden right now, cheering these guys and gals on.
The Euros staying up past midnight.
Nova Scotia, got people from all over. Ooh, shout out to the fellow Euro staying up past midnight. Alex throwing it down, $25. Thank you, sir. watching Heroldis make some work on this downhill here. They're born tough, born and bred tough up there in Alaska. Another Alaskan from years ago who was an absolute shredder. I don't think he was ever beaten in the 100-mile distance. Absolutely not in his prime, but Jeff Rose kind of put Alaska running on the map there. Cedar City, Utah, let's go. Guatemala. All right, where we are standing right now, a little bit of an update from Aid Station Fireball himself. Harry S, has taken 40 minutes off of Jeff's lead since Walnut, the last aid station. He is currently 16 minutes back from Jeff Browning. So in order to get 16 minutes over 8 miles, quick math tells me that is 30 seconds per minute mile faster on average. And if he was able to take down 40 minutes off of Jeff's lead, then he's absolutely capable of catching Jeff. And I will say it's going to come down to the last mile of this race.
Who do we think looked better on the downhill?
2 minutes faster per mile. I apologize. Let's not do public math.
It's runner math.
Someone, see, that's why I'm not a professional athlete. I would assume I only have to run 30 seconds per mile faster, and I would absolutely get to the finish line wondering why the hell I didn't catch him.
You mean he's here already?
He's already sitting down having a beer? What? But my maths, they mathed.
Oh, wow, look at all the people correcting you in
Please,
the chat.
please laugh at me, everybody. I'll take it. That was not, no, Aid Station Fireball gave me the information. I was just repeating what I saw. It had nothing to do with my math skills.
What a solid drone shot. Look at him just going for a jog with one of his closest friends. Thank you, Blimp Captain, for your $20 for the Blimp Fund.
Keep that blimp in the air.
Ooh, 1999. Shout out to the Blue Ridge Running Club. Is that North Carolina?
Jack Meeks. Can you tell me how to pronounce your last name? Pronunciate?
Jack.
Are those words? Am I even making sense with words
I
now?
don't even know what day it is. What state are we in?
I hear this race is going on in Arizona, but that doesn't look like the Arizona desert to me.
We're in the state of Florida.
We are in the flow state, baby. We are in the flow state. Oh man, we have an entire house waiting on a bated breath right now to see what is going to happen here. Heroldis is he's got the double pole, just
Ooh,
full
Zach,
on push.
Elizabeth is donating $5 for your math fund. You could probably get a tutor for that if someone gives you a discount.
Yeah, someone please pay for my tutelage of the math classes. We've got all y'all in the chat. Thank you so much for humoring me, and I will take the light roast for my public maths. Y'all have been amazing. I don't have too many more hours left here. I've got to catch a flight. I've got a hot date in Washington D.C. So you only have a few hours left to roast me, and I will let you all bring it.
Whatever happened to our pancake fund? Don't forget, pancake fund, milk fund.
Buy our
accept
groceries.
all dollars.
Thank you all for everything that you have donated. In all seriousness, thank you so much. You are helping keep this thing going. You're putting the drones in the air. You are getting the volunteer runners with the runner cams. You're getting them fed. You're getting my maths to math better. Thank you, seriously, from the bottom of my heart. I honestly, absolutely appreciate every single one of you who's been been playing along and enjoying this incredible journey all the way from Phoenix, Arizona up to Flagstaff, Arizona, here at the Cocodona 250. For those of you who are just joining us, we've got eyes on Geraldo Subertus, who is second place male with about a 12 to 16 minute deficit behind Jeff Browning, our number 1 male, making his way off of the Mount Elden aid station with about 8 miles left to go. We will be oh man, we're getting chatter in the background here. Aid Station Fireball is crunching off stats and clicking away on computers, and we're really trying to put together what is quite possible here. But the race is by no way determined yet. A lot can happen in 8 miles, ladies and gentlemen. Just to catch you up on what's going on with the ladies' race, we've got Mika Thews in first place with a very commanding lead. She's got just under 20 miles. She is 3 hours under the women's course record, 2 hours under the previous men's course record. Behind her, we have a couple other very amazing female athletes in Rachel Intrikin and Manu. Someone help me with that last name. I can't say words.
Refreshing. It says V. It starts with a V. Manu V. We can call Harry S.
Manu Villaseca. That is our second place female who's made a great surge on this, starting on the second day, which was yesterday. She went from being in the top 10 to being on the podium. So she put herself in a great position to finish second behind Mika Thews, who again has a commanding lead of almost 20 miles. Behind her is Rachel Intrikin, who was at one point leading the race. As of yesterday morning, she had passed Mika Thews, made an incredible surge here on the course, and has since obviously dropped back a little bit. But we have had some fun things happening. Geraldo Subertus chasing down Jeff Browning. That's who you're seeing on the screen right now.
And he was walking at that aid station a lot more than Jeff was.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff made was a little bit slower on the climb.
I don't think Harry's going to catch him on this downhill unless he's preparing.
This is where you and I are going to disagree.
Who knows Harry? Is Harry more of a climber or a downhill guy?
He's a beast is what he is. He is a beast.
Harry is a beast.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff made was a little bit slower on the climb.
I don't think Harry's going to catch him on this downhill.
I'm
preparing.
We've got.
You and I are going to disagree.
We are hearing the aid station giving us some updates right now about where Jeff was relative to where he's at currently.
Are these trackers up to date? It looks like Jeff is absolutely crushing. He's 244.7. Oh, might be a little glitchy.
So we're gonna take all of the GPS data that we are getting with a grain of salt until we get eyes on the runners. We don't like to say anything without it being an absolute fact. But as it stands right now, Geraldo Subertus, Harry S, as we have been calling him throughout the week. Jeff Browning's got a Harry S right behind him, making his way to Flagstaff, Arizona. Both these gentlemen making quick work of that Mount Elden climb. They've got Arland Glick behind them. He is closing in really hard. He's been consistently taking down about a half hour each segment on the two of these gentlemen. But Geraldo Subertus cut the lead 40 minutes from the last aid station to this aid station, which means he's working in on the deficit to catch Jeff. I don't know if that's one of those situations where did he spend too much energy trying to catch him, and now at this point he's just trying to hold on? Does he have more energy to give? He knows he's in a position to strike. he was asking that aid station where he was, not because he was, had any other intentions than can I chase him?
And he's off. He's got his pace up again.
I don't think I've ever been like this jazzed to watch a 250 mile race.
I don't think Jeff is doing 14.6 miles per hour according to the tracker, but I would believe it if I saw it.
I mean, so Jeff has about a 16, 18 minute lead on Geraldo Subertis out of that aid station. I mean, that's significant, but over 8 miles, it's still, I don't know. I look at it and I think that every mile after 200 is so exponential, right? An effort that it takes to finish out that mile. So, my God, like, come on, let's go. I want to see Geraldus catch Jeff Browning, and I want to see both of them running through the streets of Flagstaff, Arizona.
For the 4,373 of you watching, next up, we'll have some Glick picks. What you've all been waiting for.
You've all been waiting for the Glick picks, and they are on their way. The scary thing that we are being updated with that from our community here is that Harry is running 3 more 200 milers this year. Please tell me that's not true.
He's keeping some in the tank.
Yeah, he's thinking ahead. He's like, yeah, I gotta keep a little in the tank. I could have caught Jeff, but I'm thinking of the finish line of my next 200 miler.
Sounds like a good excuse.
Are you going to Phoenix at all tonight, overnight, or should I just catch a ride? Yeah, I'm not planning to go. Okay, I'll give you content. There's no one else to do content up here. Shakeup. Okay, I'll get the bus ride. I'll do that. It's like 6:30, so I got time. Oh shit! It's like if I go, we'll have like no one doing content for like 6 hours, and that's like the top 3.
He is making some good time. He's moving well.
Obviously.
He's still got his poles in hand.
So I'll be fine. It's totally fine. Like, we got it covered here, so don't worry about it. There's no other shuttles or anything. There was supposed to be 3:30 in the morning. There's nothing. 6:30 is the last one out. Welcome to the Cocodona 250 presented by Mountain Outpost. I'm your host, Jam Jam, and we are bringing you the latest and greatest here in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
We've got an incredible race between Mr. Jeff Bronco Billy Browning and Geraldus Subertis out of Alaska. Jeff Browning with an 18-minute lead into Flagstaff, Arizona, making that final descent. We're going to see who gets there first. Who will have a less shitty week. Crushing trails and drinking ales, I think, depending on the length of your run, you may or may not finish your run by the time we hit the finish here. So we're going to pull it on back to... the aid stations here. Which aid station do we have here?
This is Sedona.
This is Sedona Aid Station. So after all that exciting news at the front of the race there, we are sitting at Sedona Aid Station. I got to give a huge shout out myself to Elza Jaworski, the pride of the Wasatch, the women of the Wasatch. She is absolutely just crushing this course. She has a former second place podium finish at the Tahoe 200. She's sitting back in about 5th, 6th place female right now. If you see someone running around with Shrek ears on and glitter all about the face, that is going to be Ms. Elza Jaworski. Give her some cheers. Give her some love. Ladies and gentlemen, we are out. We are sitting kind of following the Sedona 125ers. So this is not the front of the 225. We are backtracking down the course a little bit. We have to cool off. We have to cool off just a touch before we get down to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Jeff Browning, Herolda Subertus really battling it out for the top spot there. The jester himself out on the course. Ed Eddinghausen, the jester, no stranger to the ultramarathon 100-plus mile distance, a huge fan favorite in the timed events. Plenty of 24-hour finishes for this guy. Or I shouldn't say finishes, 24-hour performances. You don't really finish a 24-hour race.
Look at that backpack. Probably full of snacks. Is this the finish line?
This is the first looks of the finish line.
Woo.
It's a little dead now, but it will be quite lively here in another hour, and it will continue to build to a crescendo coming Saturday afternoon when the final finishers make their way down into Flagstaff, Arizona. They're in Heritage Square.
The suspense while we wait for Arland to get to Elden in 3rd position.
Man, is that Diablo Burger in the background? That is Diablo Burger in the background, man. That makes me hungry. We love Diablo Burger, and that's a pic of
How about that puppy?
we got a cute little puppy out there, but we got yeah, that's Fox. So that's Jubilee's dog Fox running around, and that was Howie Stern. If you've been in this sport for any amount of time, following any of the top races, and you've seen some photos from the race, I guarantee you've seen some Howie Stern photos. Howitzer always rocking the Canon. Actually, I don't know what he's using these days for his photography, but Howie Stern, shout out to you, man, for capturing memories. So many of them happening here on this week. There's Jubilee herself, the myth, the legend. So out here in Flagstaff, Arizona, it is 63 degrees up on top of the peak there, a few thousand feet higher. Sun's going to be a little more intense, but the ambient temperature is going to be a little bit lower than that. This is going to be the hottest part of the day currently. We got some beautiful Satisfy footwear there, all GS models. We got the TAM, we got the PSG, we got the PDX. We got all the airports there. Awesome. This is looking back in Sedona. Aid stations getting quite lively with both 250 and 125 mile runners. The Sedona 125 started earlier this morning. Huge shout out for Jam, Mr. Jamil Corey, for putting all this together, for creating the vision that is Cocodona 250. Also, for hiring me to make Mountain Outpost a reality so that we can bring these amazing journeys of every single one of these 250 runners in each race, across the globe.
Jim Moses, no snow. It's just a little bit on Elden, but other than that, I don't think they ran through any snow. It's pretty warm.
Y'all, what shoe did I say? Did I not say Speedlands? I thought I said Speedlands. Did I call them something different?
You said Satisfy?
Satisfy is our apparel brand.
That's close.
Satisfy Speedlands. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I'm living on 3 hours of sleep since, each night since Saturday. So please do not hold anything I say against me. Why they put a mic in front of me, I do not know.
If someone donates $100, maybe you can.
If I get a $100 donation, I will shut it off right now. But fortunately for you guys all, I am going to be signing off here shortly in the next hour or two. Maybe we can get Corinne Chalvoy back down here to take over duties. I've got a flight to catch in Phoenix. Anyone heading down to Phoenix before 6:30 tomorrow morning, please hit me up. Come find me on Instagram, DM me. I'm looking for a ride down to Phoenix.
Otherwise, you can donate to his Lyft fund.
Otherwise, you can donate to my Uber fund. I got to catch a flight out to Washington, D.C. So, unfortunately, you will not hear from me for the rest of the week. Or fortunately for you. Yeah, the Speedlands Satisfy mashup collab is something we need absolutely for sure. Check out those views of Sedona. Speaking of amazing partners, we were fed last night by Pizza Cletta. Caleb over there threw us a couple pizzas because he felt bad for us being here in the booth and starving to death. So he gave us some pizza, some amazing gelato. Thank you, Caleb Schiff from Pizza Cletta. If you are making your way up to Flagstaff and you have no plans for lunch or dinner, I highly recommend picking up a few pizzas from Pizza Cletta. The best pizzas I guarantee you will find here in Flagstaff. Definitely on my list of top 3 pizzas I've had around the world. Caleb's doing something really great there. The gelato, though, bar none, the best.
I think we have all these people refreshing, just waiting to see where Jeff is. It's a little slow.
So those of you who are just joining us, we have had eyes on our top 2 men. Jeff Browning, Harolda Subertus, made their way up to the summit of Mount Elden. They are making their way down to Flagstaff. We should have eyes on Arland Glick coming into the aid station relatively soon. We don't want to say it's within minutes, but he is making his way up that climb. Right behind him, we have Joe McConahay and Michael Versteeg. We want to get some more official updates as to some times before we throw down who we believe to be. Michael Versteeg has not updated in quite some time. Well, he updated 15 minutes ago. He is sitting back. Joe McConahay is making a ridiculous resurgence here on the course. He's at mile 231 in 4th place, chasing down Arland Glick, who has a fairly sizable lead of 7 miles right now over Joe McConahay. Michael Versteeg is 5 miles behind him. Jeff Garmeyer is about 9 miles behind him, with Mika Thews a mile behind Jeff Garmeyer. So where we are sitting at right now, our top 5 men is Jeff Browning, Harolda Subertus from Alaska, Arland Glick, Joe McConahay, and Michael Versteeg, with our women's top 5 being Mika Thews. We have Manu Villaseca, who has been slowly making her way up into this 2nd place position throughout the last couple days. Behind her is Rachel Intrikin, followed by Eliza LaPierre and Kylie Drugan-Epic. And again, Elsa Jaworski and Ashley Paulson chasing them down. So those are going to be your top males and females. Been trying to keep things updated every handful of minutes there. There's Corinne Chalvoy, who's doing just some amazing work, crushing that climb, following these runners. Not only was she crushing it here in the studio, but she was out there in the field making things happen. Absolutely, Ben Curry. This is the most in-depth, dedicated sports coverage there is. No one else is going to be covering the same sport for over a week. I guess you can kind of count the tours, because they're like every day for, obviously quite some time, almost a month there. So, but yeah, no, we are dedicated from here on out. We are 24 hours of coverage. We've got some other amazing athletes out on the course. Andy Glaze, Zach Bates, Jake Jackson. Shout outs to all of you. Callie Vincent out there. Joe Corcione. A lot of you are out there for him. We got Finn Melanson out there. Between Finn Melanson and Joe Corcione, we've got a battle of the podcasters going on right now. Goldberg as well, who is also popping in on the chat regularly. I forget he's out there because he's in here at the same time. It's so very meta. If we can just get him on the stream, commenting on the stream, it would be full circle. Full circle.
I have two friends that are running together, Brian Huseman and Cara Diamond Huseman. That's love. Sign up for 250s and run them together. Impressive.
You got eyes on the aid station here out in Sedona. Runners making their way in and out of this aid station. 449. Thank you all for being so awesome. I'm Zach Marion with Mountain Outpost, joined by my lovely co-host,
Mercedes Siegelgaither.
Mercedes, where are we going to see you next out on the course? Being a Merrill professional athlete, I know you've got some plans up your sleeve. Where are you going to next?
That's an excellent question. I was going to go do a sky race, but I changed my mind. My next big race, I think they're in the chat, is with Sinister Sports up in Canada. I'm going to do the Canadian Death Race because doesn't that sound fun?
Nice. CDR, the Canadian Death Race.
I'd love to hear people's thoughts on grizzly bears and what you do with those.
I've only raced one time in Canada, and it was a mandatory bear spray for all 5 days of the race.
I feel like that would just tickle a grizzly.
You're going to piss it off more than anything.
Exactly. Like a flare gun?
That would do it. That would do it. Almost packed my 45 revolver. I'm just kidding. Absolutely would not. Yeah, no, like racing up in Canada, man, it's absolutely different. It's on a whole different level. It's some beautiful, amazing terrain. I know that there are some amazing quality races out there. From the chat, for those of you who are getting excited about racing, watching all of this this amazing stuff going on, tell me, what race are you doing next? What race has this inspired you to go out and sign up for? I can think of one, Cocodona 250 2025.
We have 60 registrants. You could be the next course record holder. Give Jeff Browning a run for his money.
Yeah, it'd be super, super easy. Yeah, we are excited to see what shakes out here. Shout out to your runners out on the course.
Oh, Sinister Sports thinks that you rock. Thanks, guys.
Aw, thanks, guys. I love it.
Maybe I'll have other plans.
We got some lovers. We got some haters. We got some kind people in the chat here. Dom Layfield, my dude, dropping $10 into the chat. Thank you so much. That's going to help my Uber fund. It's going to get me back down to Phoenix. Obviously, love to all the team. No, we do have an amazing team here. I'm joined by my co-host, Mercedes, who has been absolutely crushing it here on her first time in commentary, and you couldn't tell. She's doing such a great job.
It's my first time.
You've got Corinne Chalvoy out there, literally running the cameras right now after sitting here and commentating the last 2 days. We've got Trevor. We've got Jordan as our producers back there. Matt Feldake is in between babysitting duties and also running around the mean streets of Flagstaff at this point. I think he was chasing Haroldus up the mountain for a little while until he got dropped, probably carrying his 8-year-old at this point.
It's good strength training. It's good for the bones, right?
Absolutely. We had some Jam running around. Jamil Khoury, the brains, the heart, the energy of this organization. He's been going nonstop since before this race started to make sure that cameras are in place. We've got an amazing drone team. Shout out to all of you guys, our runner cams who are all volunteering their time and their effort, their energy, many miles that they are putting out on the course today. Thank you, everybody. And to you all in the chat, thank you so much for being a part of this, for giving us a reason to be here. We love you so much. Got a lot of chatter in this chat room about bears.
That's because I asked. Thank you.
I love
Let
it.
me know. I need all the intel I can get.
We have an amazing community. You guys are all so awesome.
The real question, would you rather be chased by a grizzly bear or Bronco Billy?
I've been hunted down and mercifully destroyed on courses by Bronco Billy, so I already know that pain, and I never want to feel it again. So I'd probably say the bear, because then it's over. You don't have to worry about surviving that one.
Fact about bears, they don't care if you're alive or dead.
Bronco Billy will murder you on a course, and then he will continue to remind you of that for the rest of your life.
Commemorative t-shirt, I got passed by Bronco Billy.
We've got Ultra Crew Hub out to Uray 100, going for 3 finishes at Uray. My dude, my gal, yo, that's insane. 3 Uray 100 finishes. Did it once, don't think I'm ever going back. That was enough for me. I loved it. It's a great course. Mercedes, you're not too far away from the Uray course.
I am further than I once was. I was living in Durango, but it was just too big. But it's a good commute. I'd love to go there for the weekends. Tried to go for a run there once and got stung by a bee first 10 steps. Went back to my car and took a Benadryl. But it's such a beautiful place. You know what else I'm close to? High Lonesome. Where's Caleb? Is he listening?
Caleb, are you out there in the chat? Are you listening to us right now?
Remember that time I didn't even get on the wait list? I remember.
Yeah, that's between you and Caleb. But speaking of High Lonesome 100, let's talk a little bit about Mountain Outpost and where we're going to be next. Up next for us, we've got Western States 100. We're really excited to be the production for the Western States 100. We've got a lot of really great plans for that race, so please come watch us, join us. We've got it's going to be the biggest and best broadcast for that race yet. Outside of that, we're going to go to Hard Rock 100 a couple weekends later. We're going to watch some of the most amazing terrain that Colorado has to offer. Then we're going to jump out we're going to stay in Colorado, jump out to Y East 100, and then also that same weekend pop out to the Pacific Northwest to enjoy the Y East Trail Fest, part of the Golden Trail World Series, or National Series, I believe, presented by Solomon. So we're excited to be out there and to broadcast that one as well. And we've got some other great plans. That's as far as we're going to go from now. If you want to watch them, you want to know, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We'd really appreciate it. I see 4,500 of you watching. We love you all. You're amazing. Please smash that like button. Give us a thumbs up.
Give us some hearts. Hearts are always nice. We need more hearts in life.
We're dedicated to bringing you some of the best coverage of our most wonderful sport that we can possibly. We're going to all the best races that we can think of. We're going to all the fun races. We're going to try to bring you action at every single one of them. Our goal is to be busy every single weekend. So tell us, where do you want to see us at? That would be fantastic.
Running Water wants to know if it's a close race. They've been in the office all day. You have been missing out.
Is it a close race? Yes, absolutely. Jeff Browning and Haroldus Subertus, Harry S. is made his way into cutting down the lead that Bronco Billy once held on the rest of the field down to just less than 15 minutes. They're making their way down right now from the top of Elden. That's the final climb of the race. They have a 2,000-foot descent down into Flagstaff, where they're going to make their way over to Heritage Square. Final few steps of the race go right past the famous Diablo Burger. I would probably stop 15 steps outside of the finish line just to put my order in for a Diablo Burger.
I wouldn't. I can't eat burgers. I'm allergic.
That makes me very sad for you.
Don't go to Mississippi.
I mean, it's going to be pretty amazing. In fact, at that same time, we're going to likely have some of the leaders of the other races be trickling in. So for the rest of the week, we are going to stay live here on Mountain Outpost. We're going to bring you all of the action, not only from the front runners, but we are going to stay live until Saturday afternoon, bringing you every single finish at the Cocodona 250. Yes, you will also see a little bit of the action of the other races in this series, but we are going to focus specifically on the Cocodona 250. That is going to be our priority.
Do we have an estimate on when we think Jeff is going to cross this finish line?
We're gonna reach out to our main man, Aid Station Fireball, to hopefully give us a little bit of some stats, some deets. I will refuse to do any public math from this point on.
Is that Milk McKnight in the background of this aid station?
The white sleeves?
Yeah.
No.
That one. Yeah. Just kidding. Got milk on the mind.
We've got eyes here on the Sedona aid station. It's starting to fill out with a lot of these mid-packers. Sedona, 125 miles into the race, and currently we've got Jeff Browning and Heroldus Subertus making their way to the finish line.
Speedily, I might say.
Speedily making their way to the finish line.
Running down that hill with an Arland Glick coming up behind. I know you've all been patiently waiting for your Glick pics, so just hold on. Bear with us. He's coming.
Scott D, thank you so much for the donation there. You're keeping drones in the air, my dude. Our goal and our plan is to take this little operation we have here at Mountain Outpost and just continue to get better and better and better every single race. It's an undertaking. It really is. It's a whole team that puts this together. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot more than you'd think. But we appreciate all of you for being so awesome and for helping us. Let's bump down the list to some of the other, interest pieces out there. We've got Zachary Bates out there crushing this course. He's been just slowly picking off some of the most renowned courses around the country. He's been over at Western States, now here at Cocodona 250. We've got Ashley Paulson out there. She's a pretty beloved figure in the sport, having wins at the Badwater 135. An overall win this last year. She's currently sitting back in, I believe, 7th place at this point behind Elsa Jaworski. Michael Versteeg, a previous winner out here at the Cocodona 250, the inaugural 250, number 666 for those that were interested. We've pinned the live tracking at the top there. Callie Vincent is making her way down the course. I need to check in with Scott, see where she's at. I'll send him a little text so I can give you guys an update. Oop, I'm getting hit with DMs. Ryan Raff coming through, saying he's got a friend heading down to Phoenix. Let's see if he's making the ride. If anyone else knows anyone going down to Phoenix, I got a plane to catch tomorrow. 6:30 in the morning is when I need to start boarding. So if you can get there before then, I'd greatly appreciate it. I'm Zach Marion. Hit me up on social media. Slide into those DMs. I've never asked for that before.
You could slide into his Strava DMs now.
You can slide into Strava DMs. Find me wherever. Just let me know.
Yeah, options.
I'm definitely looking for a ride. I don't want to leave when the bus leaves because I want to catch these finishes. So not fair. Monica Rose, thank you so much for that donation. Brandy Roberts.
Okay, so Kevin's on a bike. And Chad together now.
I mean, that's right. I was messaging Scott Trayer, Callie's partner, to see where she was at on the course and how she's doing.
And for those of you wondering, AJW did make it back from his run in one piece. You know why? Because he had a float, milk and floata. How great do you feel?
Feel fantastic.
He said he feels fantastic, folks.
Milk floata Russian. Logged the full 5 miles. Finished my article. I gotta go take care of the dogs. No rest for the weary. 4 a.m. start up here.
You know it's not the finish, right?
Yeah.
It is. Holy smokes, I'm getting feeds out of the water.
What a beautiful finish line. You know what? If you sign up now for next year's Cocodona, this could be you any moment crossing that finish line. Maybe Howie will even take your picture. You know, maybe one day I'll do Cocodona 250.
That's the problem with being at all these events is then you don't want to broadcast them all. You want to run them all.
No, I don't want to run this. I just said maybe. I mean, I don't not want to, but I don't think 250 needs to happen right away.
It's a slippery slope, y'all.
I slipped into 100 and then accidentally signed up for 250. It happens.
It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. Bigger's always better. Isn't that what they say?
Feel free to go on Ultra sign up. Sign up for the race. If your button slips, your finger slips on the button, it's okay. You can find a crew and a pacer because you have an entire year.
Gun John Sethi, thank you so much. We got a couple donations from you, my dude. We appreciate it. Showing us some love. This is eyes on the finish line there in Heritage Square of the Cocodona 250, presented by Aero Viper Running. We've got some amazing brand partners, Spring Energy, Satisfy Running. We've got Speedland. We've got Pizza Cleta hooked us up with some food. We've got Catula, the Wilderness Volunteers, Tonri, making sure that everybody is not getting sunburnt out there. We've got Squirrel's Nut Butter drop by and lubed us up really well last night.
You're welcome.
There is Corinne Chalvoy.
Is Arland coming?
She's just enjoying a snack at this point. She's just like, hey, I'm just going to chill here and eat some food. She already did her workout. I did look up Groom, and their last one is 6:30 this evening, so I can catch that. Thank you for everyone looking out in the chat there. That's my fault, my fail safe. I've got to get over there in like a couple hours. So yeah, if no one else hits me up, that's what I'm gonna be doing. Scotty Rogers, my dude, hitting me up. Not to give me a ride, but just to say hi. I appreciate it. It's been a long time, buddy. Been way too long. Next time I'm in Moab, Utah, I'll come hit you up. Yeah, can we get some eyes on Pete's Meat? Hopefully we can see Pete's Meats over there. We should be able to get like a Glick pick and Pete's Meat at the same time, maybe.
You just can't beat it.
And with that, I'm done. I'm out.
This is how we get demonetized. Not the music.
Cecilia Guerrero, yes, we will have drone coverage of the finish. We're getting there. We're getting set up. To be completely honest, they crushed this course like 10 hours faster than we anticipated. They are quite significantly ahead of the course record, previous course record. So we had contingency plans in place, but as per permits, we're only allowed so many drones in the air at a time. So we've got to be very judicious with how we get them. Also, our drone pilots have been crushing it all day long. Let's hear it for them, putting blimps in the air, giving us some amazing views. So we thank each and every one of them. Jason, John, Troy. I know there was another one.
I got Corinne ready for an interview.
Oh, we got Corinne ready for an interview. Let's bounce out to her. Corinne.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Hey.
What's up, Corinne?
What is up, guys? This is like super exciting because we have two men very, very close to each other, and they are both looking really, really good. Yeah, I followed Jeff about 1.5 miles up the Elden climb. He was moving very steadily. He only took maybe 2 10-second standing breaks to drink a little water, eat a little bit of food, but he was moving consistently. But then when I heard that Harry was not very far behind, I didn't even follow him all the way here to the aid station before going back to find Harry. And it was just, I don't know. It's I can't believe this is happening at the end of a 250-mile race.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like if you extrapolate this out, this is literally like Boston Marathon being down to like 20 seconds between first and second place.
Yeah, and I would say, Jeff kind of transitioned into a run a little bit. I think, a little more smoothly, I would say. But then I was running with Harry down the road, and he still had his poles out, but he was hitting about 8:30 pace as well. So it seemed to me like they both have some running legs left. And I don't know how long Jeff was in aid here, but Harry just stood here, ate a little bit of watermelon, refilled some bottles. Actually, it seems like his pacer is quite, I don't know. He ran ahead to fill up his bottles. Like they are kind of on a mission, it seems like. And yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, what it looked like, they were both, Jeff did spend a little bit of time in the aid station, but it was mostly filling up his bottle, getting some Coke down. And, he took his time walking out of the aid station, but transitioned back into a run really well. Now, you followed both of them. Did one of them look like they had more energy, more intention to their steps than another?
I mean, I would say that Jeff seemed like he had maybe a little bit more energy and strength in his legs when he moved into a run. And Harry seemed a little bit more tired. But at the same time, I don't know them. And sometimes you just can't tell by how somebody is what their mannerisms are. I don't know Harry at all. So who knows how he was feeling and how that was kind of exhibiting itself physically. Yeah, I think that they could both do something amazing.
Yeah, the way it's playing out right now, it could very likely be a couple of these guys hitting pretty close to literally hitting Flagstaff about the same time and having a Duke out all the way down the streets of Flagstaff into Heritage Square.
Yeah, it's great weather. The road is in great shape. I ran up here from the base, and there's virtually no
Thank you so much for joining us back. We apologize. We ran into a few technical difficulties. We are trying to get eyes on what's going on down there on the course. So that was Corinne Shalvoy bringing us some details on top of Mount Elden. We have her back. Let's see what's going on there.
Oh, okay.
There you are.
I'm here.
There you are, Corinne Shalvoy. The people want to know, how many miles did you get on your Strava today?
I mean, I don't feel like it's very impressive. I think I have like 8 miles right now, but like 2,600 feet of gain. So that's not bad. And
that's not bad at all.
I mean, that'll work. I'll do that a few more times in the next few days, and yeah, it'll add up.
Do you have any eyes or anything? Can you report anything on Arland Glick? Do we know where he's at? Have you seen him out there?
We're waiting for him, and I am going to follow him. I'm looking forward to seeing him. I talked to him before the race, and I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing him. It's going to be exciting. I think he's still on the climb up. Also, just shout out to the crew here getting everything set up. Julian is here with some Pete's Meats. He actually hooked me up with a sausage, so we'll see how that goes. Eating that and then following Arland. But yeah, they're getting everything set up here, and can't wait to see Arland come through.
Well, Corinne, we're going to let you go and enjoy your sausage over there at Pete's Meats. Thank you so much for giving us an update on what's going on. Come back to us when you get eyes on Arland, eh?
Will do.
Awesome. Thank you so much. There you go. The beautiful footage of that's just outside. That's Buffalo Park. For those of you who are familiar with the mean streets of Flagstaff, Arizona, that is Buffalo Park. You can see Mount Elden off to your right there in the background. They've made their way up and over that. They're on their way down at this point, heading into Buffalo Park. Yes, Jeff Browning, Haroldus Subertus, Harry, they are quite literally having a battle down into Heritage Square here for the finish line of the Cocodona 250. I'm Zach Marion. I'm joined by Mercedes Siegel-Gaither. Thank you all for joining us as we kind of wrap up this men's podium, or I guess we start the men's podium.
It's the Wild West. Who knows who's going to take first?
Who's going to pop out of those trees first?
And keep in mind, a lot of you on the chat are saying Harry pulled ahead, but Jeff's tracker has not updated for a while, so he could still be in the lead. Look at those beautiful butterscotch pines.
Yeah, pine's absolutely beautiful. You know, I'm assuming one of them doesn't stop and really take their time to smell those pines, because they can just be so alluring with their butterscotch scents.
That's the problem with the world. Like, you need to stop and smell the trees.
All right, so we're back at the Sedona Aid Station here. We're doing everything we can to bring you coverage of the race through the streets of Arizona. We've got drones up in Buffalo Park. We've got a finish line cam that is absolutely going to cover the finish line. So don't you worry. We are going to get our finish line photos of the race, video of the race. So that will happen. We are going to try to get eyes out there. We've got runners with runner cams ready to go down pretty much from the hospital to the finish line, which is about between a half and a full mile. We should be able to get all of them.
Sounds like Jeff just updated. 0.4 mile lead still. So he's kind of maintaining that gap. They're both moving pretty well.
Can everybody please get off the internet on every device that you are? We cannot afford to lose the finish line.
I'm not connected to Bertrand. I'm on the whatever.
If you're on the Verizon, that's absolutely awesome. Totally cool.
You see my laptop? It's been closed, but it should be. So it should be running.
All right, we are anxiously awaiting with a bated breath the arrival of men's number one according to the GPS tracking. We believe it's going to be Jeff Browning. Haroldus Subertus is about a little over a quarter mile behind him. Again, this is all based on the GPS tracking, which is good, but not always incredibly accurate. So take it with a grain of salt.
Can't hide anything from the chat.
Cannot hide anything from the
Busted.
chat. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the call out.
For you, Zach.
In fact, everyone off the internet now. No bandwidth whatsoever. You all heard me. Major fail from the production team.
I'm new here. I didn't do it.
I'm going to blame Mercedes.
Blame it on me. I'm going to get fired. They can't fire me. I have 2 days left and you're leaving. Who else would sit here and ramble? Other people probably, yeah. There's a lot of people in the chat talking right now, so
Yeah, we're gonna let the chat, you guys take it from here.
they're doing a great job. They are not letting it go.
Give the modem a floata. Absolutely best comment of the day.
We got a question. Someone wants to know if Walmsley is pacing.
Walmsley just took the GPS tracker and is running, is what's happening. Okay, so we've got drone coverage and runner cams down there in Buffalo Park waiting for our men's leader, which is either going to be Jeff Browning or Harold Subertus. Let's go, Harry. Harry and Jeff. Oh my God. I never in my life imagined that we would be like sitting here wondering who is going to hit the final 2 miles of the race first.
Never saw it coming.
Not in a 250-mile race. So just a heads up, our coverage after the finish will not end. We are bringing you live coverage 24 hours a day, all day long. You're not going to hear my voice. You might not hear Mercedes' voice, but we've got we've got AJW, we've got Chris Warden, we've got Corinne Shalvoy, we've got a few special guests that we are going to bring to you for the next handful of days until Saturday afternoon. I don't even know what day it is today. We started this Monday morning at some time.
It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday. The days just blend together when you're having fun.
Ooh, 10 euros for a Kauka Flota. Thanks, Martin.
Correction, yeah, no, Jesse Haynes did have a little bit of a duke out towards the end of a what I like to call the mega ultra runs these days. Ooh, is that... I'm hoping that that's just a casual runner out there. So that is Mount Elden off to your right there in the background. This is the trail that they're going to be coming off of and making their way into Buffalo Park, where they run down, make their way down to the mean streets of Flagstaff, Arizona, into Heritage Square.
Still hours ahead of course record pace.
So when Jeff and I were talking, I've been mentioning he said 62. I stand corrected. He said 60:19 was what he thought he could run. It was 6:0. So I did write it down. I went and double checked. It was 60:19. We are an hour under that currently. And so he's going to beat his own projected time.
And the course record.
And a significant course record. The previous course record was 69 hours, set by Mike Milkman McKnight, who is currently sitting in the top 10. I mean, he's running faster than he ran the year that he set the course record, but still, that tells you what kind of race it's been all day long. We've had some incredible runners just absolutely crushing it. We're making our way back along the course until we've run into our men's number 1, which could be Haroldus Subertus or Jeff Browning.
This is a pretty flat stretch right here in Buffalo Park.
I don't think I have seen like chats just continue to just burn through here. Ashley Paulson is still running. We've got Callie Vincent out there, Zachary Bates. We've got Arland Glick in 3rd place. Okay, so that is.
Oh boy.
I was going to say, it looks like a Jim Walmsley sighting is what that looks like. Nobody at the end of a 250-mile race is popping off like that. So
They're within 0.3 of each other.
they're looking like,
They're within like 0.1 of each other.
based on the information we have, which we are going to get eyes on it very shortly, Jeff Browning and Haroldus Subertus are within 0.1 miles of each other with a few miles to go here on the course. We've got a runner cam here. We've got a drone in the air. We are going to continue to just keep our eyes on the course until we see who shoots out of those pines first. Jake Jackson is out there. Yeah, we got a ton of runners. We've also pinned the live tracking up top there. So if you want to hop on there and look for runners specifically, you can see that. And while we await Jeff and Harry, I'll just give you a quick rundown, or Mercedes will give you a quick rundown of the top 5 men and women.
Let's see. So trackers are a little glitchy right now. So Jeff's hasn't updated for a hot minute, but apparently Jeff and Haroldus are competing for first place, first and second, within about a quarter mile of one another, with Arland Glick hot on their tail. Couple miles back, I think he should be hitting the top of Elden anytime now. In 4th, we have Joe Mcconahay, and then Michael Versteeg back in 5th place. The ladies' race, we have Mika Thews in 1st, she's in 7th place overall, which is amazing. This is impressive. Back in 2nd place, we have Manuela Valeska, it looks like, with Rachel Entrekin right behind her. Again, the trackers are updating, keeping an eye on that. Those ladies are less than a mile apart from one another, so a big competition for 2nd and 3rd right now. And then back in 4th place, we have, let me scroll down, it looks like Kylie Drugan Epic. And then behind her, we have Eliza Lapierre.
So just so everyone knows, right here on the screen is where our men's 1st and 2nd place will be popping out of the pines there on the Lower Oldham Trail there. That like little climb is quite a punch. Like it's a little kick in the face as they make their way into Buffalo Park. We anticipate that they will be hitting our drone coverage. I mean, if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say they're hitting that within the next 3 minutes, if not sooner. So we've got, once they hit her, they do have 3 miles to the finish. So a quarter-mile lead is not enough to solidify that top spot on the podium. Jeff and Harry have been battling it out for 59 hours and 24 minutes. That's Shad Burkholz, one of our runner cams. We got 2 runner cams out there, so we can make sure we get eyes on both of them.
In case one gets dropped.
Oh, man. All right, y'all. Who do you think we're going to see first?
We got 5,000 people in the chat watching right now. No big deal.
Yes. We love to see it.
The suspense, it's killing me.
I know. I'm done.
Look at that beautiful. I've ran this like 5 times so far.
So many people are giving Bronco Billy tons of love right now, which well deserved, right? Absolutely, he's a legend of the sport. I can guarantee no one competes harder than this guy. No one strategizes as much as this dude. Just really, really, really puts it in. But let's give some love to Haroldus Subertus out of Alaska, who has been chasing and making Jeff work these last couple hours. Like, Jeff knows Haroldus is right behind him. He came into that last aid station at the top of Elden, wondering, looking back, running scared at this point. He knows that he's got to put everything he can into it. So let's give some love to Harry out there, guys. Who doesn't love Harry S?
There's a lot of love for Harry S right now. Oh, we got a runner.
We've got a runner on screen right there. Let's see who that is. Jeff was wearing white gear. So we are going to assume that I think we can safely assume that this is Jeff with his pacer.
I don't know. Is it? Harry was wearing like a light green shirt, wasn't he? They're running strong.
I mean, if I'm Jeff, I'm like, dude, just get in front of me and make me work all the way to the finish.
Right? Try to drop me. Oh. Just going for
That's absolutely Jeff Browning. That is Jeff Browning wearing the sleeves, wearing the shirt. That's Jeff's forward lean.
In the back?
In the back, yep. That's his pacer up front. This is your men's leader here in the Cocodona 250.
I'm still not 100%.
Jeff looking back. He's looking back. He knows he's being chased. Oh, wait, those are poles.
I think
Jeff did have his poles out.
he put them away on the downhill. Harry
That
had
might be
long
Harry.
sleeves. I think it's Harry.
It's Harry. It's the hat. It's the bucket hat.
Is this first place? Did Harry take
We're
over
gonna
Jeff?
get an absolute confirmation here soon.
I
We've
have
got
goosebumps.
Shad Burkholz. That is a bucket hat. That is Haroldus Subertus has passed Jeff Browning here in the final 3 miles of the Cocodona 250.
Oh no, Jeff. That is
Haroldus
Harry.
Subertus.
He's got the poles.
Yes!
I'm going to tell Jeff you're cheering for Harry.
Who makes a move?
Maybe we miss Jeff.
Yeah, no, they're not missing.
Oh, Jeff, what's going on?
Yeah, like Jeff would have had to have gone through this way.
Look at him go. He's using those poles.
He's smart. He's using those poles all the way down on the flat.
I cannot believe Jeff let someone pass him.
I wonder if Bronco Billy gave him a giddy up as he passed him.
What is this pace right now? He's flying. They almost just took out a recreational jogger.
This is absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Haroldus Subertus has made a pass on Jeff Browning, our consistent men's leader of the race for the last 2 days. Here in the last 3 miles from this point to the finish line in Heritage Square is 3 miles.
Someone said, "You're a wizard, Harry." I like it.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Oh, I cannot read the chat that fast. Look at him go. What is this pace he's earning right now?
Harry
incredible.
the wizard with his wizard sticks. This is absolutely amazing. So we should have eyes on him, on at least him and Jeff, because we had Shad Burkholz was waiting back to catch Jeff. So let's see what has happened there. I cannot wait to get either of these guys here in the studio to interview them and to see what the heck happened, how this day played out. I want to know what that pass was all about.
What happened in those woods?
What happened in the woods? What happens in the Flagstaff Mountains stays in the Flagstaff Mountains. Maybe maybe Harry like jabbed him with his stick and like.
Oh, he did leave his poles out for a reason.
Yep, he's using those poles. I'm a believer. I'm using poles on every run from here on out.
But you got to know how to use your poles. You can't just use poles and be good. It takes practice.
I'm going to start practicing with my poles regularly.
You have to. It takes that time. You can't just be good at it.
So for those of you who are joining us, we've got eyes on men's leader of the Cocodona 250, Haroldus Subertus, who has passed Jeff Browning in the final couple miles of the race. He's got less than 3 miles left. He's making his way through Buffalo Park here in Flagstaff, Arizona, where he's going to traverse his way over to Heritage Square, where we've got the finish line. That is absolutely amazing. I told you it's that predator mentality.
But I thought Jeff had it.
Jeff was the prey. Jeff was being chased.
Harry S. Never saw it coming. And I think Arland is probably about on top of Elden right now. Maybe not going to catch Harry.
Arland has made a fantastic surge in this race as well, moving his way up the field into third, having cresting Elden right now, making his way down. But all of our attention is right here on our men's leader, Haroldus Subertus, making his way to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. I cannot believe a 250-mile race is literally coming down to within a quarter mile of each other.
Taking the lead in the last, 4 or 5 miles of a 250-mile race.
I'm speechless. The effort that Haroldus has put down to catch up to we've got some eyes on Jeff.
Arland's coming for him.
Jeff is walking it in at this point. It seems like he's given his all to the course. The goal is always to completely and utterly blow up as close to the finish line as possible. You always want to hope that it's
a little bit
on
closer.
The backside or a little closer than Jeff. But man, what an absolute beast Jeff Browning is, having given everything to this course. That downhill is unrelenting, and it could easily just destroy the quads. Haroldus, I don't think he realizes he doesn't have to run at this point, but he is giving everything he's got to get to that finish line. If I had Jeff Browning behind me, I absolutely would be going as fast and as hard as I possibly could.
I know he probably thinks he's still getting chased, and I mean, at this point, he's just putting in some training for his other 200s he's got on the list.
Yeah, it's the crazy part. He's got 3 more 200-milers to run this year. Don't blow your wad at Cocodona 250.
I don't know if anyone's going to bet against Harry S. again.
We're going to keep eyes here on Haroldus Subertus as he's making his way down into Heritage Square at Flagstaff, Arizona, finishing the Cocodona 250. This is our men's leader, absolutely putting on a clinic in the final hours of this race, making his way up and out of the aid stations in quick fashion, moving really, really well. Having made that climb up and over Elden, putting a lot of effort into that to catch Jeff Browning.
Look at that pace. He is just
He's
cruising.
made that pass. Speaking of Glick picks, ladies and gentlemen, your prayers have been answered. That is an Arland Glick. Our first Glick pick in quite some time. That just I feel a lot of pain for Arland right now. That looks like it's taking everything he's got to climb up and over Elden. He's not too far away from the summit of Elden, so
Poncho's there.
We got Poncho Bryce on it. He's going to give you guys some great footage, I'm sure. Haroldis Subertis making, trying to make quick work of these final miles.
He's doing 6 miles an hour. And that was recently.
Yeah, he's running at least 10-minute miles.
Oh, that's comment. That's a limp Glick pick.
That is the best comment of the day. If I could donate to you.
It went by so fast, I don't know who
It was so great.
Oh, Phoenix is in on it now.
That Glick pick looked a little limp.
Paul.
There it is. Paul B. The winning comment.
You won the day,
I can
Paul.
retire. Paul, you can come have my job.
You can take both of our jobs.
You've beaten the internets today, Paul.
Sorry, Mike, that's me. Who's cackling in your back? I'm sorry, that was just too funny. I couldn't help but cackle. Going for a run?
I go to the finish line, then get my run.
Be safe out there, man.
And way to go, Haroldis Subertis. Absolutely making great work here.
Do you think he's going sub 60? Maybe that's what's on his mind now.
He's absolutely, if he's moving at this pace, he is absolutely going sub 60. He's going to squeak it in. It's going to be very close, but he's going to be in there 59, 58.
So I misspoke before when I said he's got 2 more hundreds after this. He's got Tahoe 200, Bigfoot 200, and Moab 240.
Oh, yeah, just a 240 in there.
This
A 240.
is just training run.
Yeah, he's going to finish with a 240. This is just practice for Haroldis Subertis. He is just, coming out here just to practice what it's like to go 240 miles.
Maybe
in
he just
fantastic
saved a little.
fashion.
He had some left in the tank. He's burning it all up.
What an absolute stud. Everybody in the chat, let's give it up for this man, Haroldis Subertis. Just absolutely crushing it. I've run this trail a couple times this week out of our Airbnb, and it's a nice little downhill gravel road, but
I don't think I was running this fast.
he's got to get himself through Flagstaff, and one thing I do know is he's going to make his way onto the road, and then he's got a nice uphill he's got to make, which does not feel good at this point. But after that, he gets to cruise downhill. He does get to pass the Flagstaff Medical Center just in case.
Just in case.
He's getting some cheers, some love out there on the field. Oh, man.
And it looks like, well, someone said Mika just passed Jeff Garmeyer in the chat, but his tracker hasn't updated for 18 minutes, so not 100% on that one.
So while we are watching Haroldis Subertis make his way and not get hit by any cars here in Flagstaff, they are required to obey all the rules of the crosswalks out there. These are not closed streets. So definitely keeping an eye out for traffic. Stop when necessary.
Look at that stride.
I saw him lean on those poles a little bit when they were stopped.
That was the pacer, wasn't it?
It was both of them. I'd be exhausted just watching this dude crush all day.
I mean, if I just drove by, I wouldn't think he ran 249 miles right now.
So I could only imagine what some of the people in Flagstaff are thinking right now as they bike past this guy who probably looks like he's got a 1,000-yard stare on his face, make his way through a 250-mile stare on his face, making his way through the mean streets of Flagstaff, Arizona. We've got eyes on Arland Glick here. Looking a little more stout, making his way down the hill. Arland's always got strong legs in any race. He's such a great closer, such a great dude. He's making his way over to the Mount Elden aid station. Look at those beautiful, beautiful skies. Haroldis grabbing a little more water. I mean, you cannot stop and not take care of yourself here at this point. But let's just give a quick update of the top men's and women's for those who are just tuning in.
Yeah, right now on camera you can see Geraldo Subertas in first place with Jeff Browning back in second. We have Arland Glick coming down from Elden in third place, Joe McConahay in the chase, and Michael Versteege back in fifth. And then as far as women, we have Mika crushing it in first place, sixth or seventh overall, waiting for trackers to update. Then we have, let's see, Manuela Villaseca in second with Rachel Entrekin in third. Those ladies' trackers, I need an update, but they're pretty close. It looks almost like they're running together, maybe less than a quarter mile within one another. So it's not over yet.
And speaking of Mount Elden, just for anyone who is going to be out here crewing, supporting, pacing, etc., any runners out in Flagstaff, Arizona, if you want to make your way up to the top of Mount Elden at 8 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Caleb Schiff, the owner of Pizzacletta, will be up there handing out free pizzas at the top of Elden at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for the rest of the week, actually. So head up there. Caleb was kind enough to donate some pizzas to us last night so we could feed the staff here in studio. We had some great gelato, some olive oil gelato, and some chocolate sea salt gelato. We had some amazing pizzas, some salad. If you are coming up to Flagstaff and you're not able to grab yourself a free pizza, just go grab one there at Pizzacletta. There's 2 locations. You can go to their main location, or you can head out to Dark Sky Brewing as well. Grab some Pizzacletta there.
Maybe stop and get some Drinking Horn mead. Trying to persuade them to make a new flavor, but I don't know if I'm going to get anywhere with that.
Heroldus has made one of the last turns he's going to have to make all day, running past the medical center there, the front of the medical center. So he knows exactly where he needs to go. He made the right turn in the city. There's only 2 more turns that are between him and a finish line. He's going to make his way down North Beaver Street, right past Beaver Liquors, a just absolute standard here in Flagstaff, Arizona. He's going to make a left-hand turn onto Birch Avenue, where he will finally make his turn into Heritage Square, right past Diablo Burger for that finish line. Arland Glick
slowing down.
Those little baby climbs at this point in a race, man, they'll hurt. But
he put his poles away.
Luckily for him, he doesn't have a whole lot of uphill left in the day.
Harry S. just making quick work of this pavement. That can't feel good right now.
The stride he's got right now is absolutely ridiculous for 48 miles into a race.
I wonder what his split is on this last mile, because he looks fresh. Like, I don't know if I would start a 250 at this pace.
Looks like he's got some crew and pacers joining him here for the final little bit. I mean, how could you absolutely not be so thrilled to see him having taken, I believe that's a Jamil Corey in front of him.
Oh, you finally got him on the camera. This is what you were asking
for. That's the jam cam.
You asked and we delivered.
Arland is sitting on top of Mount Elden, almost to the Elden aid station. For those who are asking in the chats, he's in third place overall. He's got a very comfortable third place at this point, but he was moving not as fast as we'd like to see him to make it secured. Versteeg is behind him. There's Jamil Corey getting some coverage with the GoPro there. Look at Heroldus Subertas. He's going to go tag the button real quick. Get across that street a little faster. His pacer is like hunched over, looking like he's just had it for the day.
Rough. It's like one of those memes where you have like road runners who would be jogging right now, and he's just chilling, like he's just going out.
His
on a jog.
his pacer looks worse than he does.
Someone put in the chat that he doesn't know his pacer very well. I'm curious if he really does or not.
Well, he had a mean introduction to who Heroldus Subertus is, out of Alaska, absolutely making a name for himself, a statement here at the Cocodona 250.
Is he going to make it under 60?
He's got 15 minutes, and he's got I believe under a mile to go at this point.
Oh, he's got it.
He's got his sub 60-hour finish.
Just crushing the course record by 10 hours.
A casual 10-hour decimation of the course record.
All right, who's next for 2025? Go register. This could be you.
Exactly. This could be you. Or you could be the pacer, one or the other.
It's a lot cheaper for the pacer.
Let's all hope and pray that Jamil does not get hit by a car as he's just completely not looking where he's going there.
They're going pretty quick.
Comment section, surprise twist, Anton has been winning this whole time. That is eyes on Arland Glick there in the aid station. Getting refueled, a little rehydrated. Arland, one of the fan favorites, just really new to the 200-plus mile distance, kind of making sure that he secured his spot on the podium, the last position there in third place. He doesn't have a whole lot that he's running from. He's not really within striking distance. Joe Mcconahay has not even started the climb up Elden yet, so he does have a comfortable lead. It by no means is a definitive lead, but it's a very comfortable lead. So he can really just make sure he's left foot, right foot, just like his shirt says. Rinse, repeat, get yourself down to that finish line. In true, kind Arland fashion, thanking the aid station volunteers there, getting himself a nice burrito. Heroldus Subertus is going to be making a left-hand turn here shortly. Pacers are having a nice little chat about how absolutely insane this day has been. So Heroldus Subertus was not in the beginning of the race. He was kind of in and out of the top five, really making most of his work on the course and against the rest of the field here in the last 24 hours, moving up consistently, running his own race, being smart, being intelligent, really dosing out his effort to just maximize and give it everything he's got. So for those watching at home, he's going to make a left-hand turn on Birch. Which is just a couple blocks away. Then from there, we are going to make a right-hand turn to the finish line right there in Heritage Square. We apologize. It is a little choppy there. We do have amazing crystal clear footage of the finish line, so worry not, we're going to get it. We've got eyes back on Bronco Billy Jeff Browning, who has just given it everything he possibly has, making his way through Buffalo Park in true Bronco Billy fashion. He's gonna close this one out. He's gonna get it done. But today's day is Heroldus Subertus, the Alaskan crusher, just laying it all out there in the final miles of the race to make the pass with 3 miles left to go. I think someone here on the live stream called it. Whoever makes it to Elden with the legs is going to win it. Worry not, everybody. We promise we are going to bring you the finish line coverage of Heroldus Subertus. Our follow cam has been dipping in and out, but we do have crystal clear, amazing coverage there of the finish line. And here he is coming. There at Heritage Square.
Just
Ladies and
under 60
gentlemen,
hours.
this is your course record holder and finisher of Cocodona 250, Mr. Heroldus Subertus out of Alaska. What an amazing performance. A course record by 10 hours, taking the lead in the literal final miles of the course. Embracing his crew and what I'd consider his partner there with a nice little kiss.
Just amazing. Under 60 hours, 250 miles.
And it all came down to the final miles. Let's hear it for your men's champion of the Cocodona 250 here in 2024.
I have goosebumps.
All right, everybody go to the sign-up sheet. Hit up airviperrunning.com. Let's sign up for the Cocodona 250. I'll see you all here at the start line. Let's do this. Howie really getting kind of the shots. Heroldus Subertus, take it all in. My man, you have earned this moment. Get that man a flota. You know, it really does come down to dosing out your effort levels throughout the entire day. And this is by no means to discredit Jeff Browning and all the effort he's done. Still a 10-hour course record for Heroldus Subertus, and Jeff Browning will come very, very close to that. He's a few miles out right now. He's marching his way into the finish line. You know, he put on such a heroic performance, raced a smart race. You know, Joe Stringbean Mcconahay had the lead, a significant lead up until yesterday morning. Heroldus Subertus stayed patient, stayed dedicated, stayed relentless in his pursuit of that finish line, and it paid off in spades.
Jeff leading for nearly 2 days. That's got to take a toll. You're setting the pace for everyone else.
You know, Heroldus knew he had a lot of work ahead of him to catch Jeff. I'm curious of how that pass and that change went. We'll see if we can't convince Jamil Corey to tell him to go get some rest and then pop back here in the broadcast later this week. First, walk over to Diablo Burger and put your order in, and then come over to the studio. Maybe we can get him a milky flota to recover.
He'd probably have some more miles on his legs after that. Go to a shakeout run, cool down.
I mean, as smooth as he was running towards the end, I can't imagine. I don't even have that kind of pep in my step at the end of a marathon or 100, let alone a 100 miler, let even more alone a 250 miler.
No, he's on some other level. What's in the water in Alaska?
Some of the best who have ever done it have come from Alaska. Absolute just shred monsters out there.
I mean, if you're running from grizzly bears, you're probably pretty tough.
That's what it was. At this point in the race, he just imagined Jeff Browning was a grizzly bear and was just like running from him. That's what it was. I think we can call it here. Someone get him a chair. I don't know. Actually, to be fair, if I hit this point in a race and I sit down, I'm not getting back up for a very long time.
We have Arland in the aid station on Elden still. He's put on a jacket. Just taking his time, eating some snacks.
Filling up his Ultra Spire pack there.
Just talking to the aid station workers.
He's
Nice.
probably thanking all of them individually.
Aw.
That's Arland, right?
We turn our attention towards our men's third place currently. He's got a very comfortable third place lead. We've got the crew celebrating Haroldo Subertis, your men's Cocodona 250 2024 champion. We want to, these types of races and these types of efforts, they take a lot out of you. You put a lot of hours and time and effort into, your goals and what you're trying to do there. And, for Jeff to get past in the final miles, I know he didn't take that lightly, and I'm sure that was a little bit of a kick in the pants there, but we're going to give him some space. No one wants a camera in their face in the final moments of a race where you're, probably feeling some feels out there. So we're going to be respectful of that, give him a little bit of space. We will have his finish line crossing, of course, but for those who are wanting to get eyes on him, we do have them, but we are going to let him have these final moments of his race. He gave you 59 hours and 50 minutes of everything he's got. We can absolutely give him the next couple miles until he gets that finish line to himself and to his crew and his pacers that worked so relentlessly to get him there. Let's give him that. So we've heard some chatter there in our chat that asking about the different course records. Joe Mcconahay did one year have a faster finish, 59:28. However, that was an altered course due to fires, so we can't say that was an official course record for the the quote unquote hard course, the original course. So this is a different race than when Joe Mcconahay ran that time years ago, back in 2022. On this current course, the record was 69 hours. So this is a new course record at the Cocodona 250.
Do we know how much Harry S. slept?
We need to get him in for an interview. He's one that we did not get a whole lot of data on throughout the day. I imagine his crew is just like, yo, we just want to get him to the finish line. We're not going to worry about this broadcast nonsense.
Yeah, give him a 20-minute nap and bring him in.
Yeah, I would anticipate that his game plan was to give us the fireworks there at the finish, which he absolutely did. For those of you who are just joining us here on Mountain Outpost, this is the Cocodona 250. I'm Zach Marion, joined by Mercedes Siegel-Gaither. We just witnessed such an incredible historic performance by Haroldo Subertis to set the new course record under 60 hours. He took took 10 hours off the previous course record. We're witnessing the finish line and the celebration and the joy. Give him his moments, give him his time to shine. And just an update on the women's field currently. We've got our leader, Mika Thews, making her way down course. She has quite the commanding lead there on the rest of the course. In fact, she is currently sitting at 7th place overall. We'll make sure we give you updates to the rest of the field as we get them. But we've got in the men's race currently as it stands, we have a men's champion in Heroldus Subertus. Second place out on the course right now, making his way to the finish line, is Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy, a fan favorite, a legend of the sport. Behind him, up on top of Elden, is Arland Glick in a very comfortable third place. Not quite close enough to chase Jeff down, but definitely comfortably sitting in third. We saw him take quite a bit of time up there on top of Elden at the Mount Elden by Cotulla aid station, enjoying some Pete's meats. He had a nice Pete's burrito up there.
And I feel like Arlen up top just fueling, like, he's just hungry and eating dinner at this point. Like, no one's hot on his tail. He's just enjoying Pete's meats.
Really just savoring Pete's meats up there at the Mount Elden aid station.
Shout out to John Ripsum in the chat. Are you going to sign up for Cocodona 250 2025? Because registration's open.
Yeah, what a heroic performance today. The come from behind victory. I mean, when you can make someone like an absolute legend of the sport, Jeff Browning, work himself to that degree to, you know, work for that win and to make that pass that late stage in the race, you played your cards absolutely right. Okay, so to bring you an update on the women's field, Mika Thews is sitting at mile 221. Behind her is Manu Villaseca, who is sitting at 202. So Mika Thews has thrust herself into a 20-mile lead here on the course. Again, that is by no means the end of the race, as we witnessed here. A lot can happen in the final miles of a 250-mile race. And behind her, literally right behind her, is Rachel Intriken, who was once leading the race just this morning, or yesterday morning, this morning. At some point, she was leading the race very handily. And behind her, we have Kylie Drugan-Epic and Liza LaPierre and Elsa Jaworski, Ashley Paulson, really making their way to the finish line as we speak, sitting around 180-ish miles, respectively. For those who are asking, Orange Hat Guy, Brian Pape, number 38, is sitting around mile 187. Still within the top 20 or so athletes. Kevin Goldberg is out there. Finn Melanson is rounding out your top 10 currently. Mike McKnight, who put down a pretty impressive performance last year, sitting at 203. Jake Jackson, a local favorite, 180, sitting the top 30-ish. We got a lot of athletes out there. We got a lot of race left to go, and we are not going to end this broadcast other than to swap streams, because we do have to do that every handful of hours. But we are not going to end this broadcast anytime soon. It will be Saturday afternoon when the final runner crosses the finish line that we will sign off until the start line of Cocodona 250 2025. And if you're interested, registration is already up. Head on over there, sign up. You've got a whole year to train.
We have quite the crew growing at the finish line. If you're out in Flagstaff, you should go on out, cheer on these runners, bring them home.
Yeah, absolutely. Just heroic performance today by Harolda Subertis, your 2024 Cocodona 250 men's champion. Scrub back, rewind a little bit, watch the chat go absolutely bonkers when we got eyes on him in Buffalo Park with 3 miles to go. It looked so much like Jeff Browning had that forward lean, and I stood corrected. That was Harolda Subertis who popped out of the pines first.
He sure did. He made such an effort these last couple days, finishing before dark. Don't have to worry about those headlamps again. No more naps. Now you can just go to bed.
He put that headlamp away and he's like, yeah, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
And scrolling down, our DNF list is growing.
That I would imagine so. This 250 miles is quite a significant effort. We've got a lot of runners left to go. We're sitting there at the Sedona aid station there. As soon as we can get eyes on, Mika and Manu and Rachel, we're going to try to bring you kind of the ladies' action there in the 250 as we've already crowned our men's champion and new course record holder in Harolda Subertis, but we are going to keep it going until we get Jeff and Arland, Versteeg, all the other fan favorites down to that finish line, but we're going to also interlace that with the rest of the race that is unfolding out there.
You got that women's 2 and 3 are within a half mile of each other.
Which we are going to have a rather exciting women's race as well with Mika has quite the lead, but women's second and third are about a half mile away from each other with a lot of miles left to battle it out.
Right. They got a long battle, and overnight they're going to see each other's headlights. They're going to know exactly where they are.
Are we gonna get naps in tonight, or are we no sleep till
Skip
Flagstaff?
It could be carnage.
There's enough miles left in the race that I think another hard reset, another good rim cycle of 20 to 30 minutes rest would really do favor. And we've seen Rachel Intrican deploy this tactic all week or all the last couple of days where she's taking longer rests all at once and then surging ahead and catching and passing. And then when she made her pass on Mika, it was after a big rest. So,
but didn't we hear that her crew kind of told her she didn't want to take a nap and then she just sat down and passed out for a while?
Yeah.
So what's going to happen tonight?
Let the body speak at that point, right?
They have about 48 miles, those two ladies left to battle it out.
We're going to make sure we give the entirety of this field the love that they deserve. Front of the pack, back of the pack. Obviously, yes, the race is happening in the front of the pack right now, and this is the excitement for the moment. There is a ton of love and a ton of excitement that happens after the podium finishes, and that is the rest of our runners making their way from Phoenix, Arizona to Flagstaff, Arizona, through the Bradshaws, through Sedona. Absolutely amazing. If you are in Flagstaff right now, if you're crewing, if you're pacing, if you live here, head on over to that finish line, please. Let's get Jeff Browning into that finish line. Let's cheer him on. A true legend of the sport. He's got a career that surpasses my number of years in the sport, and he's still crushing at the front of it.
Don't forget your cowbells. Make some noise out there.
Any word on Orange Hat Guy Brian Pape? I just gave an update on him a few minutes ago. He's around mile 180. So orange hat guy is Brian Pape.
What if he changes his hat?
I was going to say, at this point, he might not be orange hat guy, but Brian's your dude. Go find him. He gave us quite a bit of fun chatter in the beginning of the race here.
Thanks, Jennifer Rosso, for your $8 donation.
Yeah, so those who have been following along, Jeff was the first runner to hit Elden, made some really hard work up that climb, and with 8 miles to go, Geraldo Subertis was able to close a just over 15-minute gap. I believe it was an 18-minute gap leaving the Mount Elden aid station. That descent down to Buffalo Park, he was able to close that gap and pass Jeff. We do know that, Jeff is alive and well, but he's definitely feeling the effects of 249-ish miles on his body and his legs, and we're going to go ahead and give him a little bit of space to just really take in these final couple miles, this walk through as he makes his way through Flagstaff, Arizona. He's absolutely earned this time and the privacy to really lean on his crew, his team that's been supporting him and really helping him put on quite the show over the last 60 hours. So no, we are not neglecting him. In fact, let's everyone please send him a little bit of love. We will hear from him. He promised me an interview after the race.
We have Chris Warden in the chat saying Harry's just putting on some sandals and looks, can't talk anymore. It looks good.
Of course, Chris. Hey, don't you have commentating duties you need to get back here for?
Feel free to bring some mead on your way.
Or canes.
Thank you so much for joining us, guys. For those of you who are just tuning in, we've got a light update that Jeff is making his way to the finish line. He is going to walk it in at this point. Our men's champion and new course record holder, Geraldo Subertis, from Alaska, has absolutely crushed the previous course record by 10 hours. Mika Thews, our women's winner, is also under women's course, our women's leader is under course record pace by over 3 hours at this point. She has a very, very comfortable, significant lead on the rest of the field, but there is a lot of race to go. So please do not go anywhere. We are going to await the arrival of Jeff Browning and Arland Glick, our second and third place respective males, here in the field. We are going to cut to some commercials, but we will be back shortly.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the ever lovable legend of the sport, Jeff Browning, making his way to the finish line here.
Bringing it home.
What an absolute
Hugs all around.
This is absolutely amazing. Watching Jeff Browning here make his way. Matt Feldake.
Oh, what was his time estimate? 60:19?
60:19 was his time estimate.
Oh my gosh,
guess where we are at?
Cross it.
60:19 and 50 some odd seconds.
Oh my gosh.
I think he intentionally did this.
That's amazing. He's like, I'm just going to take in some hugs, show people that I know exactly what I'm doing.
What an absolute legend.
Amazing. Where's the milk? Give this man some raw milk.
Get this man his milk. There he is, Jeff Browning in the white shirt with the kind of pink reddish trim, his Ultra jersey, who had put an incredible performance in all day long. I mean, he's got me just about in tears right now. Way to leave it all on the course. Jeff Browning, you are our Cocodona 250 second place male finisher in 9 hours under the previous course record pace.
A 9-hour course record. That's amazing. And it's so hard doing these ultras. You see who gets first place. And if they break the course record, it's amazing. But we have second place crushing the course record by 9 hours. That's amazing.
That's absolutely phenomenal. And it's happened so many times, especially as of recent, where we've had battles of both men and women who've decimated course records but still got second place. We think of Katie Scheid and Courtney DeWalter last year at Western States. Katie Scheid taking down by a significant margin a previous course record that wasn't even close to being touched any other year, but happens to do it on a year that Courtney DeWalter also decimates the course record. The same thing happened to Jim Walmsley and Jared Hazen when Walmsley set the record there at Western States. And it's the way the sport is going. It's the way it's trending. We are obviously growing as a sport. We're learning. Jeff put on an absolute clinic of a race strategy, only to be surpassed and outdone by Haroldas Subertis, which is nothing against him. It's not like Jeff completely fell apart and faded. It just Harry had such an incredible day that it put him in that position to win. So that just speaks volumes of our champion Haroldas Subertis from Alaska, that he beat Jeff Browning, a legend of the sport, who in his own right had one of the best days that I think we might ever see on this course.
And I mean, they were only 20 minutes apart. That's still amazing. Over 250 miles to be 20 minutes apart.
That is absolutely impressive.
That's seconds per mile.
Chat is going absolutely crazy, giving Bronco Billy all the love. Giddy up, my man. I've spent a lot of miles with Jeff, and he is a solid human being, just an absolute amazing person. And he gave us a show. He absolutely gave us a show and, let us witness greatness happen here on the course, and, made Harry Subertis work super hard to get to that finish line in order to win the race. So if it weren't for him, Harry may not have run the time that he did today. I mean, I know I'd be running scared as F if I knew Bronco Billy was behind me.
Right. And this is such an elite field. We have so many fast people racing. That's got to play into how they're racing for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And let's also mention that Jeff Browning is 52 years old.
That's amazing.
No
excuses for anyone.
No excuses whatsoever. I know at 38, I feel it when I, sleep on the wrong mattress, let alone, run 250 miles. So I've got no excuses. I'm inspired. I think our entire community here in the chat is utterly inspired by Jeff Browning and what he's been able to do today. We see Pete Mortimer with the backwards hat, a good friend of Jeff Browning. Absolutely incredible.
So if Pete's at the finish, who's tending to the smoked meats on Elden?
Pete took his meat right off of Elden, and he'll be back later this evening making sure that everybody's fed and taken care of. I'm getting a lot of requests in the chat. Can we get Jacket Guy to move a little bit?
Did Howie get the shot?
Howie's definitely gotten the shots, that's for sure. I can't wait to see what Howie puts out after this race. He gets amazing.
He's already
amazing.
put some great stuff out there. even the social media coverage has been awesome.
If anybody's at the finish line watching the feed, please go give a puffy jacket guy a little tug. Well, I know that Jamil is getting the finish line interviews, and we'll have those up on the Mountain Outpost social media channels. So go ahead and hit us up on Instagram, Mountain Outpost. We'll have the finish line interviews. We will have so much more great content that we'll be pushing out over the next couple hours. I will say that Jeff promised me an interview after the race, so he should be in by the end of the week. He needs to get himself taken care of first. Absolutely, absolutely amazing. We kind of say all that in jest. The photographers have the absolute right to be there at the finish line. They're all media credentialed photographers, and yes, they do get to be at the finish line there. It did obstruct our view a little, and we would have wanted to see Jeff Browning, but
oh, there we go. Yeah, look at that smile.
He's still smiling, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff loves this sport. He loves everything about it. He went 250 miles, and he absolutely is not going to take another step. He just sat down at that finish line. He's like, here's where I sit for the next few hours.
Someone needs to take that pack off him. He's going to feel so much better. I guess easy.
I know, that's his pack. It was made just for him. It should fit like a second skin. Let's show him some love, ladies and gentlemen. In the chat, let's hear it from Mr. Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, 52 years young, making it look super easy out there for most of the day. All the love. I want to see hearts just float all over this page.
Thanks for the $10, Michael Hauser.
Thank you so much for joining us. For those that are just coming in, we've had our men's champion at the 2024 Cocodona 250, Harolda Subertis, make a late stage surge. And for a 250-mile race, the final 3 miles is a pretty late surge pass to become our men's champion and current record course record holder. That you just saw was Jeff Bronco Billy Browning, who has just given his all to put on a show here on Mountain Outpost, coming in second place behind Harolda Subertis. We've got Arland Glick still out on the field. We also have an incredible stacked women's field right now. Mika with a great, incredible lead. And then we have Manu Villaseca in second place and Rachel Intrican in third place. And they are really having a battle. So stay tuned for them. It's been an absolute pleasure. Mercedes, thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final time you are going to see me for the rest of the week. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this and to call the race. I appreciate all of your chats here, the love that you've been sending out to the Mountain Outpost team. I am going to dip out of here. I didn't get anyone hit me up on my DMs for a ride out of Flagstaff down to Phoenix, so I got to go catch a bus. Thank you all for the love, for the support. We will see you. I will see you next at Western States 100 when Mountain Outpost travels out there. But until then, you've got a lot of hours. You got Saturday afternoon is when you are going to cut the feed here. We're going to go live until then. Again, thank you, everybody. I love you. I will see you at the next one. Until then, I'm going to entrust you with the wonderful Mercedes Siegel-Gaither here. Thank you so much for taking it, Mercedes.
Yeah. Do you trust me?
I trust you wholeheartedly. It's all yours at this point. So if it fails, I'm already gone. So I don't care. Thank you so much, guys. I will see you next time.
And I'm back all by myself with the microphone. So let's have a lovely evening, friends. Can you hear me? I'm afraid to ask. I haven't gotten a hard yes. So we are just waiting for Arland Glick, who's currently our third place male leader. He should be coming in sometime in the next hour to the finish line. So right now you're getting some solid drone shots around the top of Mount Elden. We should have our fourth place male coming up there in a wee bit. Let's see, in fourth we have Joe Mcconahay with fifth place Michael Versteeg behind him, and then Jeff Garmeyer, the FK Tiger, with Mika Thews, our first place female, shortly behind. So keep watching, we'll keep commentating, and by we I mean me. So I'm not sure who's coming in next. Keep throwing some love out in the chat for your runners. We can give an eye on how they're doing, where they are on course. Bear with me. Let's see what the trackers are saying with Arland. Let's see. It looks like he is roughly at 244.5 a minute ago. So he should be about Buffalo Park, pretty close. Then just a few more miles to that finish line. So if any of you are locals to Flagstaff, make your way downtown, get out to that finish line, support some of our runners coming in. I'm sure they'd be so happy to see you. Nothing is better than, I'm sure, running 250 miles and then coming into a finish line with some of your closest friends and family. Don't forget your cowbells. We got some drone footage in Buffalo Park after that big Elden descent, coming down to about 7,000 feet from 9,000 feet. So their legs are probably feeling it at this point. Any of you in the chat signed up for 2025 yet? Just a friendly reminder that registration is still open. Spots are filling up quick. Pick your pacers, your friends, your family to come crew. Take that time off work early. Start planning your snack game. It's a great time. Look at these shots. Who doesn't want to run these trails for 250 miles? It looks like we have Sally McCrae in the chat. Definitely a mega ultra crusher. Thanks for your donation, Sally. Are you signing up for next year? Think about it. So what would you rather do? A 200-mile race or a stage race? Like 5 days of running, like a 50K or something. Don't everybody answer at once. Okay, you all just are waiting patiently for your Glick pics. I should have known. Nice. Alex offered. Do you have your crew lined up? Picked out some pacers? Ooh, Trans Rockies. I love Buena Vista. It's actually where I lived, so I'm a bit of a fan. Running to Leadville is always fun. Sally loves 200s more than a stage race. I'll have to try one of these days. I'm not 100% sold though. Also, 250 miles? How do we call it a 200? Like it's 250. It's another 50 miles, but we just sum it up as a 200. Thanks, Cecilia. I appreciate the love. Look at those views. Sally, the furthest race I've done was Leadville, and it didn't go well. I was hoping I would love hundreds, and maybe somewhere deep down I will, but I'm a little scared. I'm going to try 118K. That seems like a happy medium, right? I like 50 miles, 100 miles, meh. Let's do like 70-ish miles. Taking any recommendations, let me know. Oh, hey, Kate Olson, shout out another 100-mile crusher. I can't even count how many she's done. Look at that. Oh, what is this a shot of? Some trails. We have those Sedona 125 milers out there. Yesterday, someone put in the chat, oh, I'm only doing the 125. But don't sell yourself short. That's a long way to run. Sally, I totally agree. I don't think I need to run 100 miles at 10,000 feet. Although High Lonesome is very tempting. It's not quite 10,000, but she's up there. Ooh, Looking Glass, is that 100, Kyle? November, I don't know, do I want to do a birthday 100-miler? Just in case anyone was wondering, I'm a Scorpio. November 6th is my birthday. Ooh, 100K, that sounds like a nice solid distance. Let's give this tracker an update and see where Arland is. The question is, are his darlings at the finish line? I'm sure they're awaiting his arrival. Have these views sold anyone to register for Cocodona next year yet? The time is now. or soon. You got some time. Let's see, it looks like 3 minutes ago, Arland was at 244.4. So just a little over 5 miles from the finish. You know, Joel, Javelina's on my list, and I was supposed to do Black Canyon 100K, but decided against it. So I have a voucher for an Air Viper race. This is just me and my closest 2,700 friends watching some videos together talking about running. What else can I ask for in life? Oh, Zach's listening. Oh, just kidding. He's gone now. Alyssa, you're at the finish line with Ireland's Darlings.
What kind of junk are people saying out there?
Nobody's saying anything terrible.
You can absolutely never trust one like you did. No, it is. You just have to hit the kill switch there. That's what I do every time. And that's what we should be doing every time. Is just studio off. Yeah. And we should give you guys a kill switch. That'd be
Oh, there's a person. They are just going for a walk. Shout out to all of our drone operators. I wonder if they're getting any sleep. Oh, who do we have on the camera? Is this a 125er? What day is it? Today is Wednesday. We have confirmation that today is Wednesday. Sedona 125 started. We have a 38-mile race on Friday. Sounds fun. Get a little shakeout. I've heard Aid Station Fireball is doing the 38-mile race. Anyone do free fantasy for that? I'd put him in the top 10. Look at those beautiful trails, those red rocks, and those green trees. Anyone know what kind of trees they are? This is a test. Okay, you all failed. These are pinyon pines. You can smell them, but they don't smell like butterscotch. They smell like pines. Maybe some juniper. Those are great. You can eat juniper berries. They're full of vitamin C. Thanks for dropping in the chat, Sally. So much love. Jason, Skittles or Starburst? I haven't had those in years, but they sound great right now. I think I'd go for maybe a Skittle. They just seem easier. Nice, we got Skittles in the studio. We don't have Starburst though. What? Why are they so small?
They're the littles.
Skittles Littles? Is this a thing? Yep. Seems like a scam.
I have a Starburst energy drink. Seems like a scam.
I'd prefer full size. All right, I'm back. I think I'm gonna get booted soon. What did I miss? Oh, we got a runner cam. Thanks, Beverly. I like that you appreciate my sense of humor. Sometimes it just slips out. I don't even think after hours started. Can we start it now? Is there someone designated to do that? Can I do that?
After hours is after dark. Sunset
Oh.
around 6, 7.
It's dark somewhere.
It's after hours somewhere.
Is anyone else going to come talk with me? Am I all alone? So if I drink some mead, am I drinking alone if there are people still in the studio? Just not sitting next to me?
I've got this. I don't know anything about this sport.
All right, let's see. Who do we have this camera on now? Are they wearing... No, those are not Crocs. Arland is making his way to the finish, Vicky. He should be here hopefully in the next hour. I think he's maybe about 5 miles out if the trackers are updating. Scott, Jeff finished. He did amazing. 20 minutes behind Harolda. Crushed it. He ran 250 miles. I like this Midwest person. Midwest ATG. Drink the mead. I can tell they're from the Midwest. We're just showing some shots of the Sedona 125 right now.
Presumably?
This is like a course preview for all of you who want to go sign up. Look at that beautiful sunshine. It's the golden hour, the blue skies, nice and cool temperatures at the time. Gosh. I don't think I'm going to mix mead with milk. I think that would just curdle instantly. Stephanie, the women, when do we think they will be done? Let me see my tracker update quick. We do have Mika. I have a feeling she's going to finish 7th overall. Let's see what the update does. Manuela and Rachel Entrikin were pretty close for 2nd and 3rd. I think we might have another battle for that women's podium. With my update, Mika is about 224 miles in. That updated 16 minutes ago. So girl's got less than a marathon left, and she is making those boys work. She is right behind Jeff Garmeyer. The two are both teammates for John G. So it'll be cool to see if they're going to work together, push each other to get to that finish line. But I've heard that tigers, they hunt alone. So we'll see what happens. Corinna's back in the studio. You're on your own? Are you scared? She's curious why I'm alone. So am I. I am an only child, so it's kind of natural. Everyone left. They only have muted my microphone once, so that's a good sign, right?
Hey, we didn't have to bribe the chat to do it.
Yeah, feel free to like and subscribe Mountain Outpost. Give me some, I don't know, are they going to look at when that happens? Will I get credit if more people like it? Send some hearts. I don't know, the little hearts just make me feel good when I see them all flow in, so feel free. We're all just human here. Glick picks are on the way. Someone wants to know how the meets were, Corinne. We'll get her direct opinion soon. Just asking you about the meets. It's okay. You'll be on soon.
Oh, okay. I will. Okay, I'll be ready.
Freeze-dried Skittles. Are Skittles not already freeze-dried?
No, there are freeze-dried
Skittles and mead. All right, we got a pacer. Who is this runner on screen? Do the 125 runners have pacers, or is this a 250?
This is a 250. That bib on the back is a little lighter.
He's wearing a lot of white. Is it Michael Milk Knight? Jason Haynes, the story of Arland. You know, we don't go back very far, mostly just this race, but currently he's in 3rd place, and he's making his way down from Elden. We'll be seeing him finish hopefully in the next hour, working for a podium spot. He's got Joe Mcconahay behind him, but not hot on his tail, and Michael Versteeg behind him. You know, I am on my 2nd flota. Alexa, you could be there. You could sign up and you could be here next year. This could be you. You could get YouTube famous. You could be on the screen. Let's see, is this a 125 runner? All right. Do we have any footage of the 250? Dasha, we were up to 6K followers earlier. You missed it. I hope you can replay the finish because it was beautiful. We had Heraldus with a course record of nearly 10 hours, and he's going to do 3 more 200s this year. So pretty emotional watching Jeff Browning cross that finish line, just leading for nearly 2 days, crushing the course, coming in 20 minutes behind Heraldus. So we're just awaiting our 3rd place male leader coming in hopefully soon. Everyone's awaiting their Glick pics. And thankfully, no one's been asking for foot pics. That's a nice relief. But I feel like those people kind of come out more after dark. Thanks, Dora. Yeah, another fan favorite, Finn. He's still moving forward. He is making it happen. You know, from those pictures, his face, he just looked a little dazed, but maybe that's his game plan. That's his strategy. Make his competitors think he's out of it. He's still crushing right along. Let's see. He's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's in 9th place, so he's making a go for top 10. He's about 216 miles in, a few places behind Mika. Mika, who's just crushing this course. She's got less than 25 miles left. 1st place female. You know, she might be chasing down Michael Versteeg now. It looks like her and Garmeyer might be going back and forth. Her tracker updated a minute ago. Jeff's updated 12 minutes ago. So it looks like Mika might have pulled ahead of Jeff Garmeyer, the Tiger. But tigers are nocturnal. He's waiting for his moment to strike. And then still in 2nd and 3rd place, we have Manuela Villaseca and Rachel Entrekin respectively. And it looks like they are about a half mile apart. So it'll be interesting with 40-ish 5 miles left. Are they going to sleep tonight? Or are they just going to rock through it, make their way to the finish line, especially knowing they're so close to one another? Some more shots of what looks like maybe the Sedona 125 racers. People just enjoying that beautiful sunset. Is it sunset? 6 o'clock? We got like an hour. Maybe not. That golden hour. Oh, Zach Marion is officially leaving.
Goodbye, everybody. I love you all.
Good luck with your ride and then your bus and your flight. It's not too late. You can send him a direct message now and give him a ride to Phoenix. You heard him talk all week. You know he will entertain you the entire drive there. He might even chip in for gas money. It sounds like a deal to me.
Or they're sick of me by now.
Or that. Look at those beautiful pinyon pines, maybe some junipers in there. Fun fact, I was a forester for 4 years. In case you were wondering. Oh, I've been ignoring the chat. Did I miss anything in the chat? Bye, buddy. Rambling Dan Meadows. It's just love here, no hate. We are just waiting for our lovely Arland Glick to come into drone shot. We'll have some people with a follow cam in Buffalo Park. You know, he was just kind of up on Elden enjoying Pete's smoked meats, which I've heard great things about. He's just getting in a good dinner. Yeah, I've yet to try them. I don't know if Pete's ever going to come back here or not, but let's see. Oh, Brett, you didn't put Arland in your fantasy free trail. What were you thinking? Have you seen his quads? Jordan Ritter, you missed the first and second finisher. Just a quick update. Heroldis was our first place male. Broke that course record by about 10 hours. And Jeff Browning behind him with about 20 minutes in between. We're just awaiting third place male, Arland Glick. Everyone just patiently waiting for some Arland Glick pics.
Dude, from the field to the inside to the...
You got your work in?
It's non-stop.
I'm not scheduled for another 5 hours later.
Oh, man. Here's you too. All right, here we go. Let's do this thing, Mercedes.
And we have a special guest appearance who is very special and has appeared all day. We are bringing back Corinne Shalvoy.
Lord have mercy.
Woo! Welcome.
Can we see our... Are they looking?
I don't know. We're
What are
just
they
watching Sedona right now.
What's happening here? Is this thing on?
We are
Hello,
live.
hello.
I've only been cut off once so far.
All right. I just came back from my run. I didn't drink all my hydration, so I just thought I'd bring it over here.
Well, you could add some mead to it and we could start after dark now.
Let's do it. Ladies after dark. All right.
Can I have some mead?
What do you want?
Just, you know.
Okay. I gotta get all my screens up here.
Unicorn blood?
Chat, should I have pomegranate mead or unicorn blood?
Let me plug in my computer.
Let's do root beer. Root beer.
That's pretty good. I haven't tried the unicorn blood yet.
Root beer.
Where's our...
Anyone from the Boston in chat? Ozzy54, I'm not obsessed with Glick pics. I'm just giving the people what they want.
plug? Okay. It's over here now.
Aw, thank you, Andrew, saying that we are the GOAT commentary team.
Woo! I like Andrew. He's a good guy.
Keep it up, Andrew. Don't leave the chat.
Is it... Was there a last name on there?
Watson.
Thank you, Andrew Watson. That's very nice of
Oh,
you.
shoot.
Okay. Do you have your earplug in? Do we have
There's
field
nothing
audio?
talking, though.
We haven't had field for a while. Okay.
It just kind of looks cool.
Got it. It looks cool.
Not that we're on camera, thank goodness.
All right. Not yet. Let me hydrate, and then I will add alcohol to the equation potentially.
Ooh.
But we
got footage of
what's the
Buffalo
status
Park?
of the meets? They are happening up there. Ooh, wait, hold on.
Did you bring us back up?
No, just me. Just a singular rib.
All right, maybe Arland's coming in soon. We got this drone footage sitting at Buffalo Park where he is descending Elden.
Yeah, he was coming down the road. We passed him in the car when Bryce gave me a ride down, and he was rolling along. I am so impressed with how happy, and I mean, I don't know. I can't, the guy is like the nicest individual
Aww.
on the planet. I don't know. He was just in really, really good spirits, and it was really impressive to see because I don't think I'd be like that after 250 miles.
Right?
I think it'd be so grumpy and irritable and really, really snippy. And it was just kind of this, I don't know, his true character seemed to be coming out. He did stop at the aid station and downed some food.
We watched him eat a lot of food.
He did. He was like, "Ooh, that sounds good. Wait, ribs or sausage? Ooh, can I have both of them?" He was just, and I was like, "This is very impressive that you can be eating like this after everything you've done." And he was enjoying it. He was like, So Pete's Meats were consumed by Arland Glick at the top of Elden, and I brought down a rib that I have to heat up, but ate a sausage up there that was very delicious, and brought a rib down, and I would have taken like 6, but they only gave me 1, so that's okay.
That's fair.
I will heat that up later for a little snack, and they are busy setting up the full aid station, so it was kind of crazy that basically there were just a few things there before our front two men got in. They didn't experience the full spread, but at the same time they were racing, they were rolling, they were in and out, and I'm not surprised. So yeah, it was good.
They were 10 hours ahead of schedule.
Going on here? I know. Yeah, Arland should be coming at any point, and it will be great to see him. He did say, he said, I fought so hard out there. And like, that's all you can do. That's all you can ask for. I mean, the first 2 guys coming in so far under course record, like,
it's insane. Like, when you're planning for this race, you're planning like, all right, this is the record. I think maybe I can break that. This is what I need to do. Not, I'm going to break it by 10 hours and I'm going to have 2 people that I'm competing with that are going to do that as well.
A pass in the last 3 miles of the race. It's just nuts. So it's really cool, but it's also like kind of heartbreaking in a way, It's like they've been out there so long, and for it to come down to such a tight finish is pretty wild.
It's brutal. And it looks like maybe Arland's moseying, letting his food digest on the downhill.
Oh, yeah, could be.
He's about 4 miles out 5 minutes ago.
Joe Mcconahay making his way up Elden here pretty soon at mile 238.5. And then Michael Versteeg behind him, another 4 miles back. So Arland, just make it in here. We're ready. No one's putting on too much pressure at the moment.
He was also super lucid. He knew who I was. I was like, I would have no idea what was going on. Right? Like, who was around me, what was happening. He was like, hey, Corinne. I'm like, you're like super with it. And I am so impressed by that right now because you've had very, very little sleep.
That's amazing.
So, yeah. What's going on in here?
And Mika Thews is putting pressure on those top guys.
That's
she
so
is
cool.
in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place overall. It looks like maybe she did put the pass on Jeff Garmeyer, but his tracker is 21 minutes back. So hard to tell, but she is about a mile ahead. They could just be running together. Hard to tell at this point. And then Manuela Villaseca and Rachel Entrekin, neck and neck.
Dang.
Their trackers haven't updated for 13 minutes and 6 minutes respectively, but say they're at the same mileage. So
wow. What do we have visuals on right here? Is this Sedona? Sedona 8? Okay. Got it. I don't think Arland ever doesn't smile. Reese Brimstone, I think he's always smiling, and it's like a secret to his success. What else is going on in the chat? So yeah, this aid station, Sedona, which is mile 162. And what else is going on? I'm just trying to catch up here. Did you guys actually see Walmsley on?
No.
Somebody was, he was just out there. Yeah.
I don't even know if he was out there.
Oh, I don't know.
He is
out there, probably in Flagstaff.
Thanks for all the friendly people in the chat. We really appreciate you. Just love here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mountain Outpost. We are 61 hours in to the Cocodona 250, and we have seen number 1 and number 2 come through. Winner of the race this year,
the finish line,
Geraldus Subertus,
just
from Alaska. making a pass on Jeff Browning in the last 3 miles of the race.
He was booking it at the end, not saving anything in the tank, even though he's got 300s lined up for the rest of the year. 200s.
Yeah, he's doing the Triple Crown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is something. I'd say he has found his niche.
I think so too.
And we are looking at runners who seem to be just killing it at Sedona, making 162 miles look like nothing. Just sitting down, having some food. We're awaiting Arland Glick to the finish line in the next, he's a few miles out. And we will try to...
Mika should be coming into Walnut Canyon if we have footage on that. That's mile 227.2. Her tracker last had her a little less than 2 miles back, maybe a mile and a half. So
yeah.
But we are trying to give her a little more space in the aid station.
Understandable. To give the racers their privacy if they would like it. They have been through a whole lot, and we want to make sure that they are comfortable with whatever we're doing. I agree with, we had Rory Moynihan in last night, and he said he had paced, and I think that AJW or Chris asked him kind of like, how was it out there? What were some of the observations? And he said, hey, it was really quiet out there. And it's like, yeah, we're in the live stream. We got the chat going. We got all kinds of simulation. But when I was following Jeff, it's like, yeah, it's quiet. You're out there in nature. You're not saying much. You're just moving through. And I mean, it's peaceful, but I don't know. It was a little bit of a different vibe. And, you know, you could tell that people were working really, really hard, digging really deep, going through a lot of different things mentally. And it's impressive just to be out there on course, seeing it.
It's a total different experience. Like, you're out there by yourself for so long, and we're in here just surrounded by people and everyone watching. Like, they just hear us talking nonstop.
Yeah.
But out there, just completely different experience.
Some Colorado love. Shout out to Justin Wright of Grand Junction, Colorado. Thank you, Brian. I don't know if Justin is racing, but that would be a second Grand Junction racer because Killian Korth is from Grand Junction. So that would be cool.
There's some good trails out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Yep, I grew up in Ouray, Colorado. Grand Junction was the big city growing up. We only went there like once or twice a year and went to the mall. It was pretty funny. But yeah, it's a good spot. Lots of actually like wineries there now, and
wow,
good trails for sure too.
You're just in the heart of the mountains growing up. That's a cool experience.
Yeah, for sure. It was awesome. All right, some great drone coverage here. Where is this? This is outside. This is Sedona area.
Believe so. No, I don't have an exact.
Okay.
Location.
All right. Kind of looks like the Sedona rocks, but a little bit hard to say. Yeah. Western slope of Colorado. Whoop, whoop. Sally McCrae was in the chat.
She was.
Hi, Sally. I'm wearing her hat. I won it at my gala.
Nice.
She donated it to us.
Aww.
She's amazing. Someone who is no stranger to now this race distance and who completely crushed Cocodona in her first attempt.
Right. What year did she do it?
She did it last year. And decided to also do the Triple Crown right after, the rest of the year. So just add another 3 to them, in.
Why do 1 when you can do 3?
4 total.
4?
Yeah.
Oh
wow.
my goodness. Ooh.
So if you're just joining us, thank you for being here. We are super happy to have you with us and appreciate you tuning into this coverage. Wow. Look at this. This is incredible.
It's a beautiful outfit.
I mean, come on. 421. Is that 421? Yep. All right. Do we have a name on this individual who is completely rocking? It's
Ed Eddinghausen. He's the jester.
Ed Eddinghausen? Wow. Ed is crushing it. Definitely in contention for the award for the best outfit of Cocodona.
He does this for every race.
Okay, I feel like I'd seen this outfit before, so
He's at Javelina.
yeah, I have seen this outfit at Javelina. It's like familiar, but it's also sun protection. Come on, I mean,
as long as it's not super hot out.
So
like,
I'm wondering if this is like a stretch fabric. Is this breathable?
It doesn't look like there's a lot of give.
It's also not that. It's not that warm out there, so I mean, he might be very comfortable. But
can you tell what he's got on his feet? Because they kind of look like slippers. Can they hear us? Are they
they must be able to hear us because.
Yeah, I think they might be able to hear us. There he is going into Sedona, it looks like. Yeah.
He's gonna get a big warm welcome into Sedona.
Oh yeah.
He's got like ski poles. Those are not like running poles. Those are like full-on like ski trekking poles with the big. Ultras.
Nice.
Ultras. Thank you very much, Field.
Pretty chill. Does he have a double backpack and a running pack on? Let's zoom in on that.
That's amazing. Who's our Field?
This is Jason.
Thank you, Jason. Great coverage.
Wow.
We appreciate this.
Double down camelback and just a chill backpack. And
is that a kaleidoscope?
It's a whistle.
It's a whistle.
Train whistle.
A train whistle.
Is that for the snakes? Just keep yourself awake at night. Let people know you're coming.
That's amazing. That's amazing. This guy is so cool. Ed the Jester, famously known around SoCal. Okay. Is this his first 250? Who knows about Ed here? We need to, or his first 200-mile race. Yeah, we'll check out his ultra sign up. But this is just what you get at Cocodona is going to turn into the next Javelina. He's bringing it. Yes, you got to wear a costume now for.
He's making it happen
for 250 miles. So this is Sedona Aid. Here's a number of runners in there. It's getting pretty busy. All right, Sedona, mile 162.
He's in the 125, so this is, I believe.
He's running the 125, not the 250. Thank you.
Has him at 37.4.
Thank you for that clarification. So at this point, we are seeing runners that are running both the 250 and the 125, kind of merging here. I was going to say he's like moving really, really well. That was quite impressive.
Station action.
Got some burgers going. Yeah, it is 6:24 here locally, so that makes sense.
Let's see. What mile is Buffalo Park?
I mean, you only have, I think, 3 or 4.
247?
Yeah.
So
Just
Arland's
a couple
getting
miles
there
to get in. I mean, yeah, he's got to be just still a couple miles out, 2 or 3.
246.3 as of 2 minutes ago. So through Buffalo Park shortly.
Yeah, so with the blue bibs, this is these are 125 runners. We were checking out the lighting setup there. Looks like this is Buffalo Park area, right?
Yep.
Trying to get eyes on third place male Arland Glick. Should be coming through anytime. Arland he always looks good. He did not, I don't know. He just looked way too good for having done what he'd just done.
Full of smiles. Hey, cameraman.
Got a sweet
Get a wave.
his sweet kid on the right foot, left foot. Like I looked at that on the craft kit, and it kind of was like he's been doing right foot, left foot for
He's been
a
nailing
really,
that.
really, really long time. Like, dang.
Gosh, do their watches all last for this entire race? Like, can we track how many steps this is?
Oh, I'm sure some of them do. You know, I'm sure some of them have it in one full file. And Arland is pretty active. You know, he's not on social media, but he's pretty active on Strava. So I would anticipate we will see a Strava file for Arland's race, which will be super fascinating. I'm just going to peek in there and make sure he's still recording everything. So Arland Glick wanting to do something that scared him, something that was in the unknown, because he's done so many 100-milers that this was exciting to him to take on this challenge, and he's doing it.
He is crushing it. We have some runners, but I think they are just runners not doing Cocodona.
Yeah, very popular, just recreational area. I'm sure there's folks out there taking advantage of a nice evening. Oh, we got it. Okay, we're pointing.
Are they running to Arland?
This might be Arland. Oh, we got drone. Yeah, there is Arland, Glick, and Pacer. I can tell that's them.
Moving well.
So when he crested Elden and he came over and he started to run, he looks back at his pacer and he's like, let's do it. And I was like, I love this dude. I love him. He's so cool. You know how many times he's probably said, let's do it in the last 61 hours? Arland has spent so much time on this course training. He said he's trained harder for this race than any race he's done in the past. He's been out here for the last 5 weeks, just... Here we go.
He's running in too.
Yeah, he is.
And that flat just can't feel super great after crushing 2,000 feet of vert up and then down and then just running to the finish line.
Let's go, Arland. Woo! Let's get some love for Arland in the chat. If he watches this back.
2.6 miles out, roughly.
All right, just a couple more, 2.6 miles or so to go. This is Glick's first 200-plus mile race. Yeah, let me pull up my notes here. I talked to Arland just a couple days before the race, and yeah, got some thoughts from him. So if you're just joining us now, I might repeat some of those from earlier on in the broadcast, but I will try to find those so I can just share a little bit about, what Arland was thinking here coming into the race.
And he just has a few more miles to the finish, probably looking forward to seeing his family.
Oh, yeah,
His
for
parents
sure.
came out to surprise him.
That was so cool. That was very moving.
It's so sweet.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't think I'd be moving like that smoothly after 250
No, not
miles.
at all. I feel like
it's.
I don't think I was going that pace today.
I'm sure you were, Mercedes.
He's moving, probably happy to get an actual good night's rest tonight, maybe in a bed. Doesn't have to pull out his headlamp again.
All right. So I asked Arland, what are your goals for the race? He said, I would like to think there are 6 to 12 people in this race that would be disappointed with second place. And he hopes that's the case. He wanted people not competing for second place. He was going for the win. He wanted it to be a race. He absolutely got a race. I mean, that's all you can ask for. He said that, a lot of people are experienced enough to work through this, and he's going to give it everything he's got. But with 200s, yeah, he said it's not as much about the time, but about the place. And honestly, this year, the time was extremely impressive. And even running, under 8-9 hours under course record pace, he's going to be coming in third. So an unprecedented year. And before this race, the furthest distance he had run was 128 miles at Desert Solstice in 18 hours, which is around a track. A little different. But his longest time on feet was at the Joy Anthony race, a little over 100 miles, I believe. And he was on course for about 30 hours.
Wow.
So he's more than doubled his time on feet doing
insane.
the Cocodona 250, which I mean, I'd say that is a success.
Right. And like you said, he's probably going to be about 8 or so hours over course record still.
Under course record pace. That's wild. He was the most excited about the unknown and kind of getting out of his rut. He said he felt very confident coming in, and he knew he might be a bit naive, but I mean, you got to love that. You got to have confidence going in.
Right. He wanted to try something new and crush it.
Yeah. Arland Glick has 2,100 mile finishes under his belt.
Wow.
And he's also, like, he's not that old. So he's, he's just someone who found the 100-mile distance, fell in love with it, did it over and over and over and over again, and then decided, hey, I want to do something more than twice as long.
And it's so great, like, to find something that you're passionate about and that you can just keep chasing and just keep fueling.
Yeah, I think of anyone in our sport, Arlen is probably one of the individuals who just purely loves running, loves training, loves being out there for hours and hours at a time. Like, he just, even if he didn't race, I guarantee he would be out there doing this. He just loves the activity. And he's only 31 years old.
What's he going to do after this?
Well, a long career. I mean, he could do anything he wanted. Now, Arlen is scary at every distance. That's absolutely right. He started running sub-ultras when he was like 21, but then quickly went up to like a 24-hour and a 50K when he was like 23, 24 years old. So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, moved up into that distance and has not turned back. He is a craft athlete.
It makes me wonder what I've been doing this whole time.
Well, as we've said, you can come in, you can come into the sport at any time. You can do it at any rate and pace that you would like. You can do it your entire life, so you can jump right into the deep end, or you can slowly progress over years and decades. It's totally up to you. And everyone has done it in a different way. And as long as you're loving it, that's all you can ask for, right?
Like our second place men's podium, 52 years old, broke the course record by 9-10 hours.
Yep. 32-year-old winning the race, 52-year-old getting second place, 31-year-old getting third place. Truly doesn't really matter what your age is. It's just a number.
Getting out there.
Yeah.
And loving what you're doing.
Arlen's from Ohio.
Ohio has some hills in the west.
He finds vert because, we've seen in his training that he is definitely able to throw down and not afraid to like go out and just do one hill over and over and over and over again, which really good mental training to do that too. So,
so good.
Yeah. Taking a little walk break here.
Yeah,
he did just eat a bunch of food and he's running, whereas he was
and I can't imagine pavement feels super great 240 some miles.
I can't imagine what the feet and legs are feeling like at this point. Having been on your feet essentially for 61 hours straight. Yep, I would guess that Arlen has multiple race shirts and has kind of swapped them, just put a new fresh one on. He was looking really fly. He's got his fly award. I don't know. I'm 41. Do people
still use fly?
Don't
know
say
against
fly?
it.
All right. What would my 12-year-old say? Dope. I don't know. Fresh.
What do the kids say these
I was gonna
days?
say he was looking fresh, but that's a different connotation when you're talking about running.
I saw it though, like the hat, brand new, white, fresh.
Yeah, clean.
Fly. He looks fly.
I think fly. We're going with
I like
fly.
it.
Yeah.
And
he
he's
just looks
flying
good
on the trail. So.
He is. He's ready to get it done. I'm sure. He actually said when I was out there following with the follow cam, he's like, I just want to get down before dark. I just want to get done before it's dark.
It's a solid goal.
It is a good goal. And I'm sure you have to make those like little micro goals throughout this entire thing. Like,
yeah, because
just
otherwise,
little milestones. Yeah.
If you have to like completely change what you're wearing, get your lights out, make sure they're charged, it's a lot more work when you can just stroll in and use that as a motivator to finish strong.
Yeah. Thank you, Billy Simpson. I can still say fly. He has Riz. Yeah. Riz is the current word.
Riz. What does that even mean?
If you have Riz, it's like kind of like, it's kind of like you can attract chicks. You got Riz.
Can girls have Riz?
Yeah, Riz. I think it's more of a guy thing.
Oh. Maybe. Girls can't be charismatic?
Well, I know, but my sons, they're like, yeah, he's got Riz. It's kind of like, what was the other word that was, I don't know, what was the other word recently that was like that? Not swagger. Similar meaning. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, the Riz is charisma. Everyone's defining Riz. Now we're gonna go into this whole diatribe on
Riz on screen. Is that right? Is that how you use it?
No, like somebody has to have Riz.
He has Riz on screen.
Oh, Riz on screen Riz. Okay, maybe. I don't know. We're getting loopy, but we are watching your third place male, Arland Glick.
Someone said you're hip. You know more than I do. I don't know anything. I live in a bubble.
No, I have 12-year-olds, and they're like, Mom, you don't say that anymore. Like, people don't say that. So
fly or Riz?
I'll just say something. Oh, bussin'. Bussin' is a current term. Bussin'. Arland is bussin'.
Pete's meets be bussin'.
Okay, so Joseph Sutton said that Arland holds the record at Umstead 100 in 12:57. So think about that. 100 miles in 12 hours and 57 minutes. That is extraordinarily fast. That's so fast. I know because he told me, Arland said that was his proudest accomplishment because during that race he had 21 seconds of stoppage time.
Wow. That's amazing.
Meaning he basically didn't stop the entire time. Like that might be like one very quick bathroom break and that is it. And he's like, that's my most proud accomplishment in trail running, that I had 21 seconds of stoppage time. So this is a person who knows how to run really fast for a very, very long time. But the amount of just stamina, mental, wherewithal to be doing this race and running and moving consistently forward for 61 hours is also just a massive feat. It's kind of unreal. So,
especially knowing you've only done half of this.
Yeah. Shout out to Arland Glick, your men's third place, getting very close to that finish line in Heritage Square.
Taking in some fluids, just enjoying the forest.
Yeah, I mean, I think, maybe there's no one pressuring him from behind.
No.
Why not, spend a little bit of time kind of just thinking about what you just did and savoring it and enjoying this last little bit here. So is the finish line pretty bussin'?
I feel like it could be more bussin', but maybe once we get this Rizzy Arland, it'll be less sus.
The finish line is not sus. Go out to the finish line right now.
I just saw those words in the chat.
We're using some current slang.
People put those words in the chat, I'll be honest.
Oh, those are all words my sons say, so they're totally...
Oh, goodness. I feel like we have our women's leader as a side note, probably getting pretty close into her next aid station.
Is that Fort Hill or Walnut Canyon?
Walnut Canyon.
She's getting close to Walnut Canyon. Yeah, because she was sitting in 7th overall.
Yeah.
Woo.
I'm talking slow because the results are loading slowly.
Okay, no problem. Well, yeah, no. Well, you can take your time doing that.
Oh, here we go.
And we'll be able to give you guys
Arland's got some
an update.
Street crossings coming up here.
NASCAR style. Shout out to Bobby and Allison Harrington. Whichever of you paced Arland at Umstead, you're amazing and also a serious crusher to run that pace for 25 miles. And they said she didn't stop, or he did not stop. What?
Her tracker updated 4 or 5 minutes ago so did Jeff Garmire's, and it said they were within 0.1 of one another, so they could be running together. And they're like 0.2 out from Walnut Canyon.
Okay, so do we have a camera at Walnut Canyon? No. Okay. No camera at Walnut Canyon. That's okay, because we did hear that, Mika kind of wanted some privacy right now, so that is fine, but we will then anticipate them into the Mount Elden aid. They're going to go do that big climb. Yep, here we go. Coming in
on that final stretch. Couple turns of some pavement.
I do think he's probably getting close to kind of that hospital area. If I remember from last year.
Yeah.
Was that the drone of Elden? Is that gonna go? Okay. That was.
This cam is coming in, starting to lose connection. So.
Okay. So we might get a little bit of choppy coverage here for a moment, but when we can get back to Arland Glick getting ready to finish the Cocodona 250, we will get back.
Because we should have Joe Mcconahay summiting Elden pretty quick here.
So Joe's still sitting in 4th?
Yes. 4th place. Michael Versteeg behind him. About 4 miles back.
Okay. So question from work. How close are 4th and 5th? That would be Joe and Versteeg. You said they're like maybe 4 miles apart?
Yep.
So fair distance apart.
Maybe a little less. Versteeg's tracker hasn't updated for 23 minutes, but
yeah,
they have a climb between them as well.
Right. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, that climb. You never know what can happen if someone's moving up that climb super, super, super slow and somebody else is climbing quick.
Right.
You could eat up some time, fairly quickly, but it sounds like they might be far enough apart that it would be tough for Versteeg to catch Joe.
And see what happens on that downhill.
Yeah, Arland is definitely kind of into town here. I think that is the hospital. So he's going to be kind of getting ready to go downhill. We'll see him pass Beaver Liquors, the infamous Beaver Liquors. And then he'll be, I don't know, a half mile from the finish if I had to put mileage on it.
Pretty close.
So close.
This pacer's keeping him moving forward.
If you're in downtown Flagstaff and you're watching this, go to the finish line. Cheer on Arland Glick. 3rd place, rounding out the podium of this year's Cocodona 250.
Bring him home, his first 200 miler. Why not make it a 250? Look at that smile. You can go down to the finish line and see that smile in person.
You can get your very own Glick pick.
Your own Glick pick to keep in the privacy of your own phone.
Unmuting?
Yes, we get muted now.
We were muted?
It's my fault. I'm sorry. I have 2 more days. Do you think they're going to let me come back tomorrow?
Oh, boy. All right.
They're
Really?
on to me.
Okay. I thought that if it's an Air Viper race, we can be flexible on what we do.
If we were on network TV, then maybe it actually was.
You'd be fired, canceled. You know,
It's been a long day.
this is just yeah, no, he's right at the hospital. He's going to start getting a lot of love from a lot of people. Look at this. This is like a nurse or a doctor that was out there cheering on Arland Glick, giving him a high five. That's so cool.
Aww.
See, if the people that are working at the hospital can go outside and cheer for Arland Glick, so can you if you are in Flagstaff. Get out there, give him some love. He just did something absolutely incredibly difficult, and he slayed it. He
Such
went
an
under course
amazing
record
feat.
by like 8.5 hours, 9 hours. This is
No big deal.
in his
And-
first attempt at the distance.
Hopefully he just takes some time. Hopefully all the runners take some time to just enjoy what they're doing. I feel like it's so easy in this sport to just get wrapped up in like, okay, what's next? Let's focus on the next thing. But you have to stop and appreciate what you've done and just be happy for a little bit. But
Yeah.
I am curious to know what he wants to do next after this.
So you just asked the question. So combined with biking, Arland 3 weeks ago put in a 32-hour training week. He covered 232 miles. I don't know how much of that was running and how much was biking, but to say he did not put in the work for this race, yeah, would be an incorrect statement. He took preparation very seriously. It is paying off here because he is running a 61-hour, 40-minute-ish 250 miler. It's going to be the third fastest. Okay, wait, what was Mike McKnight's time? Is he beating that or not?
His previous, when he finished?
It was 69 something. Is that right?
Is it 69:28?
I don't know. We're gonna have to check it. Regardless, he's running extremely fast.
Michael McKnight's record was 69:41:31.
Okay, let's just put that into perspective. 69:41
runner math. Oh, you
and
missed this part.
61:41. No, 69:41. Did you say?
Yes, I did.
That's very close to exactly 8 hours.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
First
he's
200 race.
He's only a few minutes out.
Oh yeah, he's rounding the corner. He's got this.
Pushing the button.
He's doing his. I noticed that, and maybe that's his preference. But even when he was filling up his own bottles.
Leaning. He's also leaning on it.
Well,
Taking
I
a
would
break.
lean on it too. Heck yeah! But he didn't sit down at the aid station. He leaned on the table and ate. But his pacer was letting him do everything, and I'm kind of curious: is that his own preference or what? Like he was filling up his own bottles. He was getting stuff out of his pack himself. Like I mean. I don't know if I was a pacer, I'd be like, let me do everything for you right now.
You. Oh no. You're almost there.
Oh, the exhaustion.
Right.
The
I wonder
fatigue
like are any emotions starting to hit? Like you're almost there. You're not in the woods anymore.
I don't know. You might be too exhausted to be emotional. It's hard to know. But
Can you run out of emotion?
yeah, I think you can. I'm sure. Well,
I think you can run out of tears. He probably doesn't have a lot of electrolytes left to spare.
Yeah, you got to wait for the crosswalk. How many hours do the top 3 guys sleep during the race? It depends. We'll have to get, kind of the firsthand account from them, because it's hard to know unless we went back and looked at trackers if there were like dirt naps taken or something. But I think that I heard from Mike McKnight that he slept 58 minutes total.
That's impressive.
During one of these races. I can't remember if it was Cocodona, but, you know, yeah, Jeff Browning took a 20-minute nap the first night and then maybe a handful of naps after that. So some of the runners are doing this on very, very, very little sleep.
I feel like at that point, I wouldn't remember if I took a nap or not.
I wouldn't even remember my name.
I think I'd just brown out a little bit.
I'd be like, what is happening right now? I don't know where I am, who I am.
Right? Am I Karen or Mercedes?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Don't know how to speak the English language. All right. We are watching third place male Arland Glick coming into the finish. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. You're witnessing some serious endurance and athleticism and mental fortitude on display. We do know that Mika Thews, Rachel Entrekin, and Manu Villaseca, I should say that in the correct order. Right now, Mika Thews is way ahead on the women's side. Manu Villaseca was in second, but Rachel Entrekin in third
right there,
was very, very close. So we might not have coverage of them until they get all the way up to the Mount Elden aid station, which is only about 8.6 miles from the finish.
Mika's got like a 22-mile lead on those girls.
Wow.
So will she nap or just power through?
No, I think she's at this point she's probably just thinking let's make this as much of a record as I can get it. Right?
Where's aid station Fireball? We need some stats. So the previous course record, I spoke too soon. It's up on one of these screens. 72 hours and 50 minutes from Sarah Ostaszewski.
Yeah, Ostaszewski.
Ostaszewski?
Yeah. 72.
Yep. And that was the current course.
Yep.
So she's on track to be a few hours ahead of that.
Yeah, for sure.
I think our last stat, maybe a couple hours, was that she was 3 hours ahead of course record pace and 2 hours ahead of men's course record pace. So she's not only breaking women's, but the men's record.
The previous men's record. That's amazing. Go, Mika. Yeah, this is a downhill for sure. He's going to go a couple more blocks. He's going to turn left. Then he's going to be in the heart of downtown Flagstaff and very, very close to the finish line.
Can't believe the streets aren't just lined up with people. It's beautiful out. What else do you have to do on a Wednesday afternoon? Come on out and cheer for him. Bring him home.
Arland Glick told me, how much he loves Aravaipa as a race organization. I know that he did pacing and a whole lot of volunteering at the race last year, which, I think was probably part of the inspiration to come run it himself, but also someone who really gives back to the community and helps out in a lot of different ways.
And I feel like that's invaluable in our sport. Like, you can sign up for races and go run, but there's so much more. Like, you can volunteer at aid stations. They're doing so much work. Who knows how much sleep they're getting. You can go crew and pace people.
Yeah.
Friends, strangers. There's so many ways to get involved. Trail work.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get involved if you want to.
Last weekend I went out. Maybe it was the weekend before. They're kind of all blending together, but I just impromptu drove out just to go watch a race and see people, and it's so fun, just like being out there.
Yeah, just spectating.
cheering people in.
Totally. He's talking. Oh, yeah. So Jamil's stopping traffic for him.
He's just taking in the sights. He checked his watch.
Yeah, because he just wanted to follow the rules and be like, can I cross yet? I mean, also, come on, you're like, you got to be a little out of it. If you're not, like, I don't know what's wrong with you. You've overdone it on the ketones if that's the case. But, like, no, he's getting very close now. So, all right, let's hear it in the chat. Arland Glick. Let's get some love for Arland in the chat so he can look back on this finish line moment and see everyone who is, oh yeah, his tan is so on point. Very, very good tan.
All the more reason to become an ultra runner.
The man has a good tan. Here he goes. He's going to come right around the corner in a moment and be in Heritage Square and see the finish line.
Our third place male. For 8 hours.
He has
under
done it.
Course
He has
record.
absolutely done it. Here he goes. Coming into it. There's his mom and dad right there at the finish. Oh man, I hope he feels so awesome right now.
Get the shot, Howie.
Arland Glick, your third place male.
He did it. His first 200. Make it a 250.
His whole crew there, his sisters who are super dialed. They crew him at so many of his races. Enjoy that finish line. Enjoy that chair. Got him a chair. Sit down, Arland.
Take a rest. No one's chasing you anymore.
Absolutely incredible. What, 61 hours and 47 and change.
We are just changing the norm for these 200s. It used to be kind of like a couple day adventure, but now it's like an all-out race. You are running. You can't let your guard down anymore.
You can't sleep very much. You can't stop for very long. Oh, there's Jeff Browning talking to Arland. That's really cool that Jeff's out there to greet Arland. Yeah, I wonder, I wonder if they shared any miles together or just kind of, I don't know, it's a special connection when you've just gone through the exact same thing together. It's like, oh man, what did we just do?
You guys can relate to each other on a whole different level.
Yeah.
Looking pretty good. Doesn't look like they just...
He's still standing up.
250.
Sit down. Both
break.
of them. I mean, I'd be like laying on the ground for the next
definitely
number of hours.
So what now? Do you drink a protein shake? Do you go to bed? Do you have a beer?
I think you can do absolutely anything
All
you
of the
want.
above.
Whatever sounds good in this moment, get it for this person.
Oh, is that an aid station fireball spotting in the background?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Give us some stats, man.
He's like, I want to experience it.
In real life?
Yeah.
It's a good call.
And a Travis Longcar sighting. Fantasy Free Trail creator Travis Longcar is there for witnessing the moment. I see Clark Morgan from Speedland out there. We've got some good folks at the finish line.
Good shot of Jamil's hair. Got a nice little brown hue to it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So for those of you just tuning in, we have our second and third place males just chatting at the finish line, just talking about their experience together. Okay, is it dark out? Is it after hours now? Did it happen?
Why?
What time does after hours start?
Cocodona after dark?
Yeah.
Probably when it's dark. It's not quite dark yet.
It feels dark.
It feels dark.
I've been in this corner for 5 hours.
Out there, but
darkish.
All right. He did take his pack off, which
thank goodness
I absolutely would do instantaneously, because they're carrying a lot of weight. I mean, they're carrying a lot of fluids, they're carrying a lot of nutrition. My back was tired just carrying up like a bladder in the back and 2 soft flasks on the front of, of Elden for like 4 or 5 miles. My back was a little tired. I'm like, I can't imagine having that weight on your shoulders for this entire.
That's so insane. Like 4 liters, I'll normally carry 1 liter in it.
Oh,
I get bruises.
Is this string bean?
Orange shorts.
I don't know where Robert is. No, that's that.
Is that McKnight?
That might be McKnight. It's at.
Aww.
Oh, look at this.
What a solid hug.
That's a way to grease somebody at it.
That's my one requirement for crew.
At an aid station, man, that was amazing.
210
So where
miles.
is this?
This is
Okay.
I believe it's Tut Hill.
Yeah, he's about 210 miles on the tracker, so that's Tut Hill. He is right before Rachel Entrekin, so we might see her come in at any moment.
And didn't we hear that he was ahead of his own course record splits?
I think we did.
Let's just take a moment to say that he is also running an extremely good race,
right?
Very fast. So you got to be proud of that.
Like you come in with a game plan, like you've won this race, you know what time you need to do to beat your previous time, but then people come just.
Yeah, you see the record
They
get
blow
broken
your
by
plan out of the
by the
water.
entire podium. It's pretty wild.
Who do we have on camera? It's not Rachel? Could it be?
That's not a woman, I don't think.
I can't tell if it's it's a hat, not blonde hair. Is this a 125 runner?
Yes.
All right. Wow, that's beautiful.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Look at that. Beautiful landscape there. These are views that you would have if you were out there racing.
And you could be. Registration for 2025 Cocodona 250 is open, as well as Sedona's 125 and the 38-mile race.
So yeah, Michael Versteeg has been moving really, really consistently, and I mean Joe and Michael Versteeg and Mike McKnight and everyone else in the men's field. People are kind of asking like what happened. I don't know if there's. I mean, of course, we don't know the details of everyone's race, but I think even some of these runners that are looking at coming in 4th through 7th, I don't know if anything quote unquote happened to them during the race, right? Because they're actually running very solid times, especially for this course. So
So many
we talked
of them
about
are
that this
under
is
course
just
record.
this is just the deepest field in potentially any 200 that has ever happened, and when that is the case,
Like this is just a new level
Yeah.
that we're seeing. It's a new distance relatively. People are training.
All right, this is the top of Elden, and this is Joe Mcconahay. He has just come out of the climb. This is the very, very top, so he's going to now start to descend on the road. He's going to go down. It's a nice downhill for, I don't know, 3/4 of a mile, maybe a half a mile. Then he has this little uphill, and then right around the corner, he'll get to the aid station there. So in the past, they have had the aid station right at the very, very top, but because it's super windy up there,
windy.
it's really hard to keep supplies from just like blowing over in tents and stuff. So they kind of put it in this,
And then the runners can get some reprieve from the wind.
Exactly. They could just like sit there for a moment if they wanted to, or just, have a little bit of shelter. So this is, you're looking at an aerial view of the road that like I was running down following the top 3 men.
You got a solid workout.
I did.
Some good hills.
Yeah, I got some good vert. It was
view.
nice, and it was pretty windy up at the top. I mean, we saw this was just like a pro move. We saw Jeff Browning take his gloves out of his pack and just throw them on right there. Like, talk about just like knowing how to take care of yourself. It's like, oh, windy, gloves out.
Right.
Somebody
and
who
the
knows what they're
dexterity
doing.
to like put your gloves on.
Oh yeah,
still.
totally. Or know where they are in your pack and like remember those kinds of things for sure. So. All right, we're looking at the top of Mount Elden, and from far away here on this drone shot, you can see Joe Stringbean Mcconahay coming down, making his way down. He's running in 4th place right now, and he's going to be getting close to about 8.6 miles to the finish line. We are absolutely committed to covering the women's race here as well at Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa. We are in a point in the race where the women's leaders are in a bit of a dead zone. We do not have cameras at Walnut Canyon, which is where our leader Mika Thews is, and we will not have coverage of her until she completes this climb up Mount Elden, which is gonna take a while because it's a heck of a climb at the very end of a 250-mile race. So we absolutely will be showing and following the lead women coming in as soon as we have them. It's just going to be a little bit, we just don't have coverage on them right now where they're at on course.
And it looks like 2nd and 3rd are within half a mile of one another. Manuela Villaseca and Rachel Entrekin, both at about mile 210. So
Okay, so if they get into Fort Tuttle and we have visuals on them, we'll try to show you number 2 and number 3. But again, Mika Thews, the leading female, is in an area right now on course that does not have any video coverage or cameras. So we will do what we can to potentially get eyes on 2 and 3 if and when they get into Fort Tuthill. Otherwise, we are definitely going to check out what we can, which is Joe Stringbean Mcconahay making his way down Elden Road.
And Mika Thews had a 20-some mile lead. She's right now having about a 17-mile lead. And so with less than a marathon left to go, we're not sure if she's going to take a nap at this aid station or if she's just going to keep trucking through to the finish.
Either would be well deserved.
Right? She could take a solid nap probably.
I don't know about you, but sometimes when you get to the end of races, you're like, I don't want to stop because I just want it to be over. Okay. All right, here we are. So is this Fort Tuthill?
Yeah, this is either 2 or 3.
Perfect. Okay, so this looks like Manu. Because the craft, I kind of recognize that craft.
Or is it Rachel?
Cap. No, this is...
Rachel Entrekin has long blonde hair.
Yes.
I don't know who her pacer is.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, are they together? Is it both of them?
It could be.
I think it is because that's Manu on the left. And that's Rachel on the right. So 2 and 3 coming into... That is absolutely number 2 and 3
So
together.
I think I had heard that Brittany Peterson is pacing Manu, so I don't know if that's her.
You think that might be Brittany? Okay.
Because
Yeah.
Rachel's hair was kind of a hot mess.
Oh, you're right. That looks like Brittany Peterson. I think you're right.
Nike
Yeah, she's wearing a
shorts.
Nike kit. Okay,
So
there
this
we
is
go. This
Manu.
is Manu. We don't know what place she's
second or third
in,
and they're within a quarter mile of each other. They might both be in the aid station or very close at this point.
Okay. But this is Manu Villaseca, originally from Brazil, has lived in Spain for the last 9 years, and she is coming into Fort Tuthill. She's moving very well. She looks
fresh.
great. With pacer Brittany Peterson, who I believe, I'm going to look at my notes. I don't want to misquote this, but I am pretty dang sure Brittany also coaches Manu. No, it's not. It's another. Yeah.
She's got a pacer bib.
It's her pacer. So Manu is going to take a seat here.
And Rachel was 0.3 behind her with the last tracker update, so she might be rolling in soon.
So before this race, the longest race distance that Manu had ever done is 100 miles at, UTMB, and she's done many other long mountainous 100-milers, but this is absolutely new territory for her. Also, kind of similar to Arland, she said she wanted to try something that was out of her comfort zone, that was exciting, that was kind of like a new motivation, and she is crushing it. She does know what it's like to not sleep for 5 days because she comes from an adventure racing background, and she'd done about 500K or some week-long races, but in different sports that included different sports. So they were like, long multi-day races that you would bike and kayak and adventure. So like you do switch up the sports. So she sounds like, knows a little bit about kind of dealing with the sleep deprivation piece, but is certainly in new territory for purely running. We're at Fort Tuthill, and we are looking at Manu Villaseca, who we believe is in second or third place, possibly second. She and Rachel Entrekin were quite close to one another, so we're going to see if we get eyes on Rachel coming in.
She should be in any moment.
Yeah. They might be in there together. It's hard.
Now we have another shot. I'm not sure.
This is still, this is Elden, and
is this?
Or, oh, good question. Yeah, it might.
3 minutes ago, 200 feet outside Tuthill. So maybe you missed her on the way in.
She could be in aid and not into the aid station yet. She could be with her crew. It's possible.
That's true. If Rachel's crew has a van, which I think is where she was napping previously during the race, she might be out there instead of in the aid station.
And she might have wanted some privacy, so
yeah,
she might be.
Especially if you're competing for second place. You have 40 miles left. Like, you kind of got to work on your strategy at some point.
So as we try to ID these runners here, wow, sun's going down. That's pretty.
That's such a good shot. This is my favorite time to run.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best time for, predators like mountain lions, but there's a lot of those in Colorado.
There are.
Or tigers. I hear there's a tiger on the prowl. I think he might actually be at Walnut Canyon, talking about Jeff Garmeyer. I think he's pretty close with his John G teammate, Mika Thews, out on course.
That's cool. Teammates. Running together. So Manu, here we are back to Manu Villaseca. She, it was suggested to her by an athlete that she coaches to try this race because they told her, you're so mentally strong and you just are you have what it takes. I know you as my coach to do this kind of thing. And that was the initial inspiration for her, which is really cool. And then she also started to go down a rabbit hole on YouTube, watch live streams, consumed everything Cocodona, started to become obsessed with it. And she said she got to a point where she said, I have to go do Cocodona.
Oh my gosh. So do you think the chat knows us well enough after 3 days that they could persuade us to do Cocodona? I mean, we've just been diving into it, doing our research.
No. Not yet. I also said I'd never do a 100-miler, and then I did. That happens in the sport.
Don't say you won't do it. Otherwise,
I'm not going to say, but right? I'm going to say that I will
yet.
say that the chat cannot persuade me to do it right now.
I don't know if I could say that. I hope. Oh my
You think if somebody like funded you right now, you'd sign up like right now in real time?
Registered me.
No. All right. That is so pretty. Yeah, Manu said she loved Jamil's vision when he created the race. She said, quote, Cocodona is what my heart desires.
Aw. I feel like you're in it for the right reasons. Then.
That sounds like a great why.
Someone was asking about Callie Vincent, just a checkup. It looks like a minute ago she pinged a mile 140.3.
Doing great. At mile 140, she's well ahead of, if she gets to Deer Pass at 148, the cutoff is, tomorrow at 5:15 a.m. So she's got plenty of time. Yeah, this is pretty gorgeous.
You know what that means? The sun's going down.
Oh, that it could be after dark.
I thought the sun's going down for 2 hours. I mean, technically it has been going down for 2 hours. Who's on next? Is anyone replacing us? Neither of us are even supposed to be here right now.
So, yeah, we have people coming. Chris.
Joe at the top of Elden. Nice.
He's at the Elden aid. You've seen this aid station progressively get more and more set up in the last couple hours. He's smiling. It's a good sign. Dare we say he's running happy?
Running happy.
As Brooks would imply.
So fitting. Getting some smoked meats.
Yeah, that's... Jeez, I'm horrible with names. He just told me his name. I was up there. No. The aid station captain.
Oh, Chris knows.
That's okay. Yeah. He's awesome. He's having some meat. Yes, he's having a rib. Oh, that's a pacer. Okay. Well, someone's eating the... Oh, what's up, Joe? Yeah.
Pacers need meat, too.
You're doing great, Joe. Crushing it. We don't have audio? No, that's this. Who is on that?
And he's off.
Ah! That's Mike with the static cam. Yes. Oh, this is so good. They're having way too much fun. Oh, man. Joe Mcconahay, string bean. Love it. Oh, high fives. This is like... Okay.
So good.
All right. They officially win for the best Elden stop so far.
I agree. Now they get to run into the sunset together.
And, Joe Stringbean McConaughey from Seattle. Avid and extraordinarily well experienced through hiker. Also, done multiple 200-mile races. His goal was he was hoping to win. I mean...
So many of these guys came in hoping to win.
You got to love
fast.
It. But also run his own race, enjoy the competition, enjoy the Coco Locos and the mountains of support. So it seems like he is leaning into those goals right now. Yep. You're crushing it, Joe. Keep it up. Yeah, I totally agree. Best attitude, run to chill. Totally agree with that. He had a amazing attitude right there. Julian, yep, that's the aid station captain's name, Julian. Thank you. He is awesome. We are back here at Fort Tuthill, where we know in the opposite corner, Manu Villaseca, unless she has, oh, there she is. Thank you. She's got her shoes off. She is eating, sitting there with pacer Brittany Peterson.
Will she take a nap?
Many of her fans and friends are tuning in from Spain. España. So I don't know. It's pretty late there. But if you're watching.
Right. It's probably like 2 a.m.
Yeah. It's definitely after dark.
So second and third place females, Manuela Villaseca. Manuela Villaseca and Rachel Entrekin are both in the aid station. Second and third. They are fighting for that podium spot with 40 miles left in the race. A lot could happen. Are they going to nap? Are they going to fuel? How are they feeling? It'll be exciting. And race female leader Mika Thews has popped up a mile after the last aid station, Walnut Creek. So she's on the move again.
Second to last aid station.
The last aid station she was at, my bad.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure that, yeah. Okay, so she's moving. Yeah, yep. Somebody I think in the chat said she was out of Walnut Canyon. So there's 13 miles between Walnut Canyon and the Mount Elden aid, including a massive climb.
And it looks like she's pretty close with Jeff Garmeyer.
Oh, they could be moving together.
Maybe they can tackle that climb together.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And I'm sure they know one another pretty well, both being John G athletes. So might be great to kind of have a friend at this point in the race.
Right.
Who's going through the same thing you are.
Yep.
Looks like Manu is changing socks, putting on some fresh socks. She's making the absolute most of her trip, her international trip here to Arizona. She said that, she wanted to enjoy the Arizona landscape. She thought of it as really beautiful and different.
That's cool.
Even though she lives in like these beautiful mountains in Europe, right? But this was like a unique, new, cool thing for her. So
get to come see a big chunk of the state.
Yeah, it's a way to see it. Tour to Arizona.
For all of you listening, you could do the same thing if you register for Cocodona 2025 250. Registration's open.
That is Fort Tuthill. So right now you're looking at Manu Villaseca. We believe that Rachel Entrekin may also be in the aid station. This is mile 210, and they are your number 2 and 3 females in this year's Cocodona 250. I wonder if Brittany's going to take her to the finish. Or, maybe just to Walnut Canyon and then have a new pacer. Hard to know, but yeah.
Right, another 40 miles of pacing. That's a lot.
Yeah, that would be a lot. Maybe she'll have a fresh pacer at Walnut Canyon.
Seatown fan wants to know if they could still catch Mika. I mean, Mika's over almost 20 miles ahead.
I don't think that's
something
possible.
Crazy would have to happen.
Yeah, we'd have to have like catastrophic, like Mika have to stop for
like took a nap
hours.
And just didn't want to get back up. But I
mean,
Mika's
injury or something like that.
And Mika knows this race.
Yeah.
She's she did 3rd and 4th place previously, I think.
Yeah.
So she knows what she's doing. She knows how to pace. Her ultra sign up is insane how many 200s she's done. I feel like she's experienced and knows what she has to do to finish this race for first place.
Yeah, I think, you're exactly right, Mercedes. And I think she's going to be smart, do what she needs to do, get it done.
Shakeup in the chat mentioned that one of Manu's athletes, Arnold, will be pacing her.
Okay, awesome. I wonder if it was the athlete that inspired her to do the race. That'd be so cool.
Someone wants to know where AJW
Oh,
is.
Jacob Puzzi is saying that. That's Brittany's. Yep. Yeah, got it. Got the connection. They're probably, I think Manus might be staying with them or yeah. That is definitely accurate information. Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, someone's asking where AJW is.
Oh, I don't know. He'll probably be back.
He had too many floats.
He might be trying to, get some finish line vibes or get some dinner or something. But yeah, there will definitely be plenty more AJW coverage throughout the rest of this week if you would like it. Yep, that looks like Rachel Entrekin. Yes. All right. So they are both in the aid station together. And we don't know exactly how long Rachel, because this is the first time we've seen Rachel. We're not sure how long she's been there. Kind of looks like she's ready to go.
She does.
Either just coming in or
she looks good.
Getting ready to leave. She's just hanging out, talking with her crew or some volunteers there.
Puffy under
is
the
that
jacket.
Is that a MedStar person?
Her bottles look full.
But that person that we can't see in the shot that has a clipboard.
Oh, I can see them on my computer right here.
Yeah. Just wondering if she's maybe just getting some advice on something.
Yeah, because her bottles are full, her pack's full. She's got her puffy on under her vest. She looks like she's about ready to roll out. But, we're getting a head nod. I don't like that head nod. But she's kind of smiling.
So if you're just joining us, I am Corinne Shalvoy.
And I'm Mercedes Siegelgaither.
And we are holding it down here. There we are. Woo,
we're here.
There we are. We're holding it down here in the studio. So we have a lot of people out doing great work at the finish line. And we have seen first, second, and third males come through.
All well under course record. First two guys, 10 hours under.
Multiple hours under course record pace.
That's insane.
Yes. Who was our winner?
Mercedes. Yes. I haven't said his last name enough. Subertis.
Heraldus Subertis from Alaska, who overtook Jeff Browning in the last 3 miles of the race.
He pulled through. He was so strong on that last couple miles. It did not look like he ran 249 miles on those legs. And he pulled about 20 minutes ahead of Jeff Browning, who ended up with second, but still 10 hours ahead of course record. It's insane.
Yeah. Jeff Browning just also running an outstanding race. So they both came in very close to one another. Shortly thereafter, we had Arland Glick taking third place, finishing strong, partaking in Pete's meets at the top of Elden at the final aid station before making his way down and then into Flag. And yes, Choose Strong. Got the Choose Strong hat on. I just actually came back from a run and had to jump on here unexpectedly. So, yeah. And then we also have your women's leader, Mika Thews. We know that she is out of Walnut Canyon Aid Station, mile 227, but we don't know exactly how far out, and we will not really have eyes on her for a while.
Right. She's got a significant climb before we get to see her, and it'll probably be very dark when she gets to the top of Elden.
Yeah.
We're losing drones too because of night.
Yeah.
They don't have night drones yet.
Unfortunately not. We're not the military. I mean, maybe we can try to call
So we just need to know the right person.
So we are also following some 125 runners wearing blue bibs. The Sedona Crest 125 race started this morning. Looks like this could be 2 runners together.
There's still a lot of sunshine there.
Oh my gosh, that person's blowing bubbles.
Yes.
What?
Oh my gosh. New race favorite, 561.
Wow. Both of them are blowing bubbles. There's 2 of them. They whipped out their bubbles. This is something I've never seen in a race before.
I'm going to steal that.
How cool.
I'll carry bubbles.
The legendary poncho man.
How cool.
You just see flying down Elden and see like these like wings like flapping.
These are life goals. Blow bubbles
I wish I
during my next ultra.
Bubbles during Leadville.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. Yeah, you and I both had tough Leadvilles.
I am just impressed by people who come from sea level and just crush out elevation. Like even this race, they're not at sea level. Like they start low, they run through hot deserts, they go up to 9,000 feet. Like it's a doozy.
Yep. That's true.
And this guy's got a pacer, so I guess
know.
it works.
I don't know what the rules are.
Manu getting in some calories.
Back to Manu Villaseca at Fort Tuthill. Looks like she put on her kind of cold weather gear as well. Got a beanie on instead of a cap and a jacket and some pants. Getting ready for cooler temperatures. Makes a lot of sense. Sun's going down.
Sure does. You have a climb ahead of you.
You're going to get up in elevation higher and yeah.
Just a wee 40 miles left. That's just a baby ultra. That's nothing. She's got this. Oh, Aid Station Fireball is back in the house. Maybe we can get him as a guest appearance. Hard no.
We all had tough Leadvilles. Maybe it's an Aravaipa commentator curse. No, right. No, you can't because you just started. So, and actually, I ran it before I started doing this too, so it can't be that. But yeah, Leadville's a tough race. It is indeed.
What were we thinking?
What were we thinking?
I think I would prefer a Cocodona before doing another Leadville.
No.
You're right, I lied. That's not true.
All right. What can we talk about? We are looking at a lit up Elden, Mount Elden by Cotulla.
By Cotulla, one of our lovely sponsors.
Yep. Aid station. They are now fully set up in there. There are multiple hot trays of Pete's Meats. There was some good tunes going on when I was up there. Julian had the tunes going, and this aid station is maybe 3/4 of a mile below the Elden summit.
We just heard in the chat, Zach Marion made it to the bus. He's taking a bus to Phoenix. He should hopefully make his flight by morning. No one gave him a ride.
They gave him a ride to the bus.
Yeah, but he did in studio.
I know.
There's a lot of love in the chat, but just not quite enough. On that note, feel free to like, subscribe, give us some love. Give us the little heart button. You can just sit on that for a while, the little 100 button. Right now you see a lot of hearts coming in because I'm pushing the button. Right, I'll stop. Where's Rachel?
So we have Manu still there. We did also see Rachel Entrican in this aid station.
No, thanks for the hearts, friends. We saw Rachel talking to some people.
Yeah, we saw her
Pretty
talking.
curious about that. She looked like she was ready to go. Someone was writing things down though. I don't know. Is there a gear check? She didn't have any gear out.
I think it was medical, but not 100.
Yeah, it kind of looked like it could have been medical, but we're
won't
not
speculate
going to
too
say
much.
anything
She
until
had
we know
full
exactly
bottles.
what's going on.
She looked like she was ready to go out. I think a nap is happening. Manu's getting in a little nap maybe before she heads back out for the night.
Closing her eyes in the chair.
Can just let her take a nap without a camera on her maybe.
Yeah, I kind of think that we saw. Wait, is that no? Those are just aid station people behind them, right? Yeah. Yeah, we saw String Bean sit down in a chair as well at one of the earlier aid stations. I think it was Sedona. He was just sitting in the chair and he just closed his eyes. And I was trying to figure out, like, is he meditating? But I think he might have been taking, like, literally a 1-minute micro nap. I think that's what was going on.
I feel like they work. Like, I've taken a couple-minute naps where I wake up, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever tried the coffee trick. Like,
oh, drinking before?
Yeah, and then you wake up and you're like, I'm ready, let's go.
That's something Joe Corcione told me he was going to attempt to do, is take a caffeine pill right before he slept so that he would be really alert when he woke up.
And it'd probably help you wake up. Aw.
So
young love.
This is at Munns.
At Munns.
At Munns Park. This is Joe Corcione.
It's like he heard us say his
getting
name.
surprised by his wife, we think.
Cute.
How cool. Dude, Joe Corcione is crushing it. He's at Munns Park.
Mile 191.
Amazing. Yeah, back to Manu, taking a rest
Still
at Fort Chat
sleeping.
Hill. Mile 210.
The suspense. If we could just... Oh, is that where Rachel was standing? No, she was by like a...
She was like on the other side. Yeah.
Let's see if she's left. Hasn't updated for 11 minutes on the tracker.
Here's maybe.
It's a nice green color paint.
It's kind of pea soup color. That's a good point, Aaron Wagner. I did notice that they were doing kind of like medical alertness checks.
That's smart.
And so that could have been what was going on. Just make sure that you're with it, cognitively. And if she was getting ready to leave, maybe they do that right before. So that could very well have been what was going on. Appreciate that, Aaron. And if so...
Her tracker says she is 0.1 out, so I'm curious if she left the aid station or is outside with her crew maybe, because she had her puffy on.
Someone in the chat thinks they saw Rachel leave Fort Chat Hill, but yeah, so...
This could be her chance to sneak out.
Well, yeah, if they were in there, I would guess they saw each other.
Oh, definitely.
If she was standing there, then yeah. But that's okay. Manu's going to do what she needs to do for herself. And just to recap, everyone, your number 1, 2, and 3 men in the Cocodona 250 this year, we saw a pass in the last 3 miles of the race. Harry or Geraldus Subertes from Alaska did overtake Jeff Browning to win the race. Jeff Browning came in second, and Arland Glick crossed the line in third this year. All with massive course records, 8+ hours under previous course record times.
Quick update on the ladies. Someone just asked. Mika Thews, she's well ahead. She's almost 20 miles ahead with the lead for females. And we have Rachel Entrekin and Manu Villaseca at this aid station. Oh, nope, we switched cameras. For Tut Hill. So they have about 40 miles left to go. It's tied for second and third. Unless Rachel sneaks out, it looks like Manu's taking a nap. So we'll see what unfolds. Good view of that finish line. I think we probably have a good bit of time before our 4th place male runs through that line. Joe McConahay.
Getting reports that Rachel left Tut Hill about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Nice. Rumor has it that Rachel did leave Tut Hill and snuck out while Manu was taking a nap. She pulled a Bronco.
Yeah, we saw that happen earlier when Jeff Browning left an aid station about 10 minutes ahead of Joe McConahay.
It'll be interesting to see if she just runs straight through or she does take a nap somewhere.
All right. I don't know if we could get, well, I don't know if Mike can hear us to go give us a tour because he's got a static cam set up of what is available there in terms of the Pete's Meats offerings. Right now, there is a static cam on the Mount Elden by Cotulla aid station, which is the very last aid station of the race before the finish at mile 240.8.
Glad I have some Skittles snacks. Oh,
What?
I forget there's a microphone there sometimes.
Oh, you do. There is a microphone. All right. Thank you all for joining us. Why are you here looking or watching and following along?
I ask myself that
Why
sometimes.
are you here? Let us know. We have a little bit of time. Let us know why. Oh, gosh. Zach with the comments. He's talking about Tinder. He's like living in college, making comments about people with, sleep masks. Anyways, I digress. I would love to know why you are interested in following along with the Cocodona live stream. We are super glad you're here. And is there a runner you're following? Are you popping in to check out the winners and the race leaders and the finish line cam here? What intrigues you about this?
J-Lore, I'm busted. They know me too well.
They busted you?
Audrey asked if we got more Flota floats, the milk and the Flota combo. I don't think I should have a third Flota for the day, but I might.
Oh, Lord.
And then
You got
Jay
two?
Lore's like, oh, she's probably onto the mead by now, which is accurate. But it's a new flavor. I had to try it. It's called Root Bia. And that's not just me trying to have an accent, because I'm really bad at accents. It's I don't get it. Root Bia. Thanks, Drinking Horn.
Oh, Colin has FOMO. If you have FOMO, next year come out. Even if you can just come out for a day or two, experience the race. That'd be awesome.
Or just sign up and do the whole thing.
Oh, SD Bros, good night, Mama. Oh my gosh, that's my sons. Stowe and Dash, love you guys.
I'll give them a little heart.
I am sorry that I am on live and I cannot say good night to you, but good night to Stowe and Dash, SD Bros. Love you, boys. Hope you have a great sleep.
Aw.
Oh,
cute.
Miss them. Hello, Eva. Esteban Hammett.
I sent my mom a link. I don't think she tuned in.
You know, I forgot to send. I need to send my parents a link because they would totally check it. We still have time.
Mom, why aren't you watching
Mom,
me?
come watch me.
Thanks, Luke Nelson. We appreciate the positive and the support. You forgot to pay for your Netflix, Dennis? I think that's kind of a burn.
What? Come on. We're not going to repeat things like that when we see them.
Well, I feel like enough people are supportive. They'll call them out.
Watching my son, Troy Allen. Randy Flowers. We hope Troy is having a great race. That's awesome. Shout out to the medical team at Fort Tut Hill. Thanks for being awesome. Agreed, Paul Smith. Thank you to all of our volunteers. Oh, we're losing our Cocodona shirt. Our Satisfy shirt. We're losing the set. Yeah, it's a lot of work to cover a race that lasts for 5 or 6 days, but it's a lot harder work to be out there running the race, so we cannot complain. But we were
complain too much.
Yeah, we will try to give you as best a coverage as we can. Again, it's going to start to get a little bit dark here. You are checking out some Sedona Canyons runners. If you see that blue bib, they are running the Sedona Canyons 125, which started this morning. So they have already had a long day and are getting ready to go into the night. We have seen our first, second, and third males finish the race well ahead of the previous course record, which we used the time that was set on course last year because year 1 and year 2 of the race were very unique in terms of both kind of a little bit of variability with the course and also just changes in the availability of aid stations and such. So for all intents and purposes, we use year 3 or last year's times as the course record times. That men's record has gone down this year by Harry Subertas by a really heavy margin, 9 to 10 hours. I don't have Harry's time. Do you have his finish time written down?
He was under 60 hours.
Under 60 hours. Okay. Finishing time this year, under 60 hours. I was actually out on course following some runners, so I did not have the time, but under 60 hours was the winning time this year, and previous course record was 69 and something by Mike McKnight last year. So it's been a very fast, great conditions, great weather year, but also just deep field. A lot of very experienced, very, very strong runners in the race this year, making it just a really massive showdown.
And we just got footage of what looked like Manu leaving the aid station. Quick power nap, and she's up.
Yeah. Yeah, 59.50 and change. That sounds about right. Thanks, Patrick and Little Runner. Oh, thanks, MVD. Appreciate the love. So, we know that both Rachel Entrekin and Manu Villaseca are out of Fort Tuthill, mile 210. As we mentioned before, it's we do not have a camera at Walnut Canyon. Plus, it's getting quite dark. It's getting dark, so there's going to be a little bit of a lack of coverage on the women's race. It's actually kind of exciting because we do not know who will emerge to the top of Mount Elden and show up at that very last aid station where we can get a visual between those two ladies.
And will they show up together?
Together. Will one make a move? Can you make a move at mile 210 of a race? This is.
You clearly can at mile 245, as we saw earlier today.
You can. It's true. We saw it happen.
We have 4th place female back, runner math, maybe 15 miles. It looks like Kylie Drugan Epic.
Yeah, she's been maintaining.
Mile 196 roughly, so.
Been maintaining all day, and yeah, she staying strong out there. We did have a few DNFs early in the race. Not early, but a few DNFs this morning. Of note, Killian Korth dropping with some breathing issues.
Cole Crosby I saw on that list.
Cole Crosby with a hamstring injury. We had Megan McCarty also drop. We are not sure what the reason was for her to stop her race this year, but unfortunately that did happen. We also know Joe Stringbean McConahay is coming down Elden, already past the aid station, had great vibes going, great attitude, and yeah, he was crushing.
Finish.
He's getting close to the finish. Michael Versteeg is on Elden right now, still in the climb, but holding steady, rocking his 666 bib and his Satisfy kit, and doing great this year.
Michael McKnight, we were having some questions about. Looks like 210.3 he was at. So we last saw him come in to the aid station and get some big crew hugs. Not sure that he's left that aid station yet then. So he might just be taking a nap.
Mercedes, did you see finish line videos? Did we do finish line videos?
Yes. Yeah, we have.
Say that again.
Did you say interviews?
Some
No
of what
interviews.
coming in? Just videos?
Videos of like finishers coming in.
Okay.
We don't know if we have any interviews, so it's probably coming out next.
Okay. Yeah. Corey Baumgardner, I wasn't sure of the answer, so I was trying to get some intel. I think that we're working on kind of putting together finish line videos. Not sure about interviews. I believe anything that we create and post would either be on Instagram or on YouTube, and they have been cranking that out quickly, fairly quickly. But again, those 3 finishes kind of just happened, so give us a little bit of time. But if I find out that we've posted anything, we'll let you know. Okay, Billy G's cheering on Jeremy Hedges. He He's at mile 153. Go, Jeremy. I agree. I paced Jeremy Hedges last year. He's a friend of a friend. I believe he's from Monument, Colorado. And I was with him when he decided to stop. He was 120, 30 plus miles into the race, but was having a Achilles issue, and he's a surgeon.
Ooh.
So he knew what to kind of be on the lookout for and decided I don't want to push it and potentially tear something, which was totally the smart move. So he's back this year, and it's great to hear that he is doing well.
That's awesome.
Right now you're looking at the Fort Tuthill aid station.
Is that mayo? Close up on the mayo. 94 calories. That's not mayo.
No,
butter.
that's like squirrel's nut butter.
How could I have?
Yeah.
How could I have not known?
That's Chris Thornley, right?
Oh well, I need to scroll up. Is it? He doesn't have the hat on.
He has a hat on.
Oh, it is him.
I think so.
I had my video scrolled so I couldn't see his face.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think they're manning that aid station, right? So they're working on kind of, hi, thank you, volunteers.
If you need lube, it's the aid station to go to.
Fort Tuthill aid station. Yeah, mile 210. And I remember because we had a guest on yesterday asking, or we had Chris Thornley here in studio, the owner of Squirrel's Nut Butter. He did a little interview and he was mentioning that, Fort Tuthill is comfortable. It's a place where you would think many people might stop and kind of an easy place to DNF. And he said, like, nobody does. Which
Really?
means that just like, mile 210.
Like you're almost there.
I mean, you are almost there, but you also still have 40 miles.
And a massive climb.
So it did look pretty cozy. It looked warm in there. And yeah, but it sounds like people just,
they keep them
they
moving
make it
somehow.
happen. Yeah.
And I feel like if you have the right people at an aid station, they're going to push you out there, keep your hopes up, like keep you positive. Hopefully not let you sit there too long. Maybe not have a pity party. Keep you moving.
Yep. Yeah, Melanie, Mike McKnight is at an aid station. He is at Munns Park. And I don't know if he's still there, but we did see him go in and get Mike McKnight. Oh, it was Tuthill.
Munns Park was Joe.
Oh, Joe Corcione was at Munns. Thank you. Behind the cameras, Mike McKnight is at Fort Tuthill. But we're not sure if he's taking a nap. We do not have visuals on him inside that building there. Cheering my teacher, Cody McKesson. He's at 190.
Ooh, making passes.
Has he made it to this waypoint? So if you want to check, sorry, Mercedes, I'll go to you in 1 second. But if you want to track a specific runner, the best way to do that would be the live tracking pinned at the top of the chat. Pop in there, find your runner, and you should be able to click on them, see exactly where they're at, and if they're moving or if they're stopped, they could be resting. So that's the best place to go if you are looking for someone in particular.
We have some moves. It looks like Jeff Garmeyer passed Mika and Jonathan Van Geuns. Jonathan also passed Mika. And so Finn, another fan favorite, is right behind Mika. So we have some movement in the top 10.
Okay. Is Mika show she's moving?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
at 230.3, so she's still moving forward. It updated 7 minutes ago. And John and Jeff are about a mile ahead of her now.
Okay. But, she's also running under the men's course record pace.
Oh, for sure.
So I would imagine that she is pretty worked at this point and just,
I think she'll still come back and pass them.
You do.
But Jeff the Tiger, maybe he's on his prowl. It's nighttime.
I agree. It's going to start getting cold on Elden, Ryan, because I was up there when the sun was still out and it was quite windy and chilly. So I do think it's going to start getting cold. But as we saw, the runners are putting on their cold weather gear. They're prepared. They've already been through 2 nights of this, so
they're ready, and
they can do it.
Depending on what they like, I like running at night. I like running when it's cold.
Yeah.
I prefer it. So it just depends, you know.
Just got some eyes on some 125 runners. Doing great out there. Breaking out the Theragun.
Ooh, that
Shoes
sounds
off.
good. Happy, look at that smile. Good job, 563.
Love seeing people just happy that they're out there. Grateful for what they can do. And Des Clark, who has run this race, confirming that there is a kind of a cognition medical alertness test at Fort Tut Hill, and we believe that's what we saw Rachel Entrikin doing, answering some questions from the medical staff there, everyone wanting to make sure that runners are safe and in a good state of mind to continue the journey. Makes a ton of sense. Yeah, individuals getting stretched out and massaged right here. That looks awesome.
And that could be you next year.
Could we have that in the studio? Someone bring that in.
Yeah. Is that an option?
We need ergonomic chairs, some back supports. We cannot complain one single bit right now. This is ridiculous. I'm not complaining. I'm going to stop right now.
We can go sit in the Normatec boots.
Yeah, we do have some tools in here. Not human tools. We have equipment, recovery tools.
We got it all.
Recovery tools. Yeah, Mika Thews is leading your women's race by a significant margin. She is running in the top 10 of the overall field. She is currently ahead of the men's course record pace. So she is definitely been dominating in the later stages of the race.
She only has about 20 miles left.
Wow. Yeah. Who should go off? Either one of us? You want one of us to stay? No.
One of you just staying on?
You didn't think so? Okay, but we don't have to. I don't know. I don't know if you want to be by yourself or not. Either way. All right.
It wasn't my fault that we got muted that time.
Don't mind us. We were just chatting amongst ourselves.
We do that from time to time.
Welcome to the couch, Chris Warden.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you back.
I'm glad to be back.
Awesome. You're here for Cocodona After Dark.
I am. Cocodona After Dark is going to be starting momentarily. I'm really excited. I was down at the finish line, got to catch the first couple finishers.
How was it?
Whole lot of energy. One of the things that I really was impressed by was well, first of all, there were a couple hundred people there at least, there to see the finish. And it was kind of like a who's who of ultra running around town. I mean, you saw Jared Hazen down there. I saw Annie Hughes was there to support Arland Glick and Arland's family. I believe that we had the on-screen debut of Aid Station Fireball.
Yes, we did. We called him out.
Whoops.
Oh.
But we didn't
I was going to say good
out.
luck to try and find him, but okay.
No, we didn't say exactly what he looked like. We just said he was in the crowd so others could
That is true.
He wasn't wearing his mask, as we discussed, to keep his secret identity,
Yeah,
but that's okay.
He didn't have that marshmallow helmet thing going on.
Yeah,
so.
that's okay. We're still working on making that mask. On my way up Elden Road, ran into Katie Scheid.
Nice. I guess that one of the follow filmers, Shad, actually through Buffalo Park as he was following Jeff Browning, happened to see some guy named Walmsley out for a run or something.
I don't know who that is.
A bike ride.
Who is
Sounds
that?
familiar.
Yeah, he's never run Cocodona, so how good can he be?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter if you haven't run Cocodona.
Exactly.
But
No, it's been an activity-filled day. It's been very exciting, and we're going to try and keep things going. We've got a couple of special guests tonight.
Awesome.
Looking forward to that. One of our guests is Kelly Teeslink from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. She's going to talk about their organization, what they're doing, what's been going on. She's been a very busy person for the last year, and
that's awesome.
I don't know if this is like more on her plate or just kind of a chance to relax and chill. I'm hoping she's able to just relax and chill here tonight.
Good.
And I feel like I had my arm twisted or I was forced to do it, but I'm also going to bring on Aravaipa running bigwig Noah Doherty.
Yeah.
Noah, of course, the creator of the Mogollon Monster Race and runner or guy in charge, I guess, basically of all things Aravaipa running. Noah and I have a very interesting, fun relationship, and I figured that if he could come on and tell us about what's been going on around the course. He's been out at Fort Tuthill most recently, but
Nice.
He's gonna give us some insight as to what a race of this magnitude takes to put on, and also hopefully entertain us a little bit. But I'm not betting too highly on that part. So yeah, I guess
that'll be great.
Absolutely.
Sounds like a perfect lineup. Good content, great stories, great organizations, and yeah.
a couple hundred stories out there. I know that our next big cutoff actually is right about now. In about 2 minutes is the cutoff at
Jerome.
And I don't think we have eyes out there still. I've got our static cam checklist, and that's not right now, but we'll do our best to follow the tracker. One of my friends I know, Courtney Scher, was actually 4 miles out with 90 minutes to go.
Oh, the suspense.
Yes, and her crew was texting me saying, "What do we do?" She's leaning, and I said, "Well, get her to the aid station, and we'll see what happens from there." But who knows?
Right.
I mean, if she's feeling great, she can keep going. If she can't, well, these aren't easy.
No kidding.
Absolutely
No,
not. But
that's any effort, even standing on the start line of this race, should be celebrated and considered a huge success and a victory. Takes a lot of courage to do that.
for sure, yeah, they've got almost exactly a minute to get into Jerome at this point, so we'll see what happens.
And that's no easy feat. It's 126.6 miles in.
Yeah, further than I've ever gone.
Me too.
Same.
Well, we will be thinking about her, and stay tuned for. It's getting crazy. We got lights going on at the Elden Aid, testing out the light show there.
I guess we're gonna take a quick break and then we'll bring it on back. Awesome, thank you very much.
Stay with us.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate. Nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here on Cocodona After Dark on the Mountain Outpost channel. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running. I'm Chris Warden. Welcome. Joining us right now is one of the guests that we actually talked to last year, and I'm so impressed by her and what she does, and so I had no choice but to ask her if she'd come back and join us and talk to her about her organization and her work. Kelly Teeslink with Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be back on the Cocodona live stream.
Yeah, it's like nothing has changed, except everything has changed for you in the last year. Would you like to care and tell about how things have been for you lately?
Yeah. So I guess the biggest change in my personal life is that 7 weeks ago I had a baby. So I have been on the outskirts of Cocodona. I feel like the last couple of years I've been able to crew and pace and be pretty heavily involved. I've been on the live stream for multiple hours, but this year I had something that took my priorities a little bit, and that is my baby. Otto Kilgore is his name. So
awesome.
Yes, life is a lot different, but it's a lot sweeter too.
Absolutely, and congratulations to you on the new arrival in your family.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
Thank you so much.
We are here. It is about 63 hours into the race, and we have had a recent cutoff at Jerome Aid. We'll kind of take a sweep through the runner tracking at this point. There might have been a handful of runners who were not able to answer the bell at Jerome, and we'll see if we can give those people, one last shout out of appreciation for making an attempt on a race. Have you ever done a 250 or a 200 plus?
Nope, 100 is my cutoff.
Same. I have a hard time. I actually was on the phone with one of the runners that is chasing the Jerome cutoff here earlier. She called me and was talking to me and wondering whether or not she was going to make it. And I said, I don't know, but you just got to keep going.
Exactly.
So,
yep, one step in front of the other.
Absolutely. Let's we're going to get into our conversation about Girls on the Run. Actually, let's start with that. For those who might not be familiar with Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, tell us about the organization.
Sure. So Girls on the Run, if you've heard of it and you're not from Northern Arizona, it's because it's a national program. And so we have Girls on the Run councils in every single state in the United States and in Canada. So we are a national widespread program. And what we do is we use running, and more importantly, we use physical movement to teach girls life skills, to help them build confidence in themselves, in their bodies, and what they can do. And then also intertwined in our program is social and emotional learning skills. So we're trying to give girls tools that we know that they're going to need in their lives as a woman, as a teenager, and giving them those tools in ages 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. We know we're going to set them up for success and just be confident in themselves, because we know that's a really tough age. And being a girl and being a woman is hard. There's a lot of societal pressures of what you should do, what you should look like, what you should weigh, what you should wear, what you should be interested in. So we really try to give girls those tools to be confident in who they are, to choose values based on what's on the inside. And we use running to help them gain that confidence in themselves.
That's awesome. And we're going to spend some time to talk about the initiatives and programs and maybe some upcoming events. But in the interim, Trevor, can we pin that donation link to the top of the chat for those that are interested in donating to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona? We'll have the runner tracking back on in just a little bit here for those who are concerned, but we do want to give an opportunity for you to donate to an organization that does so much for so many, and this is as good of a time as any to do it as you're hanging out on Cocodona After Dark. Let's see if we've got some field coverage here. I don't know what we've got. Just for those tuning in for the first time here, this is actually Fort Tuthill, about mile 215. And the runners here basically are, this is also the start line of the Elden Crest race tomorrow. So this place is a little bit light for activity now, but it's going to be quite hopping tomorrow and for the rest of the weekend, really, until Friday morning, I think, is the cutoff at Fort Tuthill. So have you ever done any running or racing out of Fort Tuthill? Or?
I have done the Air Viper race that's in, the name is escaping of me.
Big Pine?
Yeah, Big Pine.
Okay.
I have done Big Pine. So yes, I've done some racing out at Tut Hill and run a lot of miles out there outside of racing.
So Big Pine, or so Fort Tut Hill rather, is this aid station, and it is going to be open until I believe Friday morning, Friday afternoon. But I think they have to beat feet out by Friday evening because there's a concert out there at Fort Tut Hill at the Pepsi Amphitheater. Billy Idol is playing in town
Really?
tonight. Yeah.
Man, I'm out of the loop. I don't know what's going on.
I was actually surprised. I always follow concert calendars because that's one of my personal
Yeah.
interests. And I happened to look and I said, oh, you're kidding. He's going to be on stage while I'm on the air, because I would have gone.
Yeah. Why
Like,
wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm a big Billy Idol fan. So
Next time.
Yes, next time I'll hopefully get the chance to see Billy Idol at the amphitheater. But when the runners do get to Fort Tut Hill, they are obligated to, as was pointed out a little bit earlier, I guess answer a cognitive test. Hey, what's up, buddy? And like simple things. They're not asking them complicated questions like, what's your name? What year is it? You know, they want to make sure you're just lucid and cognizant of where you are, what you're doing, and where you're headed, because it doesn't get easier for the last stretch of this race. So as you can see, I know that Kim Casey is our aid station leader over there in the purple. I see our camera person, Rob Martin, on the left-hand side over there. Rob has done camera work with Mountain Outpost for years. Glad to have him out here. And with regard to your organization, Kelly, what are some of the things that you've done since the last time we had you on here in the Cocodona live stream?
Yeah, actually, so just to, I guess, set some context. So our chapter is called Girls North of Northern Arizona. So we serve a lot of the towns that Cocodona actually goes through. We're in Prescott, we're in Clarkdale, we're in Jerome, we're in Sedona, we're in Cottonwood. Obviously, we're here in Flagstaff, and we're also, north of here on the Navajo Nation, on the Hopi Reservation. So we serve a very large area. And it can be really hard to, facilitate a program over that many miles, especially we have 1.5 employees. It's myself and a wonderful woman named Joy who we facilitate the program. And one thing that we did last year that we felt was really important was I guess I should also preface, at the end of our 10-week season that we have at Girls in the Run, we host a 5K. So while the girls are learning all these incredible life skills that we know that they need to put in their toolbox, they also are training to complete a 5K. It's not competitive. It's not timed. We're not doing placements or anything like that. It's really for each girl to set her own personal goal and find her happy pace. And so we have hosted our 5K in Flagstaff for many, many years since our existence and our beginning of our existence in 2008. But we've expanded and we serve a lot more communities than Flagstaff. And it's, not that easy to run at 7,000 feet, especially when you're 8, 9, 10 years old. And so asking some of these girls to come up from Cottonwood and Camp Verde, where they're at a lower elevation in a much colder climate, we thought, you know what, it's time to bring our 5K to the Verde Valley.
Oh.
Yeah. So we now host 2 5Ks. We host Flagstaff, our Flagstaff Girls in the Run 5K up here for our Flagstaff teams, and then anybody that we essentially serve in the northern region of Coconino, or mostly just Coconino County. But then for any of our teams that are located in Yavapai County, which is the Prescott, Sedona, all those communities that I just mentioned, we actually are hosting a program or a 5K for them in Camp Verde. So lower elevation, they don't have to travel as far, because accessibility is also important. Maybe not every single family can make the trip up to Flagstaff from Prescott. That's an hour and 40 minutes. So we're just trying to be accessible, inclusive, and give all those girls the best race experience that they could have.
Absolutely. And when you talk about northern Arizona, that is a very large geographic area.
Yes.
I mean, I'm from northern Illinois, and northern Illinois from one end to the other is like, you get from Chicago to Galena in like 3.5 hours if traffic is good. And, one end to the other from northern Arizona, when you're talking from Navajo Nation to the California border, I mean, that's a 6+ hour drive, it's wild how much of an area you're servicing here with these opportunities, and I think that's fantastic. That's one of the things that is really encouraging about an organization such as Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona.
Absolutely. And the other great thing about our 5Ks is that Aravaipa actually comes and helps us put those on. So they do, Aravaipa is obviously putting on this huge race like Cocodona, but they also come to our 5Ks. And I know you mentioned Noah. He actually was at our Camp Verde 5K helping us get set up and get things put on for the girls so they can really come and have like a true race experience, even though it's not a quote unquote race. It is an experience that we want them to feel like, hey, this is for you. This is because we, think you are special and you deserve this real race experience. And so we've been really grateful to partner with Aravaipa to help put on those 5Ks.
Of course, yeah, we're going to have Noah Doherty on a little bit later. And Noah, is a low-key sweetheart when it comes to that kind of stuff. He obviously helps you with your events, as well as I know a lot of elementary schools that Aravaipa does things like timing and provide bibs and finisher awards for. A lot of that is Noah Doherty's brainchild. So don't ever tell him I said this, but he's truly a great guy in disguise. So.
I believe it.
So when you talked about it, this is actually something I didn't know about you and your organization. You talked about basically like a 10-week program that kind of culminates in a 5K for participants of your program. Can you kind of walk through the bird's eye view of the framework of that kind of program?
Yeah, that's a great question, because a lot of people, they can't really picture what happens at Girls in the Run. They think girls are running, probably. Yeah, that makes sense.
Guilty. No, absolutely.
And that does happen. But it's a very intentional, evidence-based curriculum that we're actually implementing at Girls in the Run. So over that 10 weeks, the girls are training to complete a 5K, whatever that looks like to them. But again, they're learning these really critical life skills that we know are going to benefit them today and in the future. And so over the 10 weeks, we kind of break it into 3 different chunks. So the first chunk we have is where we're having lessons where we're getting to know ourselves. What are our own personal values? What makes us unique? What makes us special? What are we confident about in ourselves? And really try to provide tools to help them think positively about themselves. They're starting to get to an age where that negative self-talk might start festering. We even have a lesson that is all about recognizing negative self-talk and turning it into positive self-talk, which a lot of women need that in their 30s, 40s. They never get that lesson because it's just something that you're kind of taught to do about yourself as a woman, is to think poorly about yourself or negatively about yourself. I'm not saying every woman does that, but it's a pretty common thread. So if we can give that type of tool to a girl at age 8, 9, 10 years old, then we hope we're setting them up for a lifetime of positive self-talk. So that's what that first 3 weeks is about. And then the second 3 weeks, I guess, is about building positive relationships with others, standing up for people when maybe you see them getting picked on or getting bullied, recognizing bullying, making sure that you're choosing friends that make you feel good about yourselves. There's a lot of peer pressure, right, to be part of certain friend groups or to be friends with certain people. And what we try to teach girls is being whoever you're around, and if they don't make you feel good about yourself, you don't have to be friends with them. You can be friendly with them. We never want to be mean to people, of course, but that doesn't mean you have to spend time with them if they're not, making you feel good.
Well, that's actually got to be something that your organization focuses on quite heavily, and very complicated too, because not to age myself, but it's different than when I was a kid. Absolutely. When you're talking about, trying to cultivate and form those social circles and those influence spheres. Because when we were kids, it was basically the kids in the neighborhood, the kids at school, maybe the kids in whatever programs, whether it be a scouting program or, a sports program. Nowadays, it's social media. Mm-hmm. It's, in a lot of cases, distance learning, kids who maybe are homeschooled or something like that. The way that their influence spheres and social circles are cultivated now, in a lot of cases, are wildly different than they were, and a lot more complicated than they were at times in the past. And I think that makes things really difficult and complicated for parents, because they have to be more vigilant. And maybe that's where an organization such as yours comes in, because you're building years and years of experience to do this and to help parents with those tools and help families with those tools, because experience is the best teacher, but in some cases you definitely need to potentially talk to an expert.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we see the research about social media and what is doing to young people, especially young girls. It is causing their self-confidence to go down. It's skyrocketing depression rates in this age group. So we are trying to combat those statistics. And the one thing that I love about Girls in the Run is because it's a national program, like I said, it's research-based, it's evidence-based, and they're continually looking to ensure that our curriculum is, with the times. Essentially, yes. We want to make sure that we are navigating issues that girls are currently facing. So I said we have a new curriculum coming out this fall, and then every single fall hereafter, we'll have a new curriculum as well, because Girls in the Run International is making sure that our curriculum reflects what girls today are going through. And I think that is so important because things have evolved, like we just said.
Absolutely. I'm here with Kelly Teeslink from the Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. We're going to continue our conversation in just a moment here, but I did want to at least give people a heads up on where the race itself, the Cocodona 250, currently is, presented by Era Viper Running. We're here on the Mountain Outpost live stream. Click those like buttons and follows. That way we can wake you up bright and early with brand new content whenever we've got it out there. With regard to that, we're actually going to share some Cocodona stories here as the night progresses. We've been graced by Tony Hill, one of our camera and drone operators. He's been creating films on the side as he's been going through the course, and some of the stuff has been really sharp. And I know that the most recent thing he did was a piece that focuses on the women's race, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, of course, right here, this is Fort Tuthill, about mile 215. Runners here, there have been a handful to come through. I believe that maybe about a 10 to 12 or so men, and maybe the first 3 or 4 women have made it there. Of course, they have to move through Walnut Canyon and up Mount Elden and back down the other side between now and their Heritage Square finish line. For those just tuning in, our winner of the race here was Harry Schubertus. Harry actually overtook prior race leader Jeff Browning. He came from behind with less than 4 miles to go in a truly gripping fashion. And Jeff was, basically had his race, for lack of a better term, just kind of fall apart on him. And Harry, that's not to diminish anything that Harry did, because Harry ran a heck of a race. Harry ran faster than Jeff expected to run this race. So, both of them had a fantastic day. In third place is Arland Glick. And one of the great things about Arland is that we continue to see him basically raise the bar in his own running career, because it seems like, when he started out, he was an East Coast guy who was winning these flat, fast 100 miles like Canal Corridor in Ohio and running those kind of races. But then they said, we'll see what happens when he gets to a field like Javelina. Well, he won Javelina. And we'll see what happens when he gets to Western States. Well, he podiums Western States. And then they said, we'll see what happens when he gets to a race as tough as Hard Rock. Well, he's the fastest American male finisher. Second American overall, 5th overall. And so Arland Glick comes out to Cocodona. Well, let's see what happens on a multi-day. Well, Arland finishes 3rd. He continues to. I think we've got to be at the point where we stop doubting Arland Glick, for those who were at this point. So on our women's side, our lead woman is Mika Thews. She is actually through Walnut Canyon. In second place in the women's race, Manu Villaseca has gotten through Fort Tuthill. And in third place, Rachel Entricken has hit Fort Tuthill as well. Behind her, we believe Eliza LaPierre and Kylie Drugan-Epich are in 4th and 5th. Beyond that, it's a little bit tricky to tell, but it looks like Ashley Paulson might be in 6th right now, and that's where the women's race stands. As we mentioned, our top 3 men in Schubertus, Browning, and Glick. We expect the next men to come through would probably be Joe McConahay, Michael Versteeg, Jeff Garmeyer in some form or fashion. Of course, back again, we're talking about Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona with Kelly Teeslink. And we mentioned, of course, what your organization does. Can you kind of describe like how the national chapter might influence and affect what goes on the local level? Like, do you get like is it kind of like a two-way street, or do they tell you certain things that you have to adhere to, and they kind of just have like a reporting system? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are definitely parameters that we need to stick in. We have an agreement with Girls in the Run. Every council does, and that's essentially you're implementing their curriculum. We cannot design our own curriculum or alter theirs in any way. So they're kind of providing the, the structure and the foundation for the program. They also provide Girls in the Run councils a lot of resources. So branding, for instance, that is, something that we can't touch, right? They have provided that, and that's something that we have standards that we need to follow. But when it comes to our, local councils, how we operate, I guess, how we facilitate the program, where we decide to go, that's all dependent on local councils and the work that we put in. And another big part of that is fundraising. So we don't receive any money from Girls in the Run International. In fact, we pay them so we can use their curriculum and we can use the resources that they provide us. And fundraising is huge. And the reason why is because we never turn a girl away if she cannot afford the registration fee. It is essentially a pay what you can model. So when parents and guardians are registering their girls, we ask if they need financial assistance. If they do, we ask them a couple questions, shoot out an option for them that if it doesn't make sense, and they get to choose their own option. We do not want families' finances to be a barrier to participation. So about 50% of our girls receive financial aid to participate. Usually that's totaling around $25,000, which is where all donations go to. And then we also provide free shoes and sports bras to any girl who needs them as well, because we also know that as girls age, they tend to drop out of sports at a much higher rate than boys. And one of those reasons is because they don't feel comfortable in their body. They might not have the right gear. So shoes, we provide free shoes to anybody who needs them. And then sports bras is something that we just started a couple years ago, not really knowing if it was needed, but it is. We get about 20% of our girls, no, it's 30% of our girls are requesting sports bras. And that's their parents, requesting, saying, yep, my daughter does need this piece of gear. We cannot afford it. Please, give our girl a sports bra. And so we hope that when we give them girls or gear that make them feel good about themselves, that make them feel confident, that they're more likely to stick with physical activity, whether that's running or something else that makes them feel good about themselves.
No, that's fantastic. And to be honest, I'm actually really warmed right now because the response in the chat is fantastic. I want to give you a couple of quotes from some people that are watching and tuning in. Folks, if you're interested in donating to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, the link is at the top of the chat. We will have the runner tracking up there a little bit later, but I wanted to give everybody this opportunity to support this organization. Alan Russell, Girls on the Run is an incredible organization. When I was teaching, I loved hearing the girls face challenges by referencing what they learned in GOTR. Chad New, one of my favorite things about trail running is the empowerment it allows people to feel. A program like GOTR is great. My employer matched my donation, so hopefully that makes a difference.
Oh, thank you so much.
David, just got home and jumped on, and the first thing I hear is Girls on the Run. Wonderful program. I was an elementary school principal and brought GOTR to my school. Great decision. Great program.
Oh God, I love to hear it.
Your work is being seen and it's being appreciated, folks. Of course, one of the things about a program like Girls on the Run, teaching young girls to be empowered and active in sports, is that you never know. In a few years, give or take, they might end up on these live streams.
It's absolutely true.
And I was told, apparently you were underselling your experience in running. You've got a bit of a running career. I did not realize this. There's a little race by the name of the Superior 100, and you took that down one year?
Yeah, 1 year. I did.
That's a notoriously tough race.
Yeah, it wasn't easy.
Yeah, I bet. How did that go? What was that like to race the Superior 100?
It is one of my favorite races. This is up in northern Minnesota, if you're not familiar. Pretty gnarly. It's remote, very technical. And it's a race, and that area is just very near and dear to my heart. So being able to run Superior and get to embark on a lot of miles and a lot of hours on the Superior hiking trail was something that I used to do when I lived in the Midwest. So I've done the 50, I've done the 100 a couple times. And the year that I won Superior was really special. It was just everything clicked, and just one of those unicorn days.
That's fantastic. Like I said, I had no idea. I was pretty sure. I was like, I knew you'd run ultras, but I didn't realize. Oh wow, that's a big race. It's a Western States qualifier. So if you're if you're doing right things in that race, then you definitely have had a solid running career. So
thanks,
folks. What we're looking at here is Mike Versteeg in the chair up at the top of Mount Elden. He is being tended to by the aid station there. That is Julian Galuzzi in the apron. Julian, a friend of the running community. I can see Claire Augustin kneeling over to check with him. I see Siska Vasquez. That means Pete Mortimer can't be too far behind or too far away. But Versteeg, again, one of the things amazing about this race, first of all, he's having a great one. Second of all, he's wearing a lot more clothing than we're used to seeing on him. And we will be wrapping around the coverage further down the course as well as time goes on. As we mentioned, we did have a cutoff at Jerome just a little bit ago. The next cutoff that these runners have to face, I believe, is Dead Horse Ranch at about 12:40 in the morning. At least that's what I've got. So as we can see, Versteeg actually looks like he's potentially putting everything back on and getting ready to head out. You ever get up to Elden at all, or did you use that as part of your workouts?
I did. Yeah, I actually, before I got pregnant, I was training for Mogollon Monster. And because that actually feels a lot like Superior. It's kind of has a similar vibe to me. And so I was excited to try it. I've done the marathon distance. And so I was doing
so hard.
I was doing a lot of Elden climbs. It's about a 6-minute drive from my house. So once a week, I would go up and try to run it as fast as I could run it, whatever you want to call it, to get ready for Mogollon. And, I did it a couple times, not knowing I was pregnant. And then unfortunately, well, maybe not unfortunately, but Mogollon didn't happen. Instead, I got more pregnant.
It was pretty brutal out there. I ran it this year.
Oh my gosh.
And for those that aren't familiar, the Mogollon Monster is there's the 100-mile race, which ascends and descends off the Mogollon Rim, which is about a 1,000-foot climb each time you do it, like 6 or 7 times. Yeah. And with a total accumulation of about 22,000 feet. The marathon is no joke either, because you ascend about 3,500 feet in the first 9 miles. I was ready to die.
It was a tough start.
Absolutely. The first 9 miles of that race, I will stack up against anything that people put out there. It is brutal. You climb a steep ascent up Donahue climb,
yep.
And then right away you head down Weber, and then you head back up Turkey Springs, and it's exposed. And September in Arizona, still pretty warm.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I actually, when I found out I was pregnant, I dropped down to the 42K this year, and then my body was like, nope, that's not happening. So then now I've just got a bunch of race credits. So maybe the 42K will be my first race back. We'll see.
It's not going away. It's going to be there for you. Kelly Teeslink with Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. Folks, if you're interested in donating to their organization to help with the work that they do to help young and developing women and soon-to-be women, the link is at the top of the chat. Do you have any events that are coming up with your organization? Like, what does the future look like for GOTR of Northern Arizona?
Yeah, so right now is our prime time for recruiting coaches and recruiting schools to host the program in the fall.
Okay.
Our program runs late August through early November. So pretty much if you if your girl goes to school or you know of a school, you want to get involved, we serve Yavapai, Coconino, and what is that other county? My brain is not working here.
Navajo, Apache.
Navajo County. Yeah, Navajo and Coconino. And Yavapai. So, and of course, like I said, we're a national program. So I'm sure a lot of the people at the live stream don't live in Northern Arizona. So this isn't going to be applicable to them. But I guarantee you that there is likely a Girls in the Run Council in your area. And we're pretty much all in the same timeline. We're either hosting a spring program or a fall program or both. But But right now we are recruiting coaches to be able to implement our program. Essentially, we can't do what we do without our volunteer coaches. And I know the word coach scares people because they think they're a running coach or they need to be a runner, but neither are true. And actually, you don't even have to be a woman. We take any gender, any experience. If you care about empowering girls, you can be a Girls in the Run coach. We provide the training, we provide the resources, and we give you everything you need to be successful on day one. You just have to bring the excitement and the energy to your Girls in the Run team.
Oh, that's fantastic. And actually, that's one of the things that is important, that if you're interested in supporting your local Girls on the Run chapter, you can find out by actually you can kind of maneuver through the link that we provided that is for donations. But I was just kind of playing with it while we were talking here, and it's like, oh, you can actually see how to contact the Girls in the Run organizations as well. So, you're more than welcome to do that, whether you're here in Northern Arizona or you're anywhere in the United States.
Yep, absolutely. And the other thing I'll mention, this is just something we're kind of always pitching, is becoming a charity runner for Girls in the Run. So we have a Soulmates program, and actually Aravaipa is a partner of ours. So they provide free race registrations to people who raise money for Girls in the Run of Northern Arizona, which is a wonderful gift that Aravaipa has given us. And essentially, we give you the tools to fundraise. You pick a race. Cocodona is not included. Just want to say that.
Well, maybe we can work something out if you raise a lot of money.
Well, and I did want to mention, we do have somebody running. His name is Josh Henry, and I think he was just about to the last aid station that had a cutoff in Jerome. So I'm not sure where he is at, but he raised $5,000 for Girls in the Run of Northern Arizona through the Wander Project partnership through Aravaipa. So want to say thanks to Wander Project, thanks to Aravaipa for providing those charity race bibs to runners. And he's been such a wonderful advocate. He's from Bellingham, Washington, but chose Girls in the Run of Northern Arizona as his charity bib. And did an incredible job. $5,000 essentially fully funds 2 Girls in the Run teams. And we are just so grateful for Josh and his advocacy for Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona and empowering girls. He's just done such a great job. And hopefully he is still out there, and he is getting all the good vibes that are going to him right now.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. We're thankful to have people like Josh Henry out there that are going to give up their time. I'm trying to actually scramble through the standings to see if I can. Oh, that's Joe. Okay, so we've got this is Joe Stringbean Mcconahay making his way through. Looks like Buffalo Park, based on the very limited light that we've got there. Stringbean is looks like aiming for a 4th place finish here, but as we've learned so far to this point, anything can happen in a race of this magnitude, with the final 5 miles being where the last pass of the top 2 took place. Have you been able to catch any of the race at all to this point? Is there anything that you've noticed that's been interesting to you?
Yeah, I've caught it here and there. I'm on maternity leave right now, so in years past I've been working and trying to keep tabs on the live stream, and I thought I'd have all the time in the world to watch the live stream. Turns out that baby needs a lot of attention. Yeah. So I've tried not as much as I would have liked, but I think what always stands out to me is when the women are just killing it, especially, we've seen the longer the distances there are, the
more
yes, it's a little bit more parallel, right? Yep. And so it's been wonderful to see the women doing so well. And I guess I don't know exactly what the percentages are this year, but hopefully they've continued to go up, seeing more women run these distances.
Well, not just running, but when they do it, they have a lot greater success rate. I mean, for instance, I don't know if you were paying attention to Hard Rock this year, but the women's success rate at Hard Rock was absolutely, well, first of all, it embarrassed what the men did out there. I mean, it was, I believe it was a 92% finish rate for the women at Hard Rock. This is hard rock.
Yeah, I believe it. Oh my gosh.
You know that, and you know, one of the hardest American races imaginable. And you know, so women, if they're getting to the start line, they seem to be getting to the finish line a lot better as well.
Absolutely.
So a lot of it is just simply getting out there, and that's one of the beautiful things about. It's not perfect, but it's progress. Like with the hard rock and how they're basically paralleling entrant registration with lottery entrant registration. You know, I mean, there are things that can always be done better. I mean, High Lonesome is another example of a race that has done a lot of work to try and break down barriers to and encourage women to enter. You know, but it's miles ahead, I think, in a lot of cases than where it was a few years ago.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. It's great to see.
Well, is there anything else that you'd like to add about your organization, Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona? Anything coming up? Like, what's your next actual thing going on with GOTR of Northern AZ?
So our next thing would be our season and then our 5K. That's not till November. So our summer is really just about, hey, we're getting as many people involved as possible. So again, recruiting those schools, recruiting those coaches, and getting ready for that fall season that starts in August. And so our fall 5K will be, I think it's November 2nd. Actually, it's at Buffalo Park.
Nice. So what you're saying is String Bean is doing some course scouting.
Exactly. I have to argue that we probably have one of the most beautiful Girls in the Run 5Ks in the country at Buffalo Park. And then, of course, our other 5K will be in Camp Verde, and that's just as beautiful.
Oh, that's a gorgeous area. Absolutely. If you haven't run down in the Camp Verde area, the trails are a little bit trickier and less traversed for sure, but the Verde Valley area just east of Sedona is a great place to go and get some hiking or running in and maybe get some wine tasting in as well.
Yep, not for our girls, but...
Oh, yeah, that's not for them. Kind of threw my own personal vices in there, but...
That's okay.
But yeah, you know,
we won't have that at the 5K, I guess.
That's true. Yeah, there is no wine at the 5K. Good call, folks. This is Kelly Teesling. Kelly, thanks for joining me again.
Hey, thank you.
Really had a blast. I'm glad that you were able to come in with us, and frankly, hopefully your schedule permits to join us and let us know how things are going next year.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And just want to also say thanks to everybody in the live chat for your support. It means the world, especially hearing, you know, teachers and principals that have seen the impact of Girls in the Run and just your advocacy for bringing the program to your school. I mean, that is where the partnership really shines. We couldn't do it without schools saying yes to hosting the program. And anybody who donated, of course, thank you so much for empowering girls and being part of the Girls in the Run team.
You're definitely, when you get a chance, going to want to go back through the live stream chat and see the love for Girls on the Run. You're gonna be very pleased. It's gonna warm your heart. So.
Wonderful.
And thanks to those of you who have been hanging around and donating to the cause. We'll leave the chat, the donation link up in the chat a little bit longer. For those of you who are on the fence, you're seeing and hearing the stories of how this organization empowers and enriches the lives of girls in this area. And one of the things that you mentioned that really impressed me was the basically pay what you can scholarship availability. I mean, there are sections of Northern Arizona that are really fighting an uphill battle in terms of financial situations, and an organization like yours definitely is one that can make a difference. So thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Folks, that was Kelly Teesling. And we are here looking at String Bean, and we're going to follow him into the downtown Flagstaff area, where I'm sure that some people are looking forward to seeing String Bean finish his second Cocodona 250. This is not possibly where he expected to be at this point, but he's moving pretty well, and we're just going to keep it right here. folks. We are back here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Air Viper Running and on the Mountain Outpost channel. I'm here now joined by, I guess I just call you the one of the big shots at Air Viper. This is Noah Doherty. Noah, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
If you've done a lot of the races, a lot of times you'll be narrating people through some of the race guides for runners and everything like that. You also do a lot of things behind the scenes. You were along with your brother Jeremy, the creators of the Mogollon Monster Race every September. And I wanted to come in here first to like utterly humiliate you, but also to talk about what your experience has been with this race, what you've seen out there. You help mark some of the very hardest parts of this course, and maybe share your experiences and what you've seen.
Yeah, I mean. It's been a fun ride, seeing it from the days of a dream of it happening to the long runs, test run with Jamil and Anthony Culpepper doing it. I guess that was maybe 2019 even.
Oh, before that.
Yeah, it was like
Pretty
something
sure,
around
yeah.
there, yeah. COVID kind of messed things up on that, but yeah, it was cool to see, and then now to see the iteration today, and Steve's kind of killing it, race directing and making sure everything happens with all the crazy roadblocks and stuff. So yeah, it's been fun.
You can see it looks like String Bean is still working his way through the streets of Flagstaff. We are not going to miss String Bean's finish. I want to let you know that completely. But what I want to do is do a quick little wrap around to all of our other current camera shots right now, if we can. So if you want to just hit the next one, and we'll let people know what we're looking at.
Yeah, we got a little time there.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Sedona 8. Obviously, we don't have a lot of lighting there. Hopefully, we can either alter or improve that a little bit later. Let's go on to the next one. That's Munns Park. Ditto. See, this is why Aravaipa After Dark, that's why we get a little bit off the rails here, because we get antsy and we can't see the runners.
Yeah.
What's our next shot? Awesome. That's
There
Fort
we
Tuthill.
go.
We see
Bringing
some
indoors.
runners taking some snapshots and photos. Looks like pacers and crew. This is the last crewable spot here on the Cocodona 250 course. And from here, the runners basically run through a fairly flat area for a number of miles. It's actually a comfortable reprieve based on what they've had to deal with.
Yeah, less rocks, less climbing. Probably feels farther because you're going slower.
Less climbing. He's a bassist, right?
Less Claypool, right?
Yes. We get punchy.
We're getting it. We're getting
it.
it. Careful with the innuendos.
Yeah. Of course, we have to behave when Noah's around, because he's an Aravaipa bigwig. Of course, Fort Tuthill, you can see aid station crew chief Kim Casey in the background. Looks like she's carrying some stuff around. Kim does a great job over there, and her sidekick. Yeah, Kim and Joe are fantastic, and then their sidekick Chris Thornley.
Yeah,
he's been around the scene a little bit. We had Chris in last night. Oh my goodness!
Oh really?
Or maybe it was the night before. It was, man, it's all just running together. He was in here Monday night, but
and he kept it clean.
Very
nice.
Kept it very clean.
Good.
I didn't realize that was a concern. He knows when to turn it on and off.
Yeah,
then.
he's a champ.
And it looks like we have one more aid station cam we can go to really quick. That is Elden aid.
There it is.
The most recent departure was Mike Versteeg. I can see a couple of my favorite people there. Julian and Claire on the right-hand side. I see Siska on the left. They're all taking care of runners as they have. Basically, this is the reward.
Totally.
Yeah.
It is. It's funny. I was talking to Julian at probably like 4 a.m. today at Kelly Canyon. He's like, I got a TV and I'm going to bring it up there. And he said he had a Santa costume. I don't know if that's made it out yet or if he's holding out until it gets real cold up there, but that looks a pretty comfortable aid station right there.
It's not
for
bad.
where they are.
Absolutely. Well, I remember that the way it used to be out there was in a far more exposed. Pete told me about how he lost a tent up there because it was
the first year was like, we're like, oh, we should put it on the edge. It'll be beautiful. And
it was.
The wind it was whipped.
It was brutal. Of course, this is Joe String Bean Mcconahay there.
We're getting there now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's probably been smelling the barn for 40 miles as it is, but now when you're actually in the streets and when you're on, Beaver Street, the way that it works, folks, when you're in Flagstaff and you're on Beaver Street, the names of the streets in Flagstaff ascend the alphabet. I can't remember what the first street is, but I know that you keep going. I know that the second last street is Cherry, but you take a left on Birch. It's like, G, F, E, D, C, B, A.
Gotta think Aspen, right? Would be the first one.
Well, yeah, but they don't go that far.
I thought you said the first one.
The last one they go to is Birch. They take the left on Birch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The runners don't. I
Yeah.
thought you meant the street signs don't.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. No, the runners turn left on Birch. Yeah, for sure.
And that is, of course,
This
the
is
world
getting-
famous Beaver
yeah,
Street
seriously.
Liquors right there. That sign sticks out quite a lot in the
That's perfect.
in the Flagstaff night. Of course, Flagstaff is a dark sky community, so that's like one of the few big lights that
Yeah.
you'll see on this side of town.
Totally.
String Bean heading into the finish.
It's moving all right.
Yeah, I mean, all things
This
considered,
is like just get it done.
it's not his college 412 mile, but
Yeah,
it's
he's like-
looking pretty good.
Yeah. The end is in sight. Good for him.
So Noah, you as I said, you've been involved in a lot of the operation of this course. I mean, you're not the race director, but one of the things about working for Aravaipa is that you learn to do everything. When you work for a guy who does everything himself, that's one of the things I say about working for Jamil. I say that there's, one of the nice things about working for a guy like that is that he'll never ask you to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. The downside of that is that he will do anything himself, literally
totally.
anything.
No, it's true. I mean, we talked about that even with the 250, where he's like, well, I can't ask people to run this unless I know we can run it, right? Like that's a great way to dive into it. And I mean, it's each year it becomes more and more where it's like, I cannot believe how much goes into this race. And every year we think we have everything we need. We're like, all right, we got all the equipment we need. We've got it dialed. And then, February, March comes around and we all meet and we're thinking we don't have near enough stuff. Like there's no way we're going to pull this off. And Patty and Hannah with the aid station crew and Jen, and they're all just like, we just need more. Like they need more. They're longer stretches. There's more people. And with that, it's like the aid stations get bigger and bigger and stronger. And so hopefully that's resonating with the runners as they're out there and they're, fueling and more finish. So it's just an insane endeavor, really.
Oh, I bet. I mean, I am, I guess, tangentially involved in, Aravaipa operations. I don't really do a lot there. Like when I stop by to, have lunch with Matt or talk to Jamil or something like that, I'm usually more in the way than providing any sort of benefit. But, like the amount of planning and logistics that goes into these events. I mean, you literally, as you alluded to earlier, started off by doing this course. I know we all know that Jamil ran the race in 2021, but you and Anthony Culpepper and Jamil and Scout, I believe,
Scout was there. Yeah,
we're all a part of
Super
this.
Fun.
The very first Cocodona expedition, I guess you could say. Can you tell us about that a little bit?
Yeah, that was fun because that was the weather was crazy that year. Rained for days, I felt like. I joined them around Jerome, right in downtown Jerome. And they had already had a bunch of, roadblocks where they're like, well, we found a private property fence we didn't know about. And then we got to here. And then at Jerome, I was joining them. Pretty quickly, they started to run down the hill. It was like sunset. And they're like, well, we ran into a fence, private property. We can't go on there. So they called us up. We ran and picked them up. And then we met in Dead Horse and then had to figure out that section later on. And then we ran from Dead Horse pretty much the rest of the way. But the first year, the course went a totally different way in Sedona. It went West Sedona, Kazner Mountain rather than Kazner Trail. I think it's called something like that. So beautiful over there.
Yeah, that Sedona perimeter airport trail is really well known.
Airport's beautiful. Yeah, this is a totally different.
Okay.
Way west. You're over by. You go by there's two wilderness areas, and the only reason you can run through them is because of a dirt road that was made because of the power company. So you're allowed to have, I think it's Secret Wilderness and something Sycamore Wilderness or something on each side.
Okay.
Super pretty, and then you just run on the pine trees for 30 miles or something. But anyway, it was really cool, but it rained a ton. So we were thinking at the time, we're like, heat might not be as big of an issue because you might get rain and knock on wood, we haven't had any yet. And I think this year has probably been the nicest weather.
Oh, absolutely.
We've had start to finish. And that probably shows in some of these results too.
Yeah. And you know, obviously you're involved in the execution of this race with runners. Okay, so the first year, your expectations were, I guess, derailed by the fact that runners took so much longer than expected. Of course, Michael Versteeg won the race by finishing just over 72 hours. This year, it was the fact that they were probably so much faster. We're going to actually have Noah answer that here in just a few moments, but we're going to kind of peel out here as far as we're talking, because Joe Stringby Mcconahay has reached the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports.
This is it. Love it. And there's Jamil right there, still out
Jamil
there
Curry.
making that turn.
Jamil probably got his 8 minutes of sleep and is back out there.
Yeah, I saw him over there earlier with Arland, same corner. It's great.
String Bean with his very colorful race kit there. Of course, we've got some follow filmers. There are also some documentary teams that are creating content for this race, I know for a fact. Oh, boy, they're going to have a story to tell.
Oh, man. This live stream team is just killing it.
Yeah.
So much great footage and time out there.
String Bean McConaughey. Heading up past that last building. Going to take a solid hard right here just up around this last business. Moment with his pacer. Pacer bowing out to let Joe finish that run down the alley himself.
Yeah.
He didn't win it this time, but he had a hell of a race. Joe Stringbean McConaughey, your fourth place finisher. Doing it in style with a bit of hopscotch right there. Just over 64 hours.
Right, we're still way under the course record. It's crazy.
Ridiculous.
Crazy.
See Joe getting some appreciation and love at the finish line. Alluding to that, Noah, as we were talking before we faded off so String Bean could get his propers, describe the issues and difficulties that you had with the race this year where everybody was so damn fast.
Yeah, it's interesting because we even had pre-race intel that a couple runners were like, we're not trying to break the record, we're trying to break it by 10 hours. Which, of course, it's like, okay, we have to prepare for this, but then on the other side, it's like, that's a lot of miles to be that confident that that's going to happen. And already felt like the mileage or the time wasn't super high, you know? It wasn't like, oh, well, yeah, you're right, we can shave 15 hours off this easily. And then still they went out so strong and so consistent that we were still chasing it, where, you know, Steve had all these cutoffs planned, and then it's like, okay, actually he's still going to be 4 hours ahead of this one. And especially in the front end, we loaded it where he's like, okay, if they're going to do it, they'll probably do it early, and then it might tail off and equal out a little bit. So there were, as late as this afternoon, we were still setting up aid stations just in front of these guys to make sure we pulled it off.
You could see it, yeah. The tables were not under the tents at Elden for running.
Yeah. We had an issue at Elden with getting up there because it's nasty road and there was trucks in the way. And so there's a couple other things there, but still it would have been close. But it was happening before that even, where our team they were supposed to set up this morning at 4 a.m. They'd set up last night because they're like, well, I don't want to take a chance. And so just a lot of, you know, pivoting on the spot, which is our team is kind of incredible with, and they did a great job. I showed up at 4 a.m. today to set up Kelly Canyon. I was like, oh, they already did it. And then I just stuck around because they're like, well, Jeff's going to be there in 30 minutes. So, so stick around and help him out. And then, yeah. So I think that's kind of the biggest thing is, and not only the setup, but it's like reverb. So it's like, okay, but you also said volunteers are supposed to be here at 4 a.m. Now you need them here at 12:30. Some of them are coming from the Valley. They're coming from Prescott. So I think there's so many things you're just asking people to be on call, essentially.
Yeah.
And ready to jump to action to help you out.
Somebody was trying to shake it out of us as far as who gave a prediction that they were going to try and run close to 10 hours under the previous course record. I know that Browning was talking 62 or less. So, I mean, as an example right there.
Well, a lot of people were saying when he finished, and I missed this, but he said he predicted exactly the time he finished. Did you see that?
So
60:19 is what
I
he
had
said.
originally heard 62:19, but if that's the case, then that's wild.
I mean, everybody on the 60:19 and he hit it right on. It was, right?
Yeah.
Everybody on the live chat was like, I can't, like, he's doing this on purpose just so he's like hugging people before he finished, and then he crossed right before 60:20. That's pretty insane.
Yeah. No, that is fantastic. And to that end, when you're talking about what the runners were doing this year, one of the things that I remember, for example, last year, Mike Versteeg and Killian Korth were the first two runners into Whiskey Row. And, of course, Killian's race went sideways late, and he ended up dropping from first to eighth overall.
Yeah.
And was first actually to Walnut Canyon. I mean,
I was going to say that was all close to Elden by the time.
It was the
really
Elden
started
climb where he was passed.
I do remember that. It was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough.
Yeah. But what's funny is that this year, Killian came into Prescott, I want to say 7th. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that people were doing were they were applauding and congratulating him for at least, from a distance, for talking about, like, oh man, he's so much more under control this year. He's he learned his lessons from last year. I'm not saying he didn't, but they were basing it on the time that he took to get there. He got there 2 hours faster this year, despite the fact that he was 7th.
Really? I didn't know that.
So the lead men got into Whiskey Row 3 hours earlier. Exactly 3 hours earlier.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we had the 7th man through. Okay, so
that's hilarious.
Last year we were on the air. Typically we go off night one at about 11 p.m., 11:30. We'll usually stay for the first runners to hit Whiskey Row, which is usually between 11 and midnight.
Huh?
And the first runners this year hit it at 8:30.
Dang.
And
I didn't realize that they were that far ahead.
Yeah.
Even from last year's. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Everything had to slide up. That's funny. Yeah, and when I saw Killian on course, he looked totally calm. And I mean, they all did up front. They were like, nobody was pushing it. They were all just like, let's just get through this,
And the weather did definitely play a factor. It was much more friendly to the runners this year.
Yeah.
It was cooler down in the lower parts. It was also warmer this year up top. Elden, there was not nearly as much snow as there was last year. So
Not last year. Yeah, there was some snow up there, and I think tonight and tomorrow will be cold for these runners as they're moving slower. I think it'll be. I mean, it's supposed to be potentially in the 20s, right? Low 30s, high 20s, like depending on where you're at.
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, well, it's supposed to be in the mid 30s here. So if it's that way here, then you add another 1,500, 2,000 feet up the top of Elden, where the wind is always whipping. It's going to be super cold.
Windy race so far.
Is that String Bean getting a hug from Mama Curry there?
It sure is, yeah.
Yeah. Patty Curry, the manager of all things aid stations for Aero Viper Running.
She's everywhere.
Legendary photographer Howie Stern. You want to hear something really funny, Noah?
Yeah.
So we obviously have been covering the finish line and catching all of the finishers to this point. Our aim is to catch everybody at the finish between now and Saturday morning. But people were asking, and hey, can you get that photographer out of the way? I mean, we chuckle because we know him, and
there was a lot of conversation about that because he had he did have a perfect block of Browning when he was on the mic.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this would be great to see or hear. And it was like, we couldn't see. although I didn't realize it was him at the time. Is that who it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I tried to explain it like this. I said I would rather have Howie be in our shot than us in his.
For sure.
Because
he's getting killer shots.
He's getting killer shots. I mean, Howie Stern, Ultra Running Magazine put the last place finisher of Cocodona a couple of years on the cover because Howie took such a great shot.
Yeah, Howie and Scott are really great about capturing these finish line shots.
Yeah, I mean, when you see Ultra Running Magazine, when your copy comes in, or if you see the picture of the cover, online, there's a...
Was that the Joan shot from the tunnel? Is that the one you're talking
No,
about?
the year before, or that was the year before. That year was 2022, the Stephen Park coming through the Human Spirit.
Oh, that one.
Finish,
Yeah.
Which
that
was
really cool.
Yeah, one of the coolest shots that we've ever had.
That was fun.
We're going to do a quick update on what's going on out on the course. This is Chris Warden along with Aravaipa Bigwig Noah Doherty, one of the people who has been a part of the Cocodona 250 since its inception, has been out on pretty much probably every session of the course in one way or another. Either
I think so, yeah.
So what did you hike this year? What did you mark this year as part of your
I
duties?
do the first 37. So Crown King down to the start, or the start up to Crown King. I mark downhill because
smart.
It's just tough. And even that's tough. Even when I go down, I usually end up, because normally what I do is we go up to Crown King, we'll mark to Lane Mountain, me and somebody else who's dropped me off, Mike Santos this year, and he helped me. We drop off Waters at Lane, and I'll stay at Cottonwood. He'll drop off like a tent and a sleeping bag and a cotton. I'll just look like a cowboy camp it. But
that part
at Cottonwood, like at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
So I'll do like the first 27 miles, sleep for a few hours, and then I do the last section. It didn't work out this way because I had to get home for a 9U baseball championship.
I knew it was going to be a 9U baseball game. Is that Joe Corsione right there? Battle of the podcasters. He's hitting Mons or leaving? Okay.
Good for him.
Joe Corsione, the Everyday Ultra podcaster. The real question is whether Joe is ahead of or behind Finn Melanson.
That has been the question of the day, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
Finn's been killing it too.
Finn's had a great week.
Finn's just leaving Walnut.
Okay, yeah.
Finn's just leaving Walnut?
Yeah, I
oh,
thought
wow, then
was...
he's killing it.
Yeah.
Of course, Finn was not part of our live stream this year because he decided to be a part of the story.
Where'd you say Joe was?
Just leaving
Muns, okay.
Yeah, so he's got about...
Oh, so he's... Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
he's fairly far back.
Yeah.
So...
All right,
still have
the ladies here. Where are we at?
All right, let me get my bearings on the leaderboard, and I will let you know who is leading the women's race. I believe that it is still Mika Thews, who is through Walnut Canyon. I don't think through Elden as of yet, but I will confirm that.
Yeah, I think she's got a pretty sizable lead last time I saw. I think second, third were the closer together.
Yeah, Mika.
I think she had like a 20-mile lead or something.
Mika Thews was at Walnut Canyon about on-air math is never a good idea. About 2.5 hours ago, so probably getting up Elden, moving along fairly well. But definitely did reach Fort Tuthill significantly before the second place woman. Let's see, Mika.
Rachel probably so, or
let's see, 2:08. Yeah, had about a 6-hour lead on second place Manu Villaseca and Rachel Entrikin at Fort Tuthill.
Is Manu in second?
Yeah, Manu has moved up to second.
Close still, or to third?
Last I checked, Manu and Rachel were about 15 minutes apart. I don't know if that gap has closed.
So pretty close, yeah.
With the introduction of the Sedona Canyons runners, the live runner tracking has gotten...
It gets tricky. That's what we were doing the race command. I'm
pretty
like,
creative. Yeah.
Zoom in on zones where they switch, they veer off from each other to make sure the right colors are going the right direction.
Absolutely. And actually, to that end, that gives me another thing. As right now we're looking at Fort Tuthill aid at mile 211. One of the things that people might wonder about or might not understand is how Race Command is involved in this race. whenever the live stream is very, how shall we say, vigilant about letting us know whenever a runner's tracker pings off course.
Yes.
And there are times where I'm like, oh, that looks like a problem. And there are times where I'm like, oh, I think that's just, quote, GPS ping float.
Yeah.
As an example, earlier there was a runner who I think it was actually Browning, whose GPS pinged maybe about a quarter mile off in the middle of nowhere. That didn't alert me. That didn't worry me because number one, I knew the runner. Number two, it was like it showed him falling off a cliff.
Right.
Or something like that. With Eliza, what happened was her GPS was pinging off on an established mapped trail.
That's the problem.
That's where you get nervous and scared.
That's usually the zoom in factor where it's like, okay, before I get nervous that this thing's pinging way off course, is if you zoom in, is there anything there?
Yeah.
And then the next thing would be, what speed are they currently showing? Because a lot of times, like Browning had one after Elden where he kind of went into a dead zone there.
Exactly, yeah.
And he was running at like 14.6 miles per hour. So it's like, okay.
That was the one I was literally talking about.
Yeah. So, but that is a common thing. And it's actually helpful sometimes on the chat where somebody will be like, oh, 444 is off looks like they're off track. And it's like, oh, let me check it out real quick. We just, as race command, we just kind of go up the scale the whole time, or like the snake of this course is like, okay, let's just check, zoom in, see where people are at. Everybody looks good. Then it's like, then you just kind of bounce around from thing to thing. Oh, look, Santa suit's out.
Oh,
yes.
Because it's Christmas on Mount Elden.
Yep.
That is their theme this year.
Love it.
So you can see
Julian
at Mount Elden in his Santa Claus digs.
You got white gloves or no?
Well, didn't Santa have black gloves?
It's always white gloves.
Or black boots. White gloves?
Black boots.
White gloves, black boots.
Anyway. We appreciate the Santa outfit anyway.
Like how early or how far in advance do you actually do like the physical part of the prep for a race like Cocodona? I mean, how early beforehand are you actually starting to like load trucks and get things together at the warehouse?
John's picking up trucks a good, he could answer this to a T for sure, but I would think
don't give him credit.
No, he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Kidding. John Marushak does work his ass off out there.
Oh man, they do. There's just a lot of logistics there's points where it's like, wow, we have 4 box trucks, 4 pickups, a trailer running around, 2 refrigerator trucks, and a trailer that we added that has refrigeration in it. And so, but I think actual loading is probably not much more than a week out.
Mm-hmm. That's still a lot of time in advance for a race.
It is. I think the biggest thing is, like I said, we keep having to add, which this is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
If you're adding stuff, that means the race is doing well. People are excited about it, and I think they should be. The course is just incredible. So the fact that we're having to add more is probably a good thing, but it still doesn't change the fact that it's just a lot of equipment, a lot of moving parts, and with 22 aid stations, they're going to a lot of different places, and over 5-6 days, and during the week, there's a lot of things that kind of go into that. So yeah, I think that like each year we're like, okay, that we did great on this, and then we add something else, and then it becomes like, okay, now we gotta work through this, or like Sedona Canyons grows exponentially, and Elden Crest is big, and I think all of that kind of plays into it, and the team they're just like, all right, let's go, show me what we got to do, we'll be there and we'll pull it off, and it's pretty cool to watch, and not to mention the amount of volunteers that do the same thing, and yeah, it's cool to see where people are coming from just to run this, and like the amount of stuff that goes in for a runner, because it's not just running the race, right? It's everything that takes to get to the race and support your crew while you're running, and there's just so many pieces to the puzzle. It's cool.
For sure.
It's really cool.
And I'll admit that's one of the things is kind of like an observer off to the side of what happens at these races. I've never ceased to be amazed by the fact that you're all able to put it together. It's truly amazing.
No, it's cool. What's the let's take a look at the 125. I'm curious who's
Yeah,
'Cause we're
so
probably gotta be
apparently
getting
there is
60 miles in, or
well, yeah, and funny thing about that, we haven't really talked too much about the 125 simply because there's so much going on with the 250.
Yeah,
with
fair.
People finishing and runners hitting the Elden climbs and everything like that. But in the 125, I believe we've got a duel shaping up that is pretty interesting. So last year's Cocodona third place finisher, Michael Greer, is one of the
There was
participants.
somebody else leading for a while.
Well, it could be Michael Greer, it could be Eddie Healy, because they're about 1 minute apart at Kelly Canyon.
Nice.
So, of course, their next aid station is Fort Tuthill, which is really kind of mind-blowing that somebody would be on their way to Fort Tuthill.
Wow.
Yeah, so...
but they do have that longer loop into Tuthill.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. It is...
to make up the extra mileage there.
Can you kind of explain that for those who are unfamiliar with how things had to be changed for the Sedona Canyons course?
Yeah, I think I was texting you about this earlier when AJW was going over it. I was like, he just nails this description of all the things that happened. But yeah, we had to kind of pivot a little bit on our course to make sure the amount of people that we wanted to run could run. So with that, the solution we came up with was you actually hop in a car and don't run the short loop from Schnebly to Munns. But to do that, then you have to make up mileage. So you get to run the Flagstaff Loop Trail, which is really cool, just west of Fort Tuthill. So you make up miles there that you lost. And then similarly on Elden, the Mexican spotted owl, which is
threatened, I believe.
It's not exactly. It's threatened, and we joke around that because we've had not issues, but we've had to work around it a few times where it's like it's going to end up in a logo eventually, the Mexican spotted owl, because many times where we think we have it dialed in, and they're like, well, there's potential nesting there, and so that's kind of what happened. I mean, it is what happened. And so in order to keep everybody running, and rather than tell them, hey, you can't run this year, we're going to figure something else out. Those are the solutions we came up with. So there's a couple reroutes right below Elden, which is also a really cool trail. It's not the same, right? It's not the same as climbing that steep side of Elden, but it is a really cool, it's a great trail over there. So we felt it was the best move to keep everybody out here. And Mexican spotted owls.
So that is Michael McKnight on the left there in the blue at Fort Tuthill, getting ready to head out for the final stretch of his Cocodona 250.
Nice.
Assuming he is able to bring it in, this will be his third consecutive finish. Of course, famously, his first year at the Cocodona 250 did not go very well at all. And had to pull out of the race about 170 miles in.
Yep.
And
hospital visit, right?
Yeah. Had a case of rhabdo that was outlined in the film inaugural year.
It's funny, I thought when you said famously, I was thinking you were going to say when he famously just destroyed the course last year.
Oh, he did that too.
That was unbelievable.
I see Maya.
It's like the other side of the.
Yeah, Maya Detmer standing at the door right there. Maya joined us on the jackpot call back in February in Las Vegas. She is a member of the Air Viper racing team. As they all head out into the night.
Yeah, Tuthill definitely. I think when you get to Tuthill, you feel like it's a milestone, right?
Yeah.
You're on the plateau. You're in town essentially. You're down under a 60K. I feel like there's a level of, okay, now we can grind this, and it's no longer. Most of the time, if you get up there, I feel like you're finishing, right? Unless injury barring or something, you know. If you get there, it's like, okay, I'm gonna make it. But
I mean, I would say the hard part's done, but it's not, because you still have to go.
You do,
up and over Elden. But at the same time, if you've gotten this far, you can handle pretty much anything.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's.
And I think Elden, at that point, I think it is it's like a gut punch still, but you know, this is it, right? Like this is a brutal, like it's killing me kind of climb, but then that's it, right? You summit. And you almost saw that with Jeff today, I felt like, when he got to the top, where it was just like, okay, like I'm here. I did it, you know?
And what was really shocking about that is that, I mean, you know, he looked like he was feeling it heading up the chat, or heading up the face of Elden, and then he immediately like took off running.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
He's another level.
Yeah.
And even though things did go sideways for him from there, you know, I mean, you know, he ran an amazing race for 244 miles.
I'm excited to hear the back and forth between those two on that, you know.
Yeah.
Because when I saw him at Kelly Canyon, which was, you know, just at over 200 maybe, or right around, he already was feeling like the footsteps of, he's like, well, they're too close. We got to go. You know, we can't be hanging out here. And that's a long time to be chased, you know. And I feel like Jeff is probably usually that guy. So he understands that side of the game, but it's a long time to be the person being hunted, and it wears
to be the
on
hair,
you, right? Yeah, like you don't. Yeah, it's tough. So,
Missy Jackson in the chat, of course. Missy, her partner Jake is running the race here.
Oh yeah, nice.
And she asked how long it takes to mark a course like this.
A week.
But you've got like multiple people doing different sections simultaneously.
Yeah, we do it. So basically, if you mark a section, and it's a big section, say I would guess average would be like 25 miles probably for your section, maybe longer, 25 to 30 miles. And then you mark that section, then you work that section during the race, because then if something happens where we get, with the tracking and with our online texting situation, people will constantly just reach out and be like, hey, I haven't seen a flag in a mile and a half in this section. So we can then send that person who marked that section back to where they're like, okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's not like me sending you or you sending me to a place that's like, well, I'll go take a look. I don't know where you're talking about.
No, that's smart, because if you have marked the course, the hope would be that you have a much greater, quicker familiarity of the section if you happen to be either A, trying to search for a runner, or B, trying to figure out where the markings might have gone awry.
Yeah.
So no, that's an absolutely excellent point. And I'm sure that you've got to have people double checking the work in terms of marking, at least in most cases. I mean, you're as intimately familiar with this course as anybody, and you've done these routes year in, year out, and so it might have almost become muscle memory at this point.
Yeah, some of them are my section, because I do the first 37. It's like rarely is anybody even on those trails, if you even call them trails, right? However, the water situation was crazy.
I mean,
the water being stolen was insane.
Super hard in a very warm time of year.
Yeah, and it's just like it's no good access where it's not, you don't just, even Lane Mountain, which is a cool trail, the actual Lane Mountain Trail, it's about 4 miles, but there's no good way to get there. It's like you're not going to drive 2.5 hours just to get to the Lane Mountain Trail.
Yeah.
But today, even people were telling us in Sedona that flags were pulled from the trail, and so they're always out there, and it's worked really well, because then you're kind of confined to 30 miles or 40 miles, and it's like you only need to handle this, right? 2, 3 aid stations, and kind of go from there. Where are we at here? Munns Park.
Is that? See if we can ID that runner. Looks like getting work done on the feet. Looks like it says go Robert. Looks like the pacer is right there as well. Is that? Oh, wait a minute. Is that Robert Miller from the Aeroviper Group Trail Run?
I can't quite tell.
Looks a little bit like him. He ran Mogollon a couple years ago. He had a really good run. Can we get a look at the...
He's having a good time.
Can we get a look at the pacer really quick? That's Bob!
Yes, it
is. That's Bob!
Yeah.
So what's funny is that... is that Bubba pacing him then?
So they can hear us, huh? That's great.
Who's pacing him? Is
You're
that Bubba?
live!
Getting a foot massage.
Love it.
Getting well
We
taken
can't hear
care of.
you, but
So
we could see you.
we had Bob on last night at Dead Horse Ranch. He was there fairly early, and what's funny is that AJW was giving kind of this beautiful description of how it is to, like, maybe this runner is just trying to get away from the trappings of everyday life and out there, outside of themselves, and like giving this amazing storyline. And I looked at him like, nah, it's just Bob. Like, I've known Bob for years. He's a Phoenix local, a super runner, like very fast runner.
Yeah.
And he finished, like, I want to say like 6th or 7th place at Mogollon either last year or the year before. Sub 20-hour 100 miler.
This tough stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, he loves the grind. He embraces it.
Was that talk what prompted all the Hunter S. Thompson stuff, or was that? There's a whole thing about Hunter S. Thompson.
I guess.
I was like, I'm here for it.
I just got a text message from Race Command. If it's from Aaron Schmidt, I can go with it, right? You think?
I would think, yeah.
Mika Hughes is dropping.
He's official.
If that is to be believed,
that is big news.
From
Aaron, you're on the
Race
hook
Command.
now.
Aaron, I got it straight. A text straight from Race Command.
Oh, no.
That Mika Hughes is dropping. I want to confirm and corroborate this as quickly as possible. So, like, basically anybody in here who's got anybody in the studio that's got connections, please. I don't know.
She was past.
I want to confirm this.
She was past Walnut, right?
Just pinged at 2:33, but she has been sitting there. It's been 0 miles an hour.
And this is not something from somebody I like. This is from your dad. Yeah.
Who's that?
Oh man.
She's got Jonathan Van Kuhn.
Yes. Okay. And he's confirming it in the chat. Aaron, Race Command is letting us know that that Mika Hughes has dropped at the Cocodona 250. I mean, like, it's just her crew called.
I heard she had been having
her crew called
rough for a little while, right?
Yeah, that's
maybe as far back as time.
I hope she's okay. I mean, she was 230 miles into this race.
Just done, huh? Just totally like.
I mean, that means that she's, approaching the base of Elden at that point. And
yeah, I mean,
she's at the water station beyond Walnut Aid.
All right, so we need to. So that's
incredible.
That's live breaking news.
Yeah, that's.
Things happen after dark, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is.
We were saying earlier, when I was talking to Aaron, we were switching our shifts. He's like, all the drops are happening during the day, not when it's at night and cold. And then, man, that's a big drop.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing because once she had established the lead, she was leading early, and then she fell back to second for a while. But then once she reestablished her lead, she was really just
almost like growing
in command of this race. At one point, the lead it stretched out to 5-6 hours.
Yeah, something must have been.
Yeah, I
building
mean,
there, right? Nah,
bad. That's. I mean, we'll.
Because second's not even to Tut Hill, if I recall. Is that?
We've got Rachel Entrikin. She's about 7 minutes ahead of the current women's record.
Okay, so.
She's at mile 2:18 as of 7 minutes ago.
Oh, so she's past Tut Hill. Then. Okay.
Her next stop will be Walnut.
All right, cool. All right, so she's not actually that far.
What's crazy is that, like, I get that text and I look at it and I'm like kind of waiting for somebody else in the studio to
gasp or something.
Yeah, before I say it. But since nobody was reacting, I basically, I don't really.
Broke it.
Well, I don't necessarily like to do that with those things.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I know.
It's very uncomfortable because if you're wrong, oh boy.
Right, it just creates a. Did you say she was ahead or behind the current or the last year's record, Rachel? So she's pushing with Sarah's record. Okay.
That was word officially from Race Command. She is that was from her crew. I'm getting more information that just a couple of bad days, but physically okay. So that's
bummer.
That's good.
That is good. Yeah.
She's at least safely in the custody, or at least being tended to by her crew people. At least that's my understanding of the situation.
I mean, she's as tough as they come in these 200 milers. So she must have been just like,
multiple wins at other 200 plus milers. Finished on the podium here last year. I mean, that's one of those things that you really don't expect to hear, from somebody typically when you get to Fort Tuthill or Walnut Canyon, like it takes a lot. I mean, it's not that the race is over. Like obviously we saw Harry come from behind to win this year. We saw last year McKnight come from behind to climb Elden. We saw Pete Mortimer pass Dax Hawk for second back in 2021. But generally speaking, if you have a double-digit mile lead when you get to that point, it's
you usually, that's what we were saying. It's like you usually, it's tough.
Yeah,
I mean, breaking point's different.
I'm right there with you, Dora. This is really heartbreaking. I mean, it's, I did like feel a chill when I saw it, and I felt a second chill when I actually shared it because, that's not the kind of thing that I don't like to bring that kind of news out, but it's part of what happens in these races.
Well, that's what's also really cool about ultra running is everybody can root for everybody, right?
Absolutely.
You're not
like,
rooting
it's
it
not
like a sports team.
D-backs versus Dodgers.
I always say that.
Like
It's like similarly like golf. I always relate.
That's a good
because golf is like the only time, like people usually can beat themselves, but rarely does somebody else beat somebody, right? Like so, it's always hard to watch a Sunday golf when it's like, man, you shot a double bogey and then a 3 over on this, and that can happen, right? But usually it's somebody surging forward in ultra running that's like, okay, you can root for Geraldus in that, right?
Yeah.
Like he had an unbelievable race and Jeff had an unbelievable race too, right? So like there's nothing, but it's tough. It's tough to see stuff fall off like that, especially when she was having such a great race.
Yeah, I mean,
hopefully she's good.
Yeah,
good to go.
That's at this point that becomes the concern and the worry.
So I
is
wonder,
that
she was in between aids, right? Like she had to go back, or I guess with the crew.
Well,
at least she's got contact with.
It depends on where she was at, because if she was in between Walnut Canyon and the Elden climb, there's a lot of road access.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah, you're pretty. And once you're over there,
So I mean, her tracker is showing by Rain Valley Road, just north of the old Route 66. So that is an accessible spot where she's at. But okay, she did have a couple of bad falls along the way, but she is okay. So,
but we're going with confirmed, Aaron.
I mean, Race Command is giving me this directly. I mean, this is who we rely upon to make sure that all of these runners are accounted for and safe. So. I mean, there are very few people that I would trust, equally to our Race Command.
What about Jordan?
Director? Jordan?
Yeah. Would you trust him?
I trust Jordan because his.
Yeah, you should be leaking the info to you, Jordan. Well, come on, Aaron.
I mean,
help your boy out.
Race Command is his dad, so yeah. I mean. Yeah, and Celine is hitting the nail on the head here in the chat. Dropping instead of resting for a while is a big choice. But, if you're talking about somebody who has as much or more experience in the 200-mile discipline than, compared to anybody else, Mika is right there. I mean, Mika has run, like all the legs of the Triple Crown. She's run Cocodona. She's been doing this. I was talking with Howie Stern down at the finish line earlier, and Mika's name came up in the conversation, and he mentioned that he's been shooting her since she first got into the the sport, like back 2014 2015. This is not something that
it's a true breaking point.
So
right, it's not like, I feel tired.
This
is more to that.
So on both sides of the race, we've had an example of the true brutality that can come of this sport.
Okay, so now that puts that really opens it up.
Yeah, Jacob, this isn't coming from an unreliable source. This is coming directly from Race Command. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Is he saying rest too?
I mean, basically they said that the crew called race command.
No, Jacob. Was he saying
Jacob?
she should rest too?
Yeah,
or,
and you know, I'm not going to be one to give anybody advice because
I mean, we don't know exactly the situation, but I understand that viewpoint where it's like we could sleep potentially for 4 hours, and
so yeah, I mean, you know, we don't have any information.
Yeah, that's tough.
You know, Mika, you know, wanted to have some distance and privacy on, you know, as we were, you know, following her race, and we respected that, and I think that we're going to do that here as well. We can speculate to some degree, but I don't have anything other than the fact that that the shocking news at this point is that Mika Thews, longtime race leader, has let Race Command know that she's dropping with about 20 miles to go.
Right, almost right at the base, it looked like, of the Elden climb.
Yeah, so I think at this point, I mean, to kind of let that simmer in, well, first of all, Noah, thanks for coming in. I know that you've had a long week so far, and we'll let you get some sleep, but we'll see if, can we go to a break here and maybe actually come back on the other side with the one of our chapters of Cocodona Chronicles? Is that possible? Do you have the newest one? I know that the newest one actually covered the women's race to some degree. So, okay. Well, let's do that. Let's take a quick sponsor break and then share the Cocodona Chronicles, and then we'll come back on the other side. Noah, thanks for joining us here this evening.
My pleasure.
This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovators. Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way.
88 station. We have the most beautiful view, I think, of any aid station in the race, which is pretty special. My team is amazing. Been working hard all day long, making homemade cinnamon rolls and cutting lots of fresh fruits, assisting runners with their taco needs. Yeah, and just I think providing good vibes. We might be the best dancers too of any aid station. I mean, we've got Connor here. Connor, dance for us.
Oh my goodness. We have lovely cinnamon rolls made out of a toaster oven.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's all right. No complaints. It's starting to cool off. I like it. It was hot all day.
For nighttime in a drone. I'll take it.
How's your day going so far?
You got it? That descent was rude. But we're here. We're thriving. Vibing and thriving. That's right. There's a Dirty Dancing soundtrack on. I don't like this one. I'm gonna listen to this one again.
Oh, you guys are sharing tunes?
We are. Yeah,
We've been sharing for like 5 hours.
we've done. Let me see. What have we done? No, we've been sharing for like 8 hours, 9 hours.
Oh no, yeah, we've been sharing for like
we did
the whole
my
day,
we did my phone. Now we're on to Dirty Dancing. On the phone.
Well, Luke has your sleep cot all set up.
Yeah, it is sleepy time.
That's
Before
right.
I start making lessons. Oh yeah, everything's fine.
And we're back here at the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost. I'm Chris Warden. This is Cocodona After Dark.
Hot.
We're at this part at least.
Yeah. The freaking grass before this sucked.
I get why people say the climb up Mingus isn't bad. Because compared to everything before it, it isn't bad.
That's enough.
The terrain's about to get way better.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I live in North Carolina. Bob lives around here. Local.
And it's still kicking my ass.
It's epic, challenging, fun, humbling.
I'm glad we made it up, man. It was hotter than yesterday, this climb. Surprisingly. And the dust. Okay, that's all I got.
That's all. It's a heck of a climb. It's a little hill, right? Yeah, just a little hill. I think it might be more fun than the backside, though.
What's up? Woo! I love people. The legs, they love this. They just don't know it yet again. They forgot for a second. What about to run now? Look at that. That's runnable, baby. That's runnable, right? Okay, legs, that's runnable. Talk to my legs. Tell them they should. They will. Let's go. They're not going to say no. I've got some incredible pacers out here. Like, how did I get so lucky to get such great teammates doing this for me, sacrificing their week? Are you kidding? So I feel so much better than yesterday. Yesterday was quite a poopy experience, if you get my drift. But that's part of it, right? Took a little nap. Things are staying in my gut now. And so happy to have this feeling again. I was happy all day yesterday, don't get me wrong. But my stomach was not. That's ultra running. It's ultra running, you just never know. You never know what you're gonna get. You can be in the best shape of your life, and one little thing throws it off. Or surprise yourself and think you don't have the fitness and have the best day ever. So that's why you just gotta try it, right? You never know. This has been fun. So much fun. Woo! We love climbing, right? Less rocks.
A lot of running today too. Been moving.
Better.
Yeah.
Better for sure.
It's a great day. Perfect weather. Just trying to get my legs back.
It's not bad.
Yeah, all right. There's a lot of people hurting on Mingus right now.
Oh, I bet.
You guys have blankets on? I don't understand.
We were sitting still, and it's been cold this morning.
People dying of heat exhaustion like a mile away. I'm angry 40 toad, like ready to attack me. You're sure it was a hallucination? I'm pretty sure it was.
The best day.
Best day. Best days. String them all together. Go get it, girl. Listen.
Here, you look great. Thanks. I didn't look that good when I came in. That last climb up Mingus in the heat got to me pretty good. Got to reset and ready to go back at it. Yeah, the save station's great. Lasagna's killed.
Holding in there? Yeah. I'm holding in, that's for sure. I have at my lowest low for sure. I had a very low point, almost pulled out of the race, dealing with some knee pain. Been doing more galloping than running. My left knee doesn't like to bend right now. But it comes and goes. So just one step at a time. Doing the best I can. Working with what my body is giving me.
It was okay. It was hot, but I feel good. Just put the legs up for like 10 minutes, and so massaged them, and they feel back to almost brand new.
Yeah, we're gonna just test it out a little bit. Maybe warm up with 6, drop it from there.
Yeah.
Feeling good, you know, when you got it, you got it. So yeah, we're excited to go down, which sometimes hurts actually more than going up.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So again, fun, really fun.
How was your Mingus experience?
It was beautiful. I love it up here. Getting up was a little challenging, but that's what makes it so great.
Ready for another cooler period. Ready to see the views unfold, or whatever the runner's guide says. Not the worst climb we've had. I feel like if I was in shape, it could have been fun. Yeah, another good aid station, more good volunteers. Our Vipa's always got the best pickles, so.
Mile 110. Go get it, girl.
How you feeling?
I feel great now. I took a nap. I felt awful when we first came in, but now I'm moving and grooving and ready to get this done. So it's been fun. I'm enjoying every minute of being out here.
That's awesome.
Yeah. There's nothing like it. My son?
Yeah.
Oh, he's at school. They drove the car past me this morning on Ruth Street, and they're all waving, Mom!
Nice.
So that was fun to see them and blow kisses at them to start the day. It's been amazing. I feel so loved by all the people who have come out to support me and just like keep things in perspective, because I think it's really easy to like let your mind go to really bad places, but I have wonderful people like Rich to keep me really grounded, and people who can keep me going when I don't want to go. So I'm so grateful, and it's all about the Prescott area trail runners, my husband, my best friend Nicole, and all the other pacers that have come out to keep me moving in the right direction. So I look forward to seeing them all, hopefully at the finish line, when this is all completed. But it's not about the end, it's about the journey in between.
There you go.
So that's where I am.
Nice
The journey in between. And then I think the other thing is like to remember it's like ebbing and flowing, right? Like sometimes you're gonna be flowing, like right now. Then there's gonna be moments where you're ebbing and it feels like everything's against you. But it's really not. It's just the highs and lows. You gotta ride them. Ride the waves. So, and just stay strong in your head. That's what's important. So, I'm just gonna keep staying strong in my head.
Long downhill section. You ready for it?
Yes, because I get to sleep in Jerome, so I'm adequately motivated.
This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. I'm Chris Warden. Right before we went to break, the big news that we had just received was the fact that women's race leader Mika Thews has dropped at about mile 231, 232, give or take. Absolutely stunning development. And that came straight from Race Command, which came straight from her crew. I don't know what happened. I have absolutely zero information with regards to Mika's situation. I heard that she had a couple falls, but Megan had requested a little bit of privacy throughout various points in the race. And frankly, we're going to continue that mindset. And if she wants to tell us her story or if she wants to share it, that is entirely up to her. But I am not going to come forth with any questions for her or anyone associated with her team. This is up to them. And it's unfortunate because Mika was having a great race. She's a great athlete, but that's just how things go sometimes. So we're going to do our best to try and circle back around and continue to tell the stories of the athletes that are still on the course, because there are still, in the 250 mile alone, looks like about 200 yet to go. So that's where we're at here at the Cocodona 250. I'm Chris Warden. I don't know if we can get some of our various aid station view cams or maybe some follow cams here. I know that these people would much rather see the course and even people eating soup and getting their feet tended to than look at my bowling shirt anymore over the course of the next couple hours. Somebody just asked if Aid Station Fireball is my troll account. That would... No, Aid Station Fireball is far more creative than I could ever hope to be. And smarter with the stats, too. This right here is Fort Tuthill Aid. I see... That looks like Kim Casey and her husband taking care of things, getting ready for runners. That'd be Kim and Joe Casey taking care of runners. Now we've got the Mount Elden aid station that is taken care of. You can see Santa Claus is Julian Galuzzi hanging out in the center of your view. I see Claire Augustin sitting down. I do believe... I think that's Claire over on the other side. Shout out to them for being the ones in charge. You can see Julian has noticed the camera, and Siska as well, sitting there. I know that they are serving the work of the three Amit Goes. Julian, as you can see there, Nick Panisse and Pete Mortimer have worked furiously for days in order to prepare a spread of barbecue and other goodies for these runners. It's not just barbecue. I know we talk about Pete's Meats and everything like that, but we also have a lot of options for runners up there that choose plant-based or other diets that don't involve huge amounts of barbecue at 245 miles into a race. Is that Sedona Aid? Okay. That's oh yeah, that is Munns. Okay, yeah. So this is Munns Park Aid. It's a great shot right there. We've got a couple runners that are trying to get recharged on their way out. Munns Park, as I have often said, is the Hamptons of the Phoenix area community. It's a mountain getaway community with some. It's really pretty up there. It's really pretty, and some pretty houses up there. But if you're up at Munns Park, you're doing something right in life. Yeah, Richard Wilson asking about Versteeg. Versteeg, I don't know if he was in front, but he was well into the race, which means he was probably still either front or one of the top 2 or 3 people in this race. I see Tony Russ, experienced ultramarathoner at that aid station, helping out runners. And it looks like we're going to... is that Shelby Farrell right there? Yeah, in the orange hat. course, Shelby was part of our live stream team earlier here today in the studio. Now she's out on the course helping runners. Oh, sweet. Jake Jackson, we expect to see there. Jake Jackson, of course, no stranger to high-level racing, although this is his first time attempting to undertake a 250-mile trail race. Jake Jackson has represented the U.S. 24-hour national team multiple times over the years, has tallied 160-plus miles on a track in 24 hours a couple times. He's won races at Haviland 100, the 100K, Coldwater Rumble 100. Truly talented runner. And one of the things about Jake that's cool is that he is a guy with a day job. He's a UPS driver. And despite that, he is able to train enough, maintain a great family, and still able to throw down a 13-hour 100-miler. Pretty impressive. Yeah, Tony Russ, of course. Tony is a little bit of a footnote in the history of this race, although he's I don't think he's ever run it. He was picked up randomly by 2021 DFL finisher Andre Lee as a pacer. I don't even know if they actually knew each other at this point, but Tony Russ, a capable runner, offered his services to Andre Lee at Walnut Canyon when his previous pacer was not doing very well. Tony offered to pace Andre up the painful climb up Mount Elden. And I remember that specifically because I was actually sitting at the top of Elden in the aid station, watching them make their way across from one side of Elden to the other. There's a little bit of a ridgeline trail that you have to take. And frankly, it felt like it went on forever. They were moving maybe like it felt like a step every other second because Andre was so exhausted. But lo and behold, Tony Russ got Andre to the finish line. So, and that finish line is what you see before you right now down in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. If you're in the sound of my voice, meaning if you're basically anywhere, you can probably drive here and get there if you're in the U.S. somewhere. I know we've got a lot of abroad viewers, and I'm grateful for that. I don't know how much dynamic coverage we're going to have tonight. I'm going to do my best to try and keep things rolling. We don't have any further guests tonight. You'd be surprised that in a small mountain town, it is hard to scare people to come up and say, hey, would you like to sit with me and talk about trail running at 2 a.m? It doesn't happen as often as you might think. But we'll do our best to get through it, you and me and these 200 or so remaining brave souls on the Cocodona course. We've also got the Sedona Canyons race going on as well. And I admit, I am not as familiar with those athletes for the most part. I do recognize some of the names, and I'll do my best to try and give us some of an update on those. Bear with me as I try and get those notes together. But between those two races, we've got a few hundred runners on course, and we'll do our best to give them their day in the sun. Another person I like to give their day in the sun is the guy in the gray sweatshirt heading off to the left of your screen. That would be Arizona or Aravaipa Racing's Mike Santos, their events director. And Mike Santos is the guy who makes sure all of these aid stations are put up, all of the finish lines and start lines are put together. Even he's oftentimes doing it by hand, but if not, he's directing and scheduling and making sure that everything happens the way it's supposed to. So, another one of those unsung heroes. And I'm sure that everybody who races in these trail races acknowledges and appreciates their local people. And frankly, these are ours. These are our community here in Arizona. And, Shad. Shad Burkholtz is in the chat. Another one of our guys. Shad's not a local technically, but he practically is during certain parts of the year. So Shad is, I believe, a Montana guy. And Shad is, for those who are not familiar, he's been a part of our filming team since the inception of Cocodona. And that first year in 2021, he logged about 85 miles running between the finish line and Buffalo Park in Flagstaff. So basically just running up and down Beaver Street, for about a day and a half, and logged a total of 84 miles as he was heading up and down Beaver Street. So Shad Burkholz, thanks for all you do to make these possible as well. Oh, Tony Russ did run in 2022. I apologize. I was not aware of that. But yeah, no, Tony Russ is a solid runner and a good guy too. So yeah, if you see Tony Russ out on a brutal mountain trail, odds are he's running it in sandals, which is another thing that's incredibly impressive. I remember a few years ago, he ran from his home in New Mexico to the start line of the Mogollon Monster, which is about a 400-mile run. And then he proceeded to lead the race for the first 50 or 60 miles. Then he went down for a nap, and the race lead went bye-bye because it was like an 8-hour nap. He still finished somewhere in the middle of the pack, but he literally had been sleep deprived to the point where he needed a full night's sleep during the Mogollon Monster, and he took his chance to get it. Of course, like we said, I didn't remember Tony running it in 2022 at the moment that I brought him up, but yeah, he is a Cocodona finisher. Yeah, MJ Mooch. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, he ran here, and then he led the Mogollon Monster, and then and still finished. We are going to be keeping an eye out, as we mentioned. Shad Burkholz, who is one of our filmers, is going to be capturing Mike Versteeg at the as he finds him at at Buffalo Park here in Flagstaff. Buffalo Park, an excellent place for stargazing if you're a tourist that is very interested in running, whether it be trail, ultra, shorter distance. Flagstaff has a lot of world-class athletes training here at any given time. And Buffalo Park is a very nice, very convenient, wide trails, wide open running spaces for them to train. And it's not uncommon to find, those athletes out there, having themselves a time. I know for a fact. I literally got a message from somebody earlier that saw Jim Walmsley riding a bike out there. So, Buffalo Park, a beautiful area too. Also a gateway to the Arizona Trail. There's an Arizona Trail access at Buffalo Park. I guess we're asking for an update on another runner from Montana, and that would be the Tiger King. That would be Jeff Garmeyer. Jeff is, it looks like, starting the Elden ascent. So he is maybe 12, 13 miles from the finish line, but that first 3 miles that he has to ascend up Elden are three of the most brutal race miles here in the Cocodona 250, regardless of whether you're fresh or you're exhausted. But the fact that you're exhausted makes them that much worse. Our next cutoff for mid and back of the Packers here tonight is going to be Dead Horse Ranch State Park. That'll be just after midnight here, so in about 2 hours. That's about mile 135. Dead Horse Ranch, 12:30 a.m. Actually, it'll be 12:40 due to our starting 10 minutes later. We'll see if we can, if I've got a spare moment, we can look over and see who those runners are. I'll see if I can get some names. We don't have any cameras out there, but we'll try and get some names and give these people a little bit of a boost, hopefully helping them continue their journey. Yeah, folks, for those just tuning in, the big news in the last couple hours is that race leader Mika Thews has dropped out of the Cocodona 250 after leading it for a long time. I would say probably about the last 100 miles of her race, which ended at mile 233. She was in a commanding lead for this race. So we'll We'll see what happens and how the rest of the field shakes out. I don't know if the news is starting to shake out, but that would make your current leader. Well, it's hard to say because I'm believing that our current leader now is Rachel Entrekin, but her signal has not pinged for quite some time as she is in Walnut Canyon, which is a bit of a dead zone of coverage. But your top two women that have passed the Fort Todd Hill aid by some margin would be Rachel Entrekin and Manu Villaseca. I do believe we've had at least one other woman make it there, potentially. Let's see who might be next to get there. Looks like, Rachel Entrekin, Manu Villaseca, and Kylie Drugan-Epich in third place on the women's side of the race. In fourth place, Eliza LaPierre. In fifth place, Elsa Jaworski. Sixth place, Ashley Paulson. Carrie Henderson in seventh. Emily Kratz in eighth. Stephanie Rosebow in ninth. And Ann Tisdale in 10th on the women's side. On the men's side, of course, as we've mentioned, we've had four finishers. Harry Subertis, the winner of the Cocodona 250 in 2024, after running down Jeff Browning, who led the race for approximately 150 miles here. Jeff Browning was run down by Harry with about 4 miles to go. And I don't know. It doesn't sound like Jeff was in a great shape, great situation when it happened, but that's not going to ever take anything away from Harry's run, because Harry was furiously working to chase Jeff down for quite some time, as Jeff had actually led since about the Fane Ranch mile 92 area in this race. Third place, Arland Glick. I would say that Arland Glick is somebody we're beginning to learn has a skill set that encompasses any surface, any distance, any time. Joe McConahay was our fourth place finisher, the 2022 Cocodona winner. Had himself a solid race. Maybe, with a guy like Joe, kind of the guy who wants to win every time out, but Joe was our fourth place finisher this year, and all four of these racers are still under by significantly the 2023 win time by Mike McKnight, which was the accepted course record simply due to the fact that it's the first time we've actually had back-to-back multiple time courses that were essentially similar. The 2021 course had some differences in terms of the trip from Sedona to the finish, as it actually went up the Kasner climb, which is a brutal stretch. Now it moves in a different direction. So the 2023-2024 courses are what we call the quote official Cocodona race courses. Our next expected finisher on the men's side should be Michael Versteeg, but if we've learned anything over the course of this week is that anything can happen. Michael Versteeg has actually completed the Elden descent and is going to be heading through Buffalo Park and through the streets of Flagstaff to the finish line. Jeff Garmeyer currently sitting in 6th. 7th place, Jonathan Van Geens. 8th place, Finn Melanson. Finn Melanson, yes, and that is the podcaster, the single track proprietor. Finn was part of our broadcast team last year and absolutely loved being a part of this race so much that he decided to set down his microphone and put on his running shoes and grab his trekking poles and every white long sleeve he has in his closet. And Finn is acquitting himself very well in a pretty stout field. 9th place, Matt Smith. And in 10th place, the People's Champion, a guy who we haven't talked about lately, but never far from our hearts, Kevin Goldberg. A little bit further back, Mike McKnight has just recently left for Tuthill. Another runner who we're hopefully going to see here fairly soon at Fort Tuthill is the youngest competitor in the field, 17-year-old Brody Chisholm, part of the Chisholm family. 3 runners who are running. Brody and his brother are running this race. The 2 teenagers running this race, and then their mom as well. Do we have, I mean, I love the beauty of Heritage Square, but do we have anything that is has people on it? Yeah. Oh, we're getting ready for our next finisher. Travis Loncar, never far from our hearts, never far from the chat. Of course, that would be Kevin Goldberg. Yeah, Kevin Goldberg, probably aiming to be the highest placed finisher who has been constantly in the chat over the course of his race. The last years, Kevin has had back-to-back 4th place finishes here at Cocodona, and this year looks like he's got a fair shot at the top 10, so we'll see what happens. Any minute now, we'll probably be getting our follow cams on Versteeg. So I think that in light of that, we're probably just going to hang tight here at Heritage Square until we've got Shad. Is it going to be Shad? Oh, it's Kevin. No, I'm saying who is going to be following Versteeg? Okay. Are they just like tagging off like at the street corner there? Or? Like some sort of shady transaction like out in the streets of Flagstaff, outside of the liquor store at the corner. I mean, where are we here? What kind of folks are we? Welcome to those of you who are just starting your day across the globe. As Stefan is mentioning, starting his day in Romania. We are... Let's see, what time is it? It's about 10:30 here. It's not that late, to be honest, locally, but once you've been a part of an Aravaipa live stream or a Mountain Outpost production, you tend to lose track of time, especially by day 3. Yeah, Chad, I see you asking about Mika Thews and what happened to her. I don't think we're going to get any information this evening for sure. And we're going to leave it up to Mika as to whether or not she wants to share what happened with her race, just based on how she has stated her wishes with regards to the coverage of the Cocodona 250. So. Yeah, the old course record is about 69 and a half hours, I believe. So these runners, I mean, at this point, they're still 4 hours under the previous course record that was set by McKnight last year. Heck, McKnight could potentially push his time from last year and not finish in the top 10. No, that's not necessarily true. I mean, Looks like McKnight has quite a ways to go before he gets to the finish here. So perhaps his he won't approach last year's time, but it should be fairly close. Maybe a couple hours after that. That's okay. I mean, we'll take what we can get. We know that it's Aravaipa after dark. And what you're seeing right here, that is the pacer for 2021 winner and current fifth place man in the Cocodona 250 2024, Mike Versteeg. And when you're running through a dark sky community, you don't tend to have a lot of ambient light when you're looking straight across. So we've got our follow filmer. I believe this is Shad, or is this Kevin? Okay, so this is Kevin. Kevin's going to follow Versteeg basically until he hits the streets of Flagstaff, which are about a mile perhaps away, maybe a little bit less. And then Shad, our other filmer, is going to follow Versteeg into the finish line at Heritage Square. Versteeg's time in 2021 was just over 72 hours, so just over 3 days, but it was a much different course than we've got now. Okay, so I guess this could potentially be Versteeg's last Cocodona, but I swear I've heard him say that before, so. Yeah, I actually literally just got a text from Jamil confirming that I knew that Mika's status was as DNF. Yeah, I'm with you. Dances with Slugs. I won't believe Versteeg has run his last Cocodona, I guess, ever until I'm long gone. Gonna see if I can note some of our. I mean, while we're following Versteeg through the wilderness that is Buffalo Park, wink, wink. I'm going to name off some of our DNFs to give them a heartfelt tip of the cap for undertaking this event to begin with. I'm just going to go in bib number order simply because I don't have a better system to do this. But these are the runners that to this point are confirmed to have dropped from the Cocodona 250. That would be Liz Canty, Megan McCarty, Cole Crosby. Cole and Liz are both Aravaipa Racing Team members. Taylor Scornavaco, Chad Trumbo, Ryan Shepard. Ryan, I know, is a 200-mile veteran, so hats off to Ryan for towing the line. Jonathan Wilkes, Brandon Dutra, Troy Croxdale, Beth Freemiller, Dustin Hoffman, really? Brianna Cornell, Charity Larson, Gregory Lowe, Carol Northrup, one of my dark horses for the top five. For those that aren't familiar, Carol Northrup is a Prescott runner at the age of 57. And in the last two years, she's finished, I believe, 6th and 7th in this race on the women's side. So Carol Northrup did not have the same amount of success this year. Thomas Arnold, Neil Sachs, Shanna Bordner, Haley Morrison, Natalie Baldo, Bob Brashear, Leanne Hood, Harley Guy, another Prescott local. Oh, this one breaks my heart too. Aylin Davis has dropped out. Yeah, I just got a look from Jordan in the studio. Aylin Davis is a member of our community in Arizona. Aylin is a deaf runner, was hoping to be the first deaf finisher of Cocodona. Just a true sweetheart. Always meets and greets everybody with a smile and a hug. And one of the strongest people I know. I mean, you know, in a time a few years ago where everybody was wearing a mask to cover their face, you know, a woman who survives by reading lips. I couldn't even fathom what she was going through at that time, and I've had such a huge respect for her ever since I've known her. But Aylin Davis, one of our DNFs here, Keith Eckert, John Grant, Natalie Bickers, Lindsay Tucker, Jason Hanley, Jesse Williams, Mitsuo Moriah, Artemio Mendoza, Jim Hunt, Kyung Lee, Sean Gibson, Chris Walt, Brett Barker, Will Bruner, Ted Clifton, Menya Montiel, James O'Hearn, Mark Streeter, Denise Barasa. Oh, no, that's sorry, I've actually delved into that is the Sedona Canyons roster. So, yeah, Ted Clifton, Menya Montiel, those are our last noted drops. Of course, now it looks like Versteeg has started to... Okay, so he's on a connector trail that connects Buffalo Park to an intersection here in Flagstaff. It approaches the intersection from a diagonal, and he's going to have about 7-8 blocks on the road, and he will be at Heritage Square for his Cocodona finish. Yeah, he's moving very well. I just got a message that another runner that I had a personal interest in was Courtney Scher, and she has opted to drop it as well. Courtney Scher, I believe, had made it to Dead Horse Ranch with enough time to spare, but I know that she had been fighting some digestive system issues and maybe a lack of electrolytes, but unfortunately she chose to call it a day. Is he running down the middle of the street?
It looks like he is. Without headlights.
Okay, so for those who have seen the 2021 Cocodona race film Inaugural Year, there is a scene where Versteeg is running right down the middle of the streets of Prescott in the middle of the night with his arms out and just running along the center line. But we're not in Prescott. We are in Flagstaff, and these are not residential streets as he runs right through the center of the intersection. He ran right through the middle of the intersection. It's not 3 a.m. It's like 10:35 in a college town.
It's final season-ish, so maybe studying. But...
Sure, yeah, maybe studying in a public university, town, yeah. Let's go with that. Dude, I went to ASU. I don't like. Yes, that's true. To be fair, Chad, you're right. He did have the green. He did have the right of way. He had the green. Jesse Luna telling us that besides a great runner, Versteeg is also a heck of a wrestler. Saw him body slam folks at Born to Run. So I'm actually going to my first Born to Run this year. Never been prior to this year. I'm going because I was never intending to go, but apparently a couple of my friends decided that they were going to get married there. Yeah, they're running right down the middle of the street. And again, it looks like he's got the green light.
Oh, but he's going left. That's an illegal left. I don't know.
Is he going the wrong way down a... Allison Versteeg's last finishing time was just over 72 hours. It was a different course, and it was ridiculously hot, but this is still, by pretty much every metric imaginable, a better run. As you can see, Versteeg coming up to the hospital. Oh, Jesse, I will see you there at Born to Run. Let me know. I'm not going to be there the whole weekend, unfortunately. I had to pick and choose my days off work because I don't know if you noticed, but there's a big race called Cocodona, and so I had to turn my attentions primarily to this. However, I am going to be able to get away for the big wedding that's taking place there. Okay, so he has picked a lane. Yes, the wings. The wings are what I remember very vividly from 2021. Yes, I agree, Travis. This is so Versteeg. And he's feeling so good that he's not even trying to conserve distance. He's literally weaving through the middle of the streets. You know, folks, I mean, it is kind of nice to see somebody having this much fun when they're 250 miles into their journey. In my mind. Okay, so he moved over a little. He waved at the vehicle as they went by. He's polite. He's affable. Of course, Versteeg is on Beaver Street, coming up on Beaver Street Liquors on the left-hand side. The big question is, will Versteeg stop if there's a red light?
You know, I think I know how they're getting all the greens. So, traffic stops, they have a little sensor for emergency vehicles that detect the lights, that detect flashing lights. So if it's bombing, it might register those as emergency lights and give them the green.
Grab the microphone. That's actually a very fascinating theory, Jordan.
So, a little theory I have, at traffic stops on traffic light beams, whatever those are called, they have little light sensors up top. They look like little birds that detect flashing lights for emergency vehicles to change the lights to green to give them an easier time to pass, or keep going. I think their headlamps with them bobbing around it's thinking they're emergency vehicles and it's giving them the green. Or it's just thinking they're headlights from a regular car. Who knows?
Okay, so apparently the flashing lights only work in a certain signal. Versteeg's just the kind of guy that has that luck where he just catches all greens. Yeah, it'd be one thing if you were driving, like sometimes the, signals just, go your way. But when you're running, for him to catch all greens, that's his bib number can change traffic lights. What? Shout out Roy. I've spent a couple of nights and hikes with Roy up on the Mogollon Rim. Great guy, great runner, streaker, as we share a common running coach in Peter Mortimer. Yeah, so Mike has bib 666. I don't know whether or not that was entirely random, although I will just say that the bibs go up to like 280 for everybody else. There's a clip on Instagram, if you can find it, of Versteeg at a Suns game, and he's holding a foam finger and he's like pointing at himself, like behind the broadcast team. It's he used to have it on his Instagram, but I don't know where it's at. But yeah, that's so I actually recorded the video. I think that Dylan Bowman asked for it one time, and I sent it to him. Sent him a clip, but yeah, Versteeg is a very interesting man. Yeah, Jesse, I'll definitely have to. Yeah, there aren't a lot of cars out there tonight. I mean, it is what day is it now? Wednesday night?
It's May 8th.
Wednesday night. Actually, so here's the thing. This is actually, I believe, NAU graduation weekend. So I find it more surprising. Rob Martin is actually here in town, and one of the reasons he's here in town is because his daughter's partner is graduating. So, oh my goodness, like, what is happening? Okay. So apparently the paparazzi has come out to greet Versteeg in the streets of Flagstaff. At 11 at night, they're taking tons of photos. There are cameras all over him. Shad has actually kind of graciously backed off a little bit. Of course, he takes the left hand on Birch a little bit earlier than everybody else. Okay, so running right down the middle of Birch might be a little bit tricky because that actually does have quite a bit of traffic on it. For it's also a one-way coming at him. Yeah, that's one of the funny little ironies of Cocodona is that it is the most iconic left-hand turn in sports is the left on Birch, but traffic is right turn or going the right direction only. Of course, Versteeg is just steps from the finish here. He's going to make this right turn. As you can see, Jamil Curry hauling his butt down the alley to make sure that he's out of the finish shot. Do we have there we go. And here we go, your fifth place man in the Cocodona 250, 2021 champion, Mike Versteeg. There to greet the family. Baby Steeg. I mean, what's amazing to me is how many cameras he had following him in the streets. What? You want it? Oh, perfect. Seriously? I don't have like airdrop capabilities, but yeah, I have a real phone.
Send it to Bryce on LinkedIn.
Versteeg looks like he's absolutely relieved that it's over. He's going to go and take his post-race photo with Howie Stern. I know that that maybe medical will want to check him out and make sure he's okay. Haha, kidding. Yeah, there's, Jamil in the inaugural year video, there's a thought that his thought is that Versteeg just lives his life so authentically. He's going to do what he's going to do. I think that a lot of people don't realize, like, he's like this whether there's cameras around or not. He definitely will play to the cameras because he has fun doing it. One of my favorite moments of the Javelin 100 broadcast was the fact that he came in after his first loop and just sat down on Dylan Bowman's lap on the couch. Like, yeah. He didn't care. He just went over and sat in his friend's lap. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find this video tonight. What we're seeing here still is the finish line of the Cocodona 250. presented by Airviper, running on the Mountain Outpost channel. If you like what we're doing, like the video, subscribe. Thank you for hanging out with us here at Cocodona After Dark. I am Chris Warden. Riding solo tonight for a few hours. When you put together a race and you say, sure, we can go for 100+ hours of broadcasting in a week, it makes for some interesting shifts. And frankly, you get what you pay for when you're out in YouTube land. I'll do my best to try and keep things at least somewhat interesting and informative, but I make no guarantees. Refund line forms to the right. I will probably be having some sort of, I do have a case of Flota sitting right behind me, and there might be a can or 7 missing by the time all is said and done here. Speaking of Flota, we are looking at the man on the can, Michael Versteeg. I mean, I think that people appreciate this moment. Thanks for tuning in, Jesse. We'll see you in the morning. We'll still be here because we're not signing off. We are straight through. For those unfamiliar with how insane the Cocodona coverage is, it is 11:02 locally here in Arizona. We will be going till 11 Saturday morning. So quick little math means that we've got 60 hours to go of wall-to-wall coverage of the remainder of the Cocodona 250. That is the rest of the crowd at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Just a handful of people. I can see Clark from Speedland. Clark is going to actually be joining us here in the studio a little bit later this week as part of Airvipa After Dark. I did see the Curry matriarch, Patty Curry, who is probably very heavily vested in terms of making sure Mike is okay, fed, rested, and has everything he needs to go home and sleep soundly. For those just tuning in and wanting to know about the women's race, we did have a very surprising story that our lead woman, Mika Thews, had dropped at about mile 233. Mika had been leading for at least 100 miles at this point and had slowed down after passing Walnut Canyon, but it turns out that it simply was just not going to be viable for her to continue. So unfortunately, Mika made the decision to drop. I don't have any further information than that. Mika and her crew have been a little bit close to the vest here this week, and we want to respect their wishes for privacy. Mika and her crew, they have an open invite to join us here on the couch at the studio. If they want to, they are more than... I'll make room, I'll make time, and so will all of our other hosts if they want to come by. But I'm definitely not going to press the issue. So that's all we know. Mika did simply just elected to drop. She notified Race Command, or Race Command notified me. I passed the message along, and I'm not going to investigate any further. As if they want us to know, they'll let us know. Of course, we've still got a couple hundred runners on course for the Cocodona 250, and the Sedona Canyons 125 started this morning. The Cocodona 250 runners will actually be hitting this aid station as they go. The Sedona Canyon runners will not. As you can see, we've got Santa Galuzzi and Panda Mortimer. Claire not dressed as a bear for once. And Siska just hanging out in a chair, soaking it all in. That is the Mount Elden aid station. They know that they are on camera, and they are... That is Panda Mortimer right there. 2021 runner-up, Panda Mortimer, finished just behind the runner who just finished the 2024 version. I have to say, I know all 4 of these people that are at this aid station right now on a personal level, and they're all just fantastic people. And the runners really, this is a reward for them to get to the top of Mount Elden and get the barbecue buffet or spread that's going to be placed before them. But, I think it's especially fun the fact that these runners in specific are up there. I believe it's actually the Phoenix area hashers that comprise this group. So I know a few other people will be up there later this week. The aid station is sponsored by Catula. Of course, Catula Gators and Spikes, and a partner of the program. Good morning, Pedro. Thanks for tuning in from the Netherlands. As you can see, okay, so this is explicit panda action, or not panda, penguin action. Explicit penguin action from Julian Galuzzi up at Mount Elden Aid. Yeah, Chad, I'd be curious to know what the temperature is up there. I know what it's like outside here, and it's like low 30s if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's 33 degrees here. A 42 in Flag? Okay, so actually 33 might be what they're at right now. I mean, they're all in puffies or furries. Yeah, I mean, whatever the number is up there, it's cold, and a lot of times the wind makes it even worse out there. As you can see, that would be Claire and Siska. I don't think they realize that the light is dark over there. The light is dark, or it's not lit. Yeah, if it is windy up there, then it becomes a much different situation. So the Elden Aid, where it's at right now, has actually been moved multiple times from where it was originally. Originally, the runners summited Elden, and then they took kind of like a connector trail over to like the other end of the summit of Elden, and the aid station was set up on the edge of the ridge, and it was set up to be beautiful, like as far as the views go, as Noah Doherty told us earlier. Oh my goodness. That's my coach. But the first year they had like tents that just got completely shredded. That's clear, and that's Claire right there. Okay, so you got the video, you got the Versteeg video in the group. Okay. I guess we can. We'll give the Clown College atop Mount Elden a quick break, and let's. Okay, so what this is something that Versteeg had posted a little bit ago. I can't find it, so maybe he let it go. But it's just him having fun a little bit on a broadcast on an actual cable TV broadcast a little bit ago. We're only going to air this once.
If you were to whisper to Utah Jazz fans right now, hang on to Rudy Gobert. That guy is going to be, he had 14 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, and had some amazing blocks. I mean, the guy is like a pterodactyl out. If you were to whisper to Utah.
Of course, that is Mike Versteeg, and that's how he celebrates. I wonder if that's how he's going to celebrate his Cocodona 250 finish. And yeah, I would like to think that that's the only time we air that, simply because it's like you had to be there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's Versteeg is a huge Suns fan, and catching him hanging out outside of a game. So the runners that are heading up to Elden, where our cameras are right now, our next one is expected to be Jeff Garmeyer potentially. Looks like Jeff Garmeyer, potentially Jonathan Van Gunes, and Finn Melanson. It's unfortunate that the other courses, the Sedona Canyons and Elden Crest runners, will not be able to make it to the top of Elden this year. They have an alternate route due to some logistical issues that were presented to the race, but you deal with the hand you're dealt. I do know that the runners were given the option of opting. They could have opted out and gotten the ability to defer until next year for no penalty or anything like that, which I totally would have understood. But yeah, the party at Elden Crest might be a little bit subdued at times, simply because you don't get a lot of runners up there at the same time. Oh, I guarantee you, Suzanne, Santa's reading the chat. Oh, I know. Yeah. Then they're like going over and checking it every few minutes. But I got a message from Claire, and she said that their feed is delayed by a few minutes. Like I don't know if it's their signal up there or what, but it's not. Well, that's what I said. I said it's like 30 to 45 seconds. They said no, it's like 5 minutes, and I don't know if they just can't tell time up there or what, but.
We can see how delayed it is from here.
That is true. Of course, that is the Elden Aid. Let's see if we've got anything going on at any of our other aid stations. Let's do a quick little wrap around here. That is Fort Tuthill Aid Station, about mile 211. Looks like things are a little bit quiet there for the time being, but when you're conducting a race such as this, you never know when you're going to get your rushes. I will say that aid station will be extremely hopping in about 6 or 7 hours, as the Elden Crest 38 race will be starting from just outside of this building tomorrow morning. Right? Or is it Friday? Wait, what day is today? Today's Wednesday. I'm a liar. The Elden Crest race starts Friday morning, so in 30 to 31 hours, it's going to be very hopping. That's Sedona Aid. Unfortunately, we don't have a good lighting situation there. Scribbles notes for next year's live stream. That is Munns Park. That Munns Park camera seems to move around a little bit. It looked like it was on the other side of the aid station facing the hard building, and now it feels like it's coming from the hard building facing the aid station. Sure. That's where they're all headed. And what's our other one there? I would say right now the story is Jeff Garmeyer making his way up Elden. And
Jonathan's actually just about to start the climb. Right at the base.
yeah, how far? Okay, so he pinged 9 minutes ago on my reading, so I need to refresh.
0 minutes ago, 2.9. He's just about to start the climb.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of those things where the distance there is not really. It's such a brutal climb. Yeah. Okay. So I have his tracker now. Garmire's almost at the summit of the Elden climb, and Jonathan is right at the base. Yeah, shout out to the several hundred of you still hanging out here. I mean, it's kind of one of those quiet times. We don't have a lot of camera feeds that are viable at this point. We've had a couple of our fastest runners come in. We've had 5 come in, as you can see, 5th place finisher and crowd favorite Mike Versteeg sitting in the tent on the left-hand side. Okay. Being tended to by Jamil and Patty Curry on his right, or on the right for us, on his left. Looks like that might be Scott Rokas in the red. Talented photographer and videographer. And I'm not sure who that is standing closest to Versteeg on what looks on our left, his right. But yeah, that looks like Rokas, and then unidentified person, then Patty Curry, then Jamil Curry around Michael Versteeg.
He's in a flurry of curries.
It is a curry flurry. I think that's race director Steve Adderholt right there, giving Versteeg a hug. Folks in the chat, if you want to share, let us know what you're racing next. Has this race inspired you to sign up for something? Have you signed up for next year's Cocodona? I did see that there were about 90 people across all 3 distances that are already registered for 2025. Pretty amazing when people are registered for a 2025 race when the 2024 iteration hadn't even started yet, in the case of Sedona Canyons and in Elden Crest's case. Morning, Verde. Yeah, I understand. I'm okay with people asking for further details on Mika, as long as people understand that we just don't simply have anything else to give. It's just one of those things. For those who've been following the live stream, they know that Mika has requested that we kind of hold back a little bit, wanting some space, understandable, respectable. Coverage at races is still kind of a new thing for a lot of people. Some people are still getting used to the concept of being filmed as they're trying to chow down on some ramen or drink some Flota or get their feet worked on, or, we don't show anything salacious or inappropriate on these. Like, we're not going to catch people, going to the facilities or anything like that, but it does take some getting used to. And there have been times I've been a part of the coverage of ultra running live streaming for, at this point, about 6 years now. The first one that Aravaipa and Mountain Outpost did was the 2018 Desert Solstice, and we started doing trail events shortly thereafter. But initially there were people that were kind of weirded out by the fact that somebody was running alongside them with a gimbal and trying to film them for an audience. And that's just the way it was. A lot of people have grown to adapt to it. A lot of people love to play to the audience and have adapted and realized that they can have fun with it. there are other people who simply just aren't used to doing it. I mean, Cocodona is the only Western 250 or 200 plus miler that has this level of coverage. And some people might consider that invasive or uncomfortable. We'd like to think that's not the case, but we also don't speak for everybody's feelings. So if a runner does request that we back the heck up a little bit, who are we to deny them that request of privacy? By backing our cameras off 10 feet or turning our attention elsewhere, we're not going to lose the essence of covering an event. I mean, I really do wish I had something to tell you with regard to Mika's decision to drop this race this year, but I don't. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the fact that she has decided to do so, and if she wants to tell us why, she can get the address with one text as to where we're set up. It looks like we've had a couple of people share what they're planning to run next. Looks like Jay Smith is running San Diego 100. Never done it, but I did fantastically flame out at Cuyamaca last year. Gorgeous area for trails. Absolutely. Louisa running Koski 100 in November and some races in between. Good luck to you, Louisa. JR doing Ironman 70.3. Would love to have you come out and do the 38 or 125. Jan running Frenzy 50K later this year as her first ultra. Looking forward to it, Jan. Yeah, with Mika's decision to withdraw from the race, it makes the leader Rachel Entrekin at this point. Based on what we have, Rachel Entrekin in first. Manu Villaseca probably about 4.5 miles back. And where they're at, it's runnable for the most part. I mean, there's some hills and some climbs and descents along Walnut Canyon, but then there's going to be a fairly flat stretch to the base of Elden. So anything can happen at this point. I mean, Rachel has got about 30 miles to go, and Manu has about 33 miles to go. People shouting out for Ragnar Zion, Bear 100, Tahoe 200. Somebody wants to run Saddles 100 in 2026. Of course, they will be taken care of by our fifth place finisher, Mike Versteeg. Oh, I'm not drinking this. What? Chad looks like he's got a pretty stout schedule this summer. Sweeping Tillamook Burn 50K, Smith Rock Classic 50K, Mackenzie River, Wise Trail Fest. Yeah, Mountain Outpost will be there doing the live stream. Hood 100, Backcountry Rise, and Oregon Cascades. That looks like some hot PNW action up there. Dan Legault with Tahoe 200. Yeah, no, they're not getting Seabreeze. Yeah, Mika had to opted to drop out. It just simply wasn't her race. Do I have any races coming up? I mean, I have events where I'm going to be pinning a bib on. I mean, I don't really race anymore. I mean, I'm just trying to get my body back to the point where I can run a Western States qualifier again. I'm 5 years into the lottery, and my hope is that I can run a 100 miler later this year that I've got my eyes on. I've finished it in the past, and I think I can finish it again. The Hennepin 100. And if I can do that, then I will be in year 6 in the Western States lottery. My next event, I'm actually going to Western States training camp in a couple of weeks here, but my next event is Born to Run. I'm doing the 20 miler out there. And then Western States training camp. And following that, the week after that is Hot Foot Hamster 24 hour. I used to actually take that race seriously. Now I have too many friends running the race, and basically we stop when we're ready to stop, and then we just hang out and tailgate for the rest of the weekend. What was I not drinking? The people need to know. Pete left some whiskey behind. Yeah, the only details I have on Mika's drop is that her crew was who notified Race Command. Race Command texted me directly, which is surprising because usually there's a chain of command of information. And I was actually Jamil actually texted me like 30 minutes after the fact to ask or to let me know or ask, did you know that Mika dropped? And I said, yeah, I heard it directly from Aaron Schmidt at Race Command. But it sounds like she had a rough day, a couple of falls, but beyond that, that's all I've got. And I get that. I mean, there are going to be people coming in that, that are not realizing that that's what happened. I'll do our best to educate and notify everybody. I guess, what I'd like to do, I've been thinking about how to approach this. Can we put the top 3 women at the bottom of the screen? I think that would at least give people a place where we stand. So our first place woman right now is Rachel Entrekin. Our second place is Manu Villaseca. And our third place is currently Kylie Drugan-Epich. Suzanne Hammonds with an interesting question, and I'm going to have to ask a question back in order to give you a better answer. If someone wants to get into running in Arizona, which AeroViper race do you recommend for a beginner? Are you wanting something that is an experience? Are you wanting something that is basically, because there are fixed time races that are on, as you can see, the Elden aid station has realized they're on TV. Are you looking for something that is, fixed time races, obviously, and flat, non-trail areas? Are you looking for something that like a first 50K, a first 5K? If you let me know what you're looking for, I have run all but, I believe, 2 AeroViper running events at this point that are active. There are a couple that have been shuttered or that are not currently active. But of all of the AeroViper running events, I believe the only ones that I haven't actually pinned a bib for at one time or another would be the Cocodona, ironically. I haven't done any of the distances. I was actually registered for Elden Crest, but withdrew as Santa shaking it. And Silverton Alpine Marathon. Those are the only two I haven't done. So
out of all the races you have run, which one would you say was your favorite just overall?
My favorite race that Aravaipa puts on is always going to be Crown King. To run anyways. To run. It's a special event for me. I've finished it. I can't do this right now. This is Elden Aid. That would be Siska Vasquez, Claire Augustin, Julian Galuzzi, and Pete Mortimer up there having fun at Elden Aid. Yeah, okay, I guess I should qualify also. I'm talking about the Aravaipa Arizona events. I have not run any of the events that are based out of Colorado Springs. I have not run anything in the White Mountains back east either. But Crown King is my favorite Arizona-based Aravaipa race. It's a legendary race that's been going on since the 80s. It was shuttered for a while, and then Aravaipa revived it about 12 years ago, and I have finished it 6 times, and it's a 50K that you basically run up, up, up. The first 29 miles are uphill. The last 2 are downhill. It's a beautiful race.
Talk about your breakfast event you hold for the Crown King.
Yeah, so part of why I have so much fun at Crown King is because every year I stay up in town for the night because it's a point-to-point, and I make breakfast for everybody. My joke is that you run Crown King for me, I'll make you breakfast. And every year I make a breakfast spread for about 50 or 60 people who choose to stay in town overnight. We usually hang out at the Crown King Saloon until all hours. Maybe we'll head back to our place at the Bear Creek Cabins. Shout out Cindy for a great place. But we'll go back there and we'll party until we can't party anymore. I wake up at 5:30 in the morning to make breakfast for about 50 people. It's usually breakfast burritos, hash browns or American fries, sausage. We'll have some vegetarian or plant-based options as well. Basically, a bunch of people having coffee, Bloody Marys. We just have a good old time doing it. And I'm going to do that race as long as my body allows. And even after that, I'm still going to try and make breakfast for everybody as well. Aravaipa is fully behind it. They actually do get some things catered through town now. And it's just become a great community event, the Crown King Scrambled Eggs, as I like to call it. Yeah, Suzanne, I guess if you were trying to pick a race, and this is what you see in as I try and answer the question, if this is what your aid station crews are like, I mean, isn't this the race you want to run? Although I will say at Crown King there is an aid station called Fort Misery that is run by a couple of local running clubs in the valley, and they do have a full bar out in the middle of the desert. Actually, it's like kind of the edge of the desert as you start to head up the Ponderosa Pines. It's like, I mean, full service bar. I don't mean like, oh, they can get a margarita. I mean, no, you can get a whiskey sour. You can get, basically, they've got every, alcohol, a lot of mixers, and then, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 different types of beer. And they're just tailgating all day waiting for runners to get there. So that is the Fort Misery aid station at mile 22 of the Crown King Scramble. Oh, Julian asked us to cut the feed. Ultra Sonia asking a very important question, and one that I've forgotten the answer to a couple times, but I'll answer it here for you now. For those chasing the cutoff, since the race started 10 minutes late, are all cutoff times extended 10 minutes? The answer is yes. So every aid station cutoff is adjusted by 10 minutes. The final finish is adjusted by 10 minutes. As you can see, Mike Versteeg heading home. Our next cutoff point would be Dead Horse Ranch at mile 135. Runners have until 12:40 this morning or tomorrow morning. So in basically just over an hour, they have to be here or be at Dead Horse Ranch. That is the finish line. We don't have any finishers coming in for a little while. Our next anticipated finisher is Jeff Garmeyer, the Tiger King himself, making his way up to Elden Aid, which you just saw. And his energy is going to match, or their energy is going to match the unique personality of the Tiger King himself. Behind him, Jonathan Van Guens is starting up the Elden climb. Finn Melanson has crossed Route 66 and is on his way to the base of Mount Elden.
Tracker has not updated in about 15 minutes, but Jeff should be there very, very shortly.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on those clowns up atop Elden Aid because they might have... Okay, good. Oh, I apologize. Okay, so this is what I was told from Race Command. Thank you, Aaron, for correcting me. Only the first aid station and final cutoff were extended, unless new changes were implemented while he was sleeping. Yeah, and that's, again, one of those things that I think is truly amazing about this. I would love to have Aaron come on with us for Air Viper After Dark for just a conversation, but the problem is that every minute that he's not on duty, he's got to sleep.
Trust me, I've been telling him to try and come over. He said he might if he gets some time off, on his time off. Probably won't be overnight, but we can figure something out.
I would love to have him come on just to talk about what happens. I think that there's so much that goes into a race such as this. You've got our coverage. You've got Race Command. You've got Steve Ederholt, the race director. You've got Jamil. Like, even though Jamil is focusing on the coverage of the race, he's on hand and on call for everything. Like, he's the kind of guy that will do anything he can to make a race succeed. You have Patty Curry, who directs all of the aid stations and sets those up. Of course, with the runners moving so quickly, they didn't have the medical tent set up at the finish line. So Patty moved some things around and turned the aid station tent. Now, granted, this all was not there at this time. Like, all of that food was not yet loaded in there, and that's why they were able to do this. But that was the medical tent when I went down there to catch Harry Schubertus' first place finish. That's where they were talking to him and talking to Jeff Browning when they needed to check in with medical. No, Aaron, I'm talking to Aaron via text, and I'm responding to him on the live stream because I know he's listening and watching. But no, you don't have to come in the overnight. But maybe like 7 or 8 p.m. one of these nights, you're more than welcome to come by, because I think that it's very important that people understand and recognize your contributions to this race. Because without what you do and without your efforts, this doesn't go off as well as it does. And frankly, that's one of the amazing things about a race like this, and why I wanted to have Noah on earlier as well, Noah Doherty, is that there are a lot of things that can go wrong, a lot of things that can cause issues all over the place. And I've never seen an organization handle things so smoothly most of the time, quite like Aravaipa. And I'm biased, absolutely. I'm not going to lie. This is my running family here in Arizona, and I adore everybody that works with the community and everything that they do. But there's a reason why Jamil and his team have earned a reputation for being as good as they are at what they do. As you can see, burgers on the flat top with toasted buns. That's how we roll. So after you have had your barbecue spread atop Mount Elden, you head the 8 miles downtown Flagstaff and Heritage Square. You can finish off your Cocodona experience with a burger, courtesy of Patty Curry and the Finish Line Aid Station team. Yeah, and Patty's the greatest. I mean, when I went down there to see how things were going at the finish line, she sent me back with a box full of goodies for us. And like locusts, the media people just totally devoured a chunk of it. There's still a little bit left. Maybe I'll actually get a donut or something like that. But yeah, I mean, when I'm covering a race, Patty Curry will always come up to me and make sure that I've been fed, that I'm taking care of myself, and ask if I or any of our team need anything. You know, there's a certain heart that seems to come with people who work with this organization, and I'm proud to be a part of it. Oh, I don't need it now. You're acting like Patty. You're trying to feed me. Of course, this is Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. We've got our finish line. That's basically the race director's tent right there. That is the photography tent. I believe is that still Howie down there? Photography legend Howie Stern. If you have seen Ultra Running Magazine in the last few years, odds are, I would say 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 that Howie Stern took the cover photo. That was, of course, Jamil Curry. Pretty quiet down there right now, and that's kind of funny because that's usually how it looks when the first finishers come through. But when Harry Schubertus finished this race, there were over 200 people down there. Most of them dialed in, and I'll tell you what, it was kind of like a celebrity gathering when it comes to trail and ultra running. I mean, you had Jared Hazen down there, you had Annie Hughes down there, of course you had Jamil, you had, I mean, all sorts of like Pete Mortimer, recognizable Arizona and regional, even national level names that were just hanging out to be there at the finish of this wild race.
I think we need someone to run Jamil a pair of pants down there. He's looking kind of cold.
Yeah, I mean, but he's repping. I mean, they are. He's on brand. Yeah, I mean, Jamil is definitely repping every brand possible when it comes to what he's wearing right now. So, all of our sponsors here at the Cocodona 250. Yeah, Jan, thanks for reminding me because tonight we had our Aravaipa Group trail run in downtown Phoenix. I was not there. I usually lead those, but I cannot be in 2 places at once. I have a hard enough time being in 1 place at once. So we had our group run tonight at the North Mountain Visitor Center in Phoenix, and I think that we had our social at Ilisilo just up the street. Of course, we rotate around various locations in the valley for trail running. We will hit things in the Phoenix Mountain Preserves, up in the Scottsdale Preserves during the summer, South Mountain, Papago Park. And then we like to hit some of our favorite local joints afterwards to support a lot of locally owned and operated places, breweries, tap rooms, etc., and just celebrate being a part of this community. These trail run weekly events have been going on since way before my time in the community, since I believe 2010. And I've been in charge of them now for about 6 years. And as long as I'm around, I'll be happy to be a part of setting them up. If you're interested, you can actually find them on Facebook at Aravaipa Group Trail Run. You don't necessarily have to go fully invasive into the group. I do have the schedule pinned at the top of the page, which is a Google Doc, so you don't have to actually join the group or anything. But we hope you join us on a run. Yes, MedStar. of course, MedStar, thanks to them for being one of our medical partners at these races. Yeah, Patty Curry definitely makes sure that anybody who is working to make these events happen is fed. Absolutely. I mean, you can go to the website and get the cutoff times for aid stations, but I can give you at least the next couple because I've got them right in front of me. As I mentioned, Dead Horse Ranch is about an hour. It's actually at 12:30, not 12:40 like I had previously thought. 12:30 in the morning, Dead Horse Ranch. Runners have to be through and out. That is at mile 135. The next cutoff is at Deer Pass. They have to be at mile 148 and out by 5:15 a.m. And then after that, the next cutoff, and it's a significant cutoff, is Sedona at mile 162. Runners have to be out of Sedona tomorrow by 12:15. So by that point, the runners will all have been at least 160 miles in, and we'll have less than 100 miles to go between noon tomorrow and 11 a.m. Saturday.
Quick update from the field. We just got a new ping from Jeff Garmeyer. He is 0.6 miles out of Elden, moving at about 0.6 miles an hour.
He's out of Elden?
Or approaching, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I hope we didn't miss him.
But no, we should be expecting him soon.
Thanks, Sonia. We love that you're here. Sonia was one of the more emotional moments in my coverage career. The first year we live streamed Javelin 100, I was on film duty rather than in the studio. And Sonia had one of the more emotional runs at the Javelin 100. She did cross the finish line, albeit not in the required time, but damn if it wasn't inspiring. I know that, you know, you're supposed to, I think I'll just tell the story. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You can always go back and watch it, but Sonia, Ultra Sonia, finished the race in 30 hours and 7 minutes. And when she finished it, there was a spirit tunnel, 50 people long on each side, waiting for her to come through and finish. And she ran through it, barely able to see. And it was super emotional. And yeah, she saw me as I was filming her, as she and her pacer and coach, Tommy Lunetta, were running in from the desert. And yeah, she saw that my eyes were definitely not dry, and it wasn't dust. Yeah, Sonia had one, and to really add to it, as I was leaving the park, as we're now looking at Fort Tuthill Aid, as I was leaving the McDowell Mountain Regional Park, I was walking back out to my car, and I walked past the med tent, and I hear somebody call out to me. It's Sonia. And I hope she's not mad at me for telling this story, because I love it, because it speaks to how great this sport is, whether it's people who are running, you know, blistering paces or grinding it out. She called out to me, Sonia, Ultra Sonia did, and asked, you know, if she had seen me crying. And I admitted, yeah, you did. And she kind of sighed. She's like, oh, well, I can't wait to run this race 10 minutes faster next time. And I was like, oh my goodness. Like, you know, just that kind of spirit, that mentality was just such a beautiful thing to hear. So, you know, shout out to Ultra Sonia, who has shared her reasons for running and her why through the concept of running through grief. Sonia had experienced a close family loss, and I don't want to say specifically simply because it's late and my brain is fried, but Sonia opted to choose to use running as an outlet to help her reconcile and deal with the emotional pain that she was feeling. And it brought her to run a 100-mile Javelina 100 in 30 hours and 7 minutes. And even though she technically was a DNF and did not earn the buckle, we all acknowledged on that day. And, I talked with Jubilee. We said she ran 100 miles. Simple as that. So in that way, I believed it was a success story. Yeah, I remember you telling me that, Sonia. I was the last person she saw when her eyes, when she lost her vision on the way into, because I caught them about a half mile outside, and I'm watching my watch, and I know what's happening. I know that she's not going to break 30 hours, but she kept moving, she kept pushing, she didn't let it stop her, she kept going. All right, Julian is telling us up on the top of Elden, they are actually anticipating the Tiger King himself to get there. Of course, you can see Panda Mortimer hanging out. You can see Siska there as well. And Santa Galuzzi and Claire as well. Yeah, Chad, wink, wink. Oops, our clock malfunctioned. Yeah, I'm super jazzed that Jeff is going to be up there here super quick here. I'm going to see where his tracker looks on my feed. Okay, so he's summited Elden and is on the connecting trail to the other side of the high point. Apparently, they are listening to Run the Jewels up top Elden. Yeah, Chad, I think that's a good point. I mean, I think that most people who do this, you asked a runner once if they wanted you to ignore, or if you wanted them to ignore the 40 seconds they failed to finish by, and they said no. I mean, this ain't a BQ. This is not like that kind of thing. I mean, you're in it for the heart, and I have to agree, because we have people who have said, well, you should give them a buckle anyways, and I understand that thought process, but I also know that people don't want something in this sport they didn't earn. Like, if you're a mid-back of the packer and you're doing this for the love of the game, then why sully it with accepting something that you didn't necessarily earn? Good morning, Martine. I assume that they're listening to an iPod with a speaker of some kind out there. That would be my guess. Yeah.
I think they're just playing off the laptop.
Oh. You can see Santa Julian talking to Claire.
I think actually that question was more about on the trail when you're running, how do you listen to music?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I thought you were talking about at the top of the aid station, because we all saw the dancing, So, I mean, me personally, I just use my phone. I mean, I haven't run anything longer than 50K in over a year. So my phone and my earpods will last. I don't have an iPhone. I have like I said, I was joking. I said I have a real phone, but yeah, I mean, I have no problem getting, 8.5 hours, which is typically the slow end of my finish times on a 50K. I can get that battery to last. When I did do longer, such as like Black Canyon or Hennepin 100, I would use a single small, fairly lightweight, cheap battery pack that would give me enough juice to just get my phone through it. And I also only listen to one earpod at a time. Like, I only listen to one earpod at a time because I run in the desert and you have to be alert and aware because there are things that will hurt you out here. There's nothing worse than the idea that you did not hear an animal who was trying to warn you by virtue of their rattle tail that, and they end up having no choice but to defend themselves because you didn't heed their warning. All right, really, it sounds like Tiger King Garmire is really close to the Elden that we see here right now.
Another cool thing is that the men's record is still slightly behind Jonathan. He's still a little ahead.
Nice. Yeah. Jeff Garmire is still fairly under the previous men's course record, as well as the runner behind him, who is still working his way up, Elden, Jonathan Van Guens. They both could conceivably finish under the previous course record set by Mike McKnight last year at 69-something hours. How is the 17-year-old kid doing right now? That would be Brody Chisholm. I believe that Brody is about 15th or 16th place, perhaps. I can look. Yeah, he's currently in 15th place overall.
He's at mile 217.8, little under 10 miles to Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, Finn would have to do some hauling at this point, as the men's record pace quote pace marker is showing that he would have needed to have probably started Elden by now, and he's still about probably 2.5, 3 miles behind where he would need to be at this point. Yeah, Brody has left Elden, is heading to Walnut Canyon. Of course, Brody Chisholm, actually, now at this point, now that he's running Elden, or from Tut Hill to Walnut Canyon, one of the interesting things about this is that he's run this section of course before. He's raced it before. He finished 5th at Elden Crest last year. Yeah. So Brody Chisholm is probably smelling the barn at this point. So we're going to have a 17-year-old kid potentially finish this race. And not only finish it, but finish it very well. Now, Tom, you're asking about how far apart first and second were. I believe it was about 10-ish minutes, maybe a little bit more. So what happened was that Jeff Garmire was the first one to get down Elden, but then just had an absolute bear of a time getting through Buffalo Park, which is surprising on several levels, but not going to take anything away from Harry Schubertus's finish because he earned it. But I'll see if I can pull up the exact margin of victory there. I'll just go to my other tracker thingy. It was 29 minutes. 29 minutes between Harry and Jeff. I was down there for both of them. It seemed a lot quicker than it was, but then again, now that I think about it, when Harry came through the finish line, they took his post-race picture, and then he headed over to the aid station, or the first aid tent that they had set up, and he was sitting there. They were putting his sandals on, cleaning his feet and ankles out, and Jeff came in, and I was standing fairly close to them, and when the applause started up for Jeff, because he is a local, he's a hometown hero here. Up.
Looks like we've got the crew of Jeff Garmeyer.
But yeah, as I was saying, Harry, as soon as he saw that Jeff was coming in, he stood up and wanted to go and meet Jeff at the finish. Class act all the way. I'd never met Harry before today, Harry Schubertus, the winner of the Cocodona, but I'm a fan. I'm an absolute fan. And that was one of those things that you couldn't really see on camera because, they were focused on Jeff running. I just happened to be standing next to where Harry was posted up with his team. But yeah, like right in the middle of things, he got up and he walked over, hobbled over to the finish. Looks like we've got some action. I don't see Garmeyer in there, and our camera is kind of static there. Is that one of those we can control from the hand of God, or? Well, I don't want to.
I'm assuming there's probably a van there.
Yeah.
I believe Jeff has his own van.
Yeah, but that's not a crew aid.
Maybe that's his pacer then? Does he have a pacer?
Yeah.
Pacer then.
Yeah.
Probably sitting down just outside.
Of course, here, this is Elden Aid. We can see Panda Pete, Santa Julian, Siska and Claire taking care of Tiger King Jeff Garmeyer, who is apparently just out of frame or getting ready for him. I mean,
update actually from Julian down at Elden. Jeff powered straight through.
Oh, that's why we didn't see him, because he just wanted to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
he's
Dominic.
already...
That's the Elden aid. Dominic.
already...
That's the Elden aid. That is the reward, and there's a full blown smoked meats, brisket, ribs, pulled pork, sausage type spread up there, put on by the panda himself and Santa himself. The three amigos. They are Santa, Julian Galuzzi, Panda, Pete Mortimer, and, not in screen, Nick Panisse. Of course, it is Nick Panisse, not Panich. He was down at Heritage Square today and corrected me that I had been pronouncing his name wrong all the time I've known him, which is like 2 years. So, yeah, shout out to the three amigos, Julian, Pete, and Nick, for putting together a nice barbecue spread. I know that there are some times where a lot of the runners will say, hey, my stomach cannot handle this right now. If I finish, can I come back? And it's not generally viable for runners to come back up Elden because that road is sketch and it cannot handle a lot of traffic. But I think that they basically told somebody, like, yeah, if you want to do that hike again, that hill again, then you hike it up and we'll feed you after the race. I don't know how many takers they get on that offer. Yeah, I mean, the timing strip for this aid station is actually outside the tent. So, like, they don't have to necessarily go in the tent. In Garmire's case, he's no stranger to this race. He's going to, assuming things keep going, assuming, he does finish, it'll be his fourth finish. So, if he... Yeah, and I am never ever one to call a race until it's over, and part of that is because I can believe anything can happen, and I always want to CYA myself, And we saw an example of why earlier. We've seen two examples of why today. I mean, on the men's side, Jeff Browning had a commanding lead. Leading up to Elden, and even when he got at top Elden, a lot of people were like, well, Harry's only 0.4 of a mile back. Well, Jeff proceeded to do like 7:45, 8-minute miles on the first part of the downhill of Elden, and then all of a sudden he just couldn't breathe, and so that was that, and Harry passed him and powered on to the finish and powered on to the win. I mean, on the women's side, Mika Thews was the presumptive winner, really. She had a 6-hour lead on the second place woman. That's in this race, that's 20 miles with 18 to go. So yeah, I mean, anything can happen in a race like this. I'm presuming and I'm assuming that Garmire is going to finish. And given the way it sounds like he was when he was leaving Elden, I'm assuming he's going to finish probably, definitely before 69 hours, probably about 68 and a half, because from Elden, the course is very favorable to the runners. Most of it is runnable. A lot of it is Jeep and Forest Service road. There's a little bit of single track, but then they actually even head down into the city of Flagstaff. Yeah, of course, another one. Thanks, Chad, for bringing that up. Killian Korth, last year, I believe 10th place finisher and led for a lot of the race last year. And one of our, definite names to watch when trying to handicap this race, Killian Korth did withdraw about 150 plus miles in, citing breathing issues. And it sounds like there was... I did hear you say it, Jordan. Basically, he had some allergy issues that really hit him. Yeah. Jump on.
This is based off my memory from last night. I've been up for a very long time, so it might not
we
be the
both
best.
have, yes.
He was citing some allergies to the local flora. He apparently had the same exact issue last year in the exact same spot. He tried to power through it, and I believe he did make a little further, but he did eventually make the decision to drop out for his health.
That's just how it goes sometimes.
And then for the people asking about Andy Glaze in the chat, our last social media sighting of him was about 3 hours ago at the river crossing.
Is that how we follow Andy Glaze?
That's how I've been following him.
With some runners, we follow their tracker and things of that nature. For Andy Glaze, we follow his Instagram.
Yep, he
his
basically
TikTok.
has been live tweeting this entire race. I've been following him the entire time.
I do know that I guess I don't want to say an older guy. He's not old, but for a guy from his generation, he is an extremely active TikToker.
Oh, he's very active. I want to say he's also pretty large. I haven't checked on him. I haven't checked on his page in a while. But yeah, 100 miles a week is still
Andy Glaze,
insane to me.
Yeah, he does 100 miles a week every week and has done so for many years. Many years.
Yeah.
It's extremely impressive. I mean, just fading injury in that regard. I mean, that's what the most impressive part of it is to me. I mean, even above and beyond the dedication.
Yeah. And he's smiling the entire way.
Yeah. It's definitely next level. Of course, with Garmeyer, our last runner to Summit Elden, our anticipated next runner to Summit Elden is Jonathan Van Guens, who is, from the looks of things, about just short of halfway up Elden. The thing is that the climb up Elden gets increasingly steep as it progresses.
Yeah. And it's also a bad GPS dead zone.
Yeah. And that's one of the things I was hoping people would appreciate when we were following Jeff Browning up Elden, is that it's chunky, it's gnarly, and it gets extremely steep at the end. So
I want to say when we were watching Arland, it was probably a 45-degree at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can tell if you've got a follow cam right behind somebody for perspective. It's pretty insane. Of course, as we mentioned, Jonathan Van Dune, bib number 110, heading up and is on the second half of the climb, on the steeper section of the climb. Following him, basically right at the bottom of this climb, is Finn Melanson, the single-track podcaster himself. Finn Melanson looking like he is pretty well inside the top 10. And what's amazing is that, not that I was thinking that he wasn't talented enough to do it. I had gone out to dinner with Aid Station Fireball and Travis Longcar of Free Trail prior to our Cocodona coverage. On Saturday night, we went out to Pizza Clutta. Shout out Caleb for feeding us last night. And they were both extremely emphatic about the idea of Finn Melanson finishing in the top 10. And it wasn't that I didn't think he could do it. I just didn't. His name wasn't front of mind when it came to people who could contend for a top 10 finish at this race. Hey, wave to us, Elden Aid. Let us know you're there. Yeah, somebody asked if West Plate is in this race. Yes, West Plate is woven into the fabric of this race. In fact, West Plate is, obviously a great content creator and has run this race, I believe, the last 2 years, and put together some great videos about his experience. I actually met Wes for the first time last year down at Heritage Square, and it's funny, and I don't mean for this to be a humble brag, but it's going to sound like one. And but Wes came up to me and he said, "Hey, Chris, I'm Wes. Nice to meet you." And I said, "Oh, yeah, I know who you are." And he said, "Big fan." And I was like, "No." I said, what we do is we try and tell a story of what we see in a moment, and sometimes it just comes to us because we have a lot of familiarity. When you do what Wes does, or what somebody like Simon Gerard does, and you create like these films and these stories, or Dylan Harris, or Billy Yang, those guys are the ones that create art. I look at us as more, what we are. We're basically sportscasters in the moment, and I think that what we do has merit, and I love doing it, and I'll do it as long as anybody allows me to get behind a mic, typically whether they pay me or not. But what they do is recorded and reviewed for all history. What were we going to say?
We have a little sighting of Mr. Aaron Schmidt of Race Command.
Oh.
At Fort Tuttle. That's him.
Is that him on the right?
That's him on the right.
Shout out Aaron Schmidt. As we mentioned, the Race Command man himself. Looks like Kim Casey, the captain there, is allowing him to get some victuals and grub. That is, again, Aaron Schmidt, our race commander, who is basically leading a small team that is constantly monitoring both the trackers and the YouTube channel to make sure that they are on top of every runner's status, doing their best to make sure that nobody gets off course or too far off course if it happens. Somebody was, some people in the chat, and I guess it's like 10 p.m. on the night before the race, Finn was on Instagram DMing people to ask them to review his podcast on Spotify and Apple. Hey, Alex, I know because I got one of those messages. I told him I'd give him a 5-star review if he'd get some dang sleep. SD mentioning that Goggins needs to do Cocodona. Well, he's got an open invite to do it, I'm sure. I mean, most of his success has been at the beyond 100-mile distances. He hasn't raced in Arizona in a long time. The last time I think he raced Arizona was maybe 10 years ago at Zane Gray, the famous 50-mile race that was at one time one of the really big races with a national profile. I mean, if you look up the Zane Gray 50 history and the winners of that race over the years, it's like a who's who. And you're talking like Carl Meltzer and Trayson types that were running that race back in the day. Yeah, when was the last time Goggins raced Arizona? Yeah, the Zane Grey in 2016. Had a respectable 9th place man, 13th overall. Welcome to Arizona. It's pretty rugged. Yeah, no, and also, let's be honest, Goggins brings eyes. He has a high profile, absolutely. Whenever you have a runner like that, it definitely, is a boon to your race. You hope for somebody like that choosing to do your kind of event. We've had, some high profile people be a part of Cocodona, most notably Sally McRae last year. Like the hype and the buzz around Sally McRae running this race last year was unbelievable. And her finish was, perfectly poetic, and how her enthusiasm. I mean, she jumped across the finish line and flexed and had herself a great time. And the video of her race that she later produced was one of the most visceral, I guess that would be the word I would use, trail running films I've seen in a while. If you're not a fan of people trying to remove their bandages from blisters, don't watch it. If you like that stuff, then have I got the thing for you. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate it. Shouldn't you be sleeping by now? Because if you're not sleeping, then you should be here in this chair. Of course, kidding, Zach. I know has some things to tend to. Of course, we all do. That's one of the things about this race and this race coverage is that, it's been tricky. And thank goodness I'm not in charge of the schedule, because we've had people that have had to make other considerations, people who have had to cancel their shifts, and, some guests that maybe weren't able to come in. That happens. It's just the nature of the beast. And Zach Marion was the one who still put the schedule all together. And I'll admit, Zach, he's stretching us to our limits in terms of, our coverage teams. But that's what it takes sometimes. I mean, we kind of do our own ultra when we're covering these races. So thanks for sticking around with us here on the YouTube channel. I mean, it's been great. I mean, I'll be honest. With the fact that we've still got over 500 people watching, in the midnight hour here in local Arizona time, I'm grateful. We're looking at aid stations, and we're just, biting our nails, waiting for our next runners to happen by our cameras. Like that's what race coverage, feels like. So, that's just how it goes sometimes. Yeah, for those just tuning in, if you're tuning in from maybe somewhere where your Thursday has already started in earnest, we do have 5 finishers so far of the Cocodona 250. They're all on the men's side. We have Harry Schubertus, Jeff Browning, Arland Glick, Joe Mcconahay, and Michael Versteeg. So what's fascinating about this race is that we had all of our prior year Cocodona winners on the men's side enter this race. And even with that, we still had a brand new winner. And I'll admit, I'm surprised that our brand new winner was not Jeff Browning, because I think that that's kind of what the mindset was amongst those of us who pay close attention to this sport and this race in particular, was that most people seem to think that the win was likely to come from Mcconahay, Versteeg, Mike McKnight, your 3 previous winners, or possibly Browning. And that's, again, not taking anything away from Harry Schubertus. He is, I believe that it was Tahoe that he had previously won. I'll have to double check that really quick. I've got it right here. Yeah, he won Tahoe in 2022, and he won Crazy Mountain in 2022 as well, which is a notoriously tough race in Montana. But, it was, again, we just didn't realize that he was going to sell out and, full send on that descent. as we can see a runner entering the aid here. We'll see if we can find out who that is. Yeah. Yeah, SD, Jeff Browning is an amazing athlete considering his age, but he's an amazing athlete for any age. You're talking about a guy who is 52 years old and still bringing it. No, that's not Wes Rittner. Is that Michael Greer, bib 610 in the
11 minutes ago, the most recent bib.
Okay, yeah, so that's not Greer. Perhaps Eddie Healy? Is it Wes Rittner? I don't think it's Wes. It doesn't look like Wes's hair.
It's got to be Michael Greer. It's the most recent.
Yeah, because Wes, that hair is much darker than Wes's.
Is Wes even there? Oh, Wes is there. Wes King was never a
It could be, I mean, in Wes's case, he could be down for a nap right now, but that's not him on screen. Definitely not. That guy's probably about 30 years younger than Wes. Wes is, I mean, you want to talk about a legend, you go and look up Wes's Ultra Sign Up. Just an amazing, Wes Rittner, an amazing number of high-level finishes for a long time. I don't think that's Greer either because I recognized Greer from Cocodona last year. Okay, so yeah, Eddie Healy. Okay, that would make sense because he pinged outside of. Looks like that might be Healy heading out, or not Healy. Wes heading out.
That's a 125 bib, something 05. And 406 would be Eddie Healy. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Eddie Healy. And Eddie Healy and the front of the 125 race is super tight right now between Greer and Healy. So, of course, Greer finished third in the Cocodona last year. No, that's not Cody. We had eyes on Cody earlier today and last night. I don't think that would be him. Yeah, for those that are just tuning in as well, Mika Thews has withdrawn from the Cocodona 250 at mile 233. No further information is currently available, and just to be frank, I don't think any further information will be forthcoming, and we're not going to try and investigate further. I have made it clear on here that we are more than welcome to have her, share her experience if she so chooses, and if she doesn't, that's her choice. We're totally happy to have her here, but if she doesn't feel like reliving what happened to her out there and talking about it, we totally respect that as well. Rachel, thanks for tuning in from across the globe. I actually just had a friend move to New Zealand. I was keeping her some of her boxes in my garage until recently when the final shipments were picked up by DHL. Apparently they were a little bit worse for wear when they got there, but you know, that's kind of what happens when you ship things across the world sometimes. But thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Love having you. I believe that that she had moved to Rotorua. Yeah, Rotorua. Which I guess is where Tarawera takes place. Zach Marion clarifying, Rotorua is the endurance capital of New Zealand, so it's kind of like Flagstaff. Wink, wink. Yeah, Mika's withdrawal took place at mile 232, 233-ish. Based on our tracking, the next runners we expect to hit this aid station might be our third place woman, Kylie Drugan-Epich, Adam Williams, or OHG Brian Pape. Actually, another name that is less than a 5K out from Fort Todd Hill is Chad Lassiter. Chad Lassiter is what I would call a certified badass, as Chad has run pretty much every big thing out there, and he is a member of he was a member of the U.S. national team on the 24-hour discipline, and I believe had the high number for the U.S. national team at the most recent World Championships. So Chad is out here on the Cocodona course doing something entirely different. The only commonality is going a long, long way. And, of course, also not too far out from Fort Todd Hill is the aforementioned Cody McKesson, who is a Sedona teacher. I don't know how hard it was to leave home and head back out in the course, but he is doing so and moving fairly well. About between 2.5, 3 miles out of Fort Todd Hill. So probably expect him in the next 30 minutes or so, 30, maybe 45 minutes. Travis Lockhart just drove past Garmeyer on Lookout Road, and he's ripping down the trail. He wants to be done. Hope Shad and Kevin have their running shoes ready, because it sounds like the Tiger King is going to give them as much as he can. Well, we've got a breather in the action. What I would like to do is pull up some of my notes. And we had a handful of racers identify as and wanted to appreciate their and recognize their native roots. Susie Stephen, Scott Flatlip, Callie Vinson, Brandon Bowie, Jose Sosa, Deshauna Joe, Randolph Curley, and Greg Secatero. Shout out to them for joining us on this voyage across Arizona. A good portion of this journey takes place on native lands, and with Aravaipa, it is important to us to have an inclusive spirit and to acknowledge these individuals and respect their heritage. So shout out to those runners. I know that a lot of people are very familiar with Callie Vinson. I believe she might have the second largest Instagram following amongst runners in this race. She is all fun and games. A lot, for a good portion of the time with her partner Scott Traer. They're hilarious and fun to hang out with, but she also appreciates and takes her Native American heritage quite seriously. If this is to be believed, then Finn Melanson has been passed by Jonathan Van Geens on his way up Elden. But that would be wild. I mean, that would have meant that Finn probably had just gone full stop or something. That doesn't really make any sense because Finn was moving fairly well. I mean, it can happen. Anything can happen out there. That has been the established theme of well, I guess it's no longer Wednesday. It is technically Thursday, but yeah, anything can happen on this race. Oh, I'm sorry. I had that backwards. Actually, it was Jonathan that had been ahead of Finn. It's amazing what happens when you're trying to cover an ultra and keeping all of your notes together. Yeah, you're right, Audrey. Thank you. Shad, okay. Shad occasionally runs with Garmeyer back in Bozeman, so he thinks he can keep up with him. Shad, I have no doubt you can keep up with anybody in this race, and it's not just because they've got 250 miles of leg on them or leg wear on them, because Shad is a heck of a runner in his own right. So, yeah, I mean, in this case right now, both Jonathan and Finn are now behind the men's record pace. I'm trying to think about how fast I would have to head down the hill. Yeah, we're hoping to see a few runners here at Elden, or at Fort Tuthill rather. And as you saw, we've had a couple of the Elden Crest runners come through as well. I'm going to see if I can separate them on my leaderboard tracker and give credit where it's due and shout them out. So yeah, Michael Greer and Eddie Healy have both passed through Fort Tuthill here. Behind them, giving chase on the men's side, Philip Sebastiani in third, and Verde Valley resident Jimmy Strayhorn in fourth. On the women's side, Amanda Sullivan was the first woman through Kelly Canyon. Catherine Edwards in second, and Andrea White just a minute behind at that time. So that's where we stand in the Sedona Canyons 125. And I know we're trying to cover that race to some degree, but it's also it's a little bit tricky to kind of layer things on top of one another like that. Which street are we not getting? Yeah, we need that one. Do we need to let them know, or do you have connections in to Elden, Jordan? Or
They already know. They were out for a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, trying to get that feedback up.
Cool. Appreciate ya. Yeah, this is currently Fort Tuthill. This is going to be the most active aid station for, I would say, for the rest of the week at this point, once Sedona closes down. Do we have anything at Munns or Sedona at this point?
We've got, same as last time, Munns looks a little more active.
Had the silhouette of a few people at Munns Park.
Sedona looks also about the same, but again, no good picture.
Yeah, maybe one of the things we'll have to do as we're heading up to Flagstaff to the studio is maybe we on the media team will need to put a little bit more focus into our camera setups at these places. Now, one of the things about these places and setting up these cameras that makes it a little bit tricky is that these are, in some cases, dark sky communities. I know Sedona is. I can't say whether Munns Park is, but it wouldn't surprise me because they're both pretty nice communities. And that means we have to be mindful of our light setups when we're setting up our aid stations, let alone like something that is of broadcast quality. So yeah, we can just circle back around to Tuthill Aid and maybe just keep an eye out for Elden Aid, where at least we get dancing Santas and pandas. Yeah, so we have a Santa, we have a panda. Like we could have had somebody dressed up in a bottle of Fanta, and maybe as former Kansas City Royals third baseman Joe Randa. There we go. That'd be a fun little aid station theme, like rhymes with whatever. Up there is our dancing panda. Yes, if you think that dancing panda looks familiar, it's because it is. It's Pete Mortimer, who was on our live stream the last 2 days. Oh, it looks like Shad is on solo duty on the follow cam through the streets of Flagstaff. So shout out Shad, and thanks Kevin. Thank you for your shift. You know, that would be much appreciated, or that you are much appreciated, and thanks for being a part of it. Tom Abbott mentioning that he'd like to see John Kelly at Cocodona and his fellow Brit Damian Hall. Brits have had some success here at Cocodona. Of course, it was last year when Josh Perry, a thru hiker from Leeds, was under the section where you didn't have any information on your ultra sign up, and so we found ourselves scrambling when we realized we had this world-class thru hiker, and he ended up finishing. Josh Perry finished second overall. So. Send noodles. Folks, that's my coach. Trinity Buckley would like to see Jasmine Paris at Cocodona. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. We would have an entirely dialed in audience from day one until the finish line. Yes, that is indeed a Mortimer. Absolutely, Chad. SD with an interesting question. What is the worst emergency situation that has happened at Cocodona? To my knowledge, it would probably be a couple of runners who simply just had to go to the hospital for rhabdo. I think that most notably that would have been Michael McKnight the inaugural year. McKnight, I think that I don't think it's unfair to say that he underestimated how dang hot and exposed the first 35 miles of the race would be, and it really kind of set him sideways for the rest of the event as he spent it trying to catch up, and it was kind of fighting from underneath until he finally decided around 150 miles in that he had to pull the plug, and he did spend some time in medical care for rhabdo. So yeah, Roy, you and me both. Creepy panda dreams for sure. That's our coach. Yeah, Chad, sometimes having runners from outside of your community that bring a large following can be a little bit daunting. I'm trying to think of some notable examples where we did have some maybe film crews at local and regional events. I know who that is. We just had somebody join the crowd at the Elden aid station. That is Travis from Free Trail hanging out at Elden aid. Yeah, the most prominent person that I can think of had done an event, an Aravaipa race. It was I guess social media personality and model, actress, former pro wrestler Natalie Eva Marie Nelson ran the Coldwater Rumble 52K a few years ago. Trained for the event pretty hard with some other Southern California runners, and she got it done. She did say it was one of the hardest things she's ever done, and she did have a film crew following her for her adventure at the race. But it wasn't really invasive or anything. I just thought it was kind of cool to, as a pro wrestling fan, to get to meet somebody from inside the industry that was coming into one of my passions. We get those people from time to time, but it's usually people trying to do their own thing. It's not like they're trying to necessarily, create content. A few times here and there. There's a significant personality running this year in Eli Weeby. Eli has a pretty large Instagram following and social media presence, and I want to say probably about 350,000 followers on Instagram, and is part of this race. I know that he was with Andy Glaze at the front of the race, and I guess technically was the first leader of the Cocodona 250 as he jumped out maybe the first 20 steps, but thought better of it and faded back in the pack. Do we have a follow film, perhaps? Trying to think of some of the more prominent names who have actually run some of the events that I've been at out here from outside the trail and ultra running industry. If you have runners that that have run events near you or that are part of your community, share them in the chat. For instance, I know that former MLB outfielder and MLB Network analyst Eric Burns has run Black Canyon. I actually saw him out there one year. We passed each other going different directions on the road. And he finished either right ahead of or right behind Death Cab for Cutie frontman Ben Gibbard. Ben Gibbard is, I would say at this point, a kind of a regular at trail and distance running events. He was at Across the Years last year here in Arizona. Trying to think of any other celebrities outside of running that have shown up at Aravaipa events. Is there one that comes to mind? If it's a niche celebrity, that's fine. Or is it you just trying to remember?
I literally blanked on their name.
What race?
Casey Neistat. He showed up at the Tucson Marathon last year.
Oh, who is Casey Neistat?
Casey Neistat is a fairly large YouTube.
Yeah, the name sounds familiar when you put it from that way. Yeah. So Casey Neistat ran the Tucson Marathon, which is actually put on by Air Viper Running last year. Yeah, Chad Wright was here last year.
Yeah, he actually he's been working up, he's been constantly for like about a year, I want to say, at that point, was trying to complete a marathon.
Casey Neistat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either kept just barely not off, or he made a very good video on it. Yeah. 12.7 million subscribers on YouTube.
Oh, Casey Neistat, 12.7 million subscribers on YouTube, was at the Tucson Marathon last year.
Very, very big New York celebrity.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now. I'm kind of ashamed that I'm not familiar with him, but
It's like the only one I know that's actually done.
Quite famous.
Well, we have a Travis cam out at Elden, but they are currently down. Currently video off.
Yeah, he might only road run, but I forget sometimes that Aravaipa does have a couple of road races that it puts on, and one of them is the Tucson Marathon, as well as Mountain to Fountain in Fountain Hills. That's another road race put on by Aravaipa. I'm trying to think of any other like celebrity or athlete sightings that I've seen at trail races in particular. Chad knew. I mentioned crews not following directions. It was Tahoe a couple years ago when they were a company that you could hire to crew you. Oh, yeah. I've seen that there's kind of like a little bit of a potential industry popping up where people are, offering their services as crew. And I think that that's fine. I mean, if somebody is hell-bent on having a crew and they don't have the people in their circle willing to do it, to outsource that's fine. I personally wouldn't do it. I would just go without, simply because I need my crew to know me. I need them to be very familiar with me as a person. Like, I've only got a couple people that I actually have asked to crew me. One time my parents crewed me at my most recent 100-miler. My friend Travis Sutton, shout out buddy, who literally just moved away from Arizona back east, who I went to ASU with, and he became a trail runner. He's crewed me through multiple Western States qualifiers as well, and we had known each other for several years prior. That's just a personal preference. Anybody that I've had crew me or pace me has been somebody who I've known very well and for a long time, simply because I know how I get it when I'm on the course and when I'm struggling. So I'm not a pretty sight when things tend to go sideways for me. So I know Michelle Wolf, the comedian, has never run an Aravaipa event. However, I'm only 1 degree removed from her because she has two brothers in the local running community who run Aravaipa events fairly regularly. And I just anxiously await the day where I happen to see Michelle Wolf's registration on Haviland 100 or something like that. I think that'd be fantastic. We almost had Bert Kreischer register for an event. Did you ever hear about this?
No.
Okay, so it was during COVID, I think, and I want to say I think Zach Bitter was doing like a world record treadmill run. I could be wrong, but there was something going on YouTube where it was Zach Bitter doing a treadmill run that was a world record attempt. And somehow through channels, I mean, Zach knows people. I mean, he's no stranger to the Joe Rogan pod and stuff like that. And somehow like Bert Kreischer was on the live stream, like dialing in. and they were talking about this race, Javelin 100 in the desert, and they got him to verbally commit to it, like saying, "Oh, you've got 9 months to prepare for this. You can do it." And I think that that's fair. I think that he absolutely could have and should have done it. But, as, things happen, it was dropped and no longer a thing. But yeah, I think that Bert Kreischer still owes us a Javelin 100 appearance one of these years.
I just looked up the Zach Bitter treadmill world record.
Mm-hmm.
He broke the current world record of 12 hours and 32 minutes in 12 hours and 9 minutes and 15 seconds. All from his Phoenix home.
Yeah. So, and that was the 2020 COVID year. I do remember that. So, but yeah, Bert Kreischer was part of that whole discussion. I mean, he was in on the call with Zach's wife, Nicole. It was kind of funny. You had on one screen, one window, you had Zach running on a treadmill in one room. You had Nicole on one of the other screens, and then you had Bert Kreischer and a couple other. I think that Courtney DeWalter had been part of the call. There were a few, high level athletes that were dialing in and encouraging Zach and everything like that. And yeah, somehow it became topic of conversation to try and get Bert Kreischer to run Javelin 100. And I guess it just wasn't to be. But yeah, I would say that, Michelle Wolf would be somebody that I think we could see at an Aravaipa event someday. I mean, I know that there are some trail runners who, go and do events from time to time. And with the number of events available year round and the backdrop that Arizona provides, I would love to see them here. He's got to be close to the streets. He was on the descent from Elden and down most of it 36 minutes ago. So I would assume that he's probably in that stretch between the descent from Elden and Buffalo Park, which is a very, very fun portion of the Arizona Trail. I have hung out there and played around back there several times. Of course, we're going to hang out here at Elden Aid simply because this is where we've got, we can actually watch old Mountain Outpost videos in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. That is, you can see Santa Galuzzi and Travis Longcar hanging out. I see Claire Augustin sitting down. I think Siska's back there as well. Oh, now you got me. I got to see this, Chad. According to Garmire's tracker, he's decided to go to Utah. Yeah, this is about the spot where Browning's tracker started to ping a little bit off. Now I'm curious as to where Garmire's is. Okay, zooming out. Whoa! Apparently, Jeff Garmire's tracker has pinged about 300 miles north of Flagstaff. North of the Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you know, there are a lot of radio towers on Mount Elden, but hopefully Race Command is on this. I mean, unless Jeff Garmire was abducted by aliens, then Chad, I had to keep zooming out because I couldn't find. I'm like, oh, well, maybe he's up, just north of town. Maybe he's somewhere else in the San Francisco Peaks. No, according to the tracker, Jeff Garmire is in Utah, roughly doing 341 miles an hour. Yeah, that's an all-timer right there. Looks like they're watching Jamil's 2017 Hard Rock video, if my memory serves me correctly. Hey, Jordan, look at Jeff Garmire's tracker. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. If I plug in the high def, are you able to pull up the image from my computer? No, I was going to say we can share it with the audience. It's not quite. Oh, you got it. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I was going to say that's fine. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Oh, that's the Mount Marathon video that you're watching there, Travis. Thank you. We're just kind of like having this voyeuristic moment here at the top of Mount Elden. We're watching what they're watching. We're seeing them just hang out and anxiously await runners. Okay, so Pete Mortimer is actually sitting behind those drink jugs in the middle of the screen. Yeah, Jean, unfortunately, Mika decided to drop. It was a stunning moment when we all found out. I had gotten a text from Race Command that had gotten a text from her crew that let us know that she had decided to drop at that point, and we've not been given any details, and we're just kind of leaving it at that. They've got the opportunity to share with us anything they want to. Our door is open, and we're literally on the air the next few days, so if they want to come and let us know, they're more than welcome to it.
Well, if Race Command was not already aware, they are aware now.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the tracker right now, and Jonathan Van Guens is showing as off course on Elden, but I'm less worried about that. Yeah, because there's nowhere else to go on that trail, like unless he literally just decided to go and find the most difficult thing he ever wanted to do, like bouldering on the side of Elden is certainly a choice, but I don't think it's the choice that Jonathan probably made right here. So,
yeah, I think that might be a bit error. But.
Yeah, and as it was pointed out, there are towers at the top of Elden that could potentially be playing with us. Yeah. But also now I see that Matt Smith's tracker has pinged a little bit in the Aravaipa after dark hours, things get a little bit wacky. Yeah, that's.
It would be very hard to make that mistake because it's a sharp left turn.
Yeah, I agree.
That's definitely not a GPS.
Unless you want to yeah, probably not. So our lead woman, Rachel Entrekin, is past Interstate 40 and getting kicks on Route 66 as she heads to the trail on the other side of the highway and approaches the last climb of the Cocodona course, Mount Elden. We have a shad cam.
Nothing coming in from him, but I'm assuming this is just another following.
This will be Garmire. Yeah, if we've got a shad cam, he's prepping for running with Tiger. Which means that Shad has already headed all the way up to Utah. That's just wild. Like,
that's a funny bit error right there.
Yeah, that's one that. Does Race Command know about that Jeff Garmire ping?
If they weren't before, they do now. I texted my dad about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen it. But if he's responsible.
Elden crests out at about 9,300 feet, and most of Flagstaff sits about 7, so it's about a 2,200 foot climb, I believe, from the base, at least climbing up that side where the campground is. Audrey, can you imagine you're watching the Cocodona live stream from southern Utah and all of a sudden Jeff Garmire's outside your door, like going by, like, what happened there? Yeah, that's definitely one we'll chalk up to satellite issues. I am not ready to say that Jeff Garmire has teleported to southern Utah. I mean, not just southern Utah either. Like he's way past Zion, Bryce, Grand Staircase. Yeah, that Elden climb. I mean, I've done that Elden climb healthy, much better shape than I am now, and completely fresh. And I told myself I was probably never going to do it again because I was not a fan of it. I think that, and there are several climbs in and around Flagstaff. I mean, Elden is definitely the most convenient of what we call the Flagstaff 4. Those being Elden, Humphreys, Kendrick, and O'Leary. I've done all 4. I've done Humphreys probably 4 or 5 times. Humphreys is the highest peak in the state of Arizona. Kendrick Peak I've only done once, but it's absolutely gorgeous. It's a little bit further west and a little bit northwest of Flagstaff proper by the lava tubes out past Arizona Snow Bowl. O'Leary Peak is actually a little bit northeast of town, as if you were heading up towards Page or the Utah border. And Kendrick has what I like to call a big butt because it starts out fairly smooth and easy, and then as you get towards the end, it kind of, it really starts to stick out and stick up there. So, but one of the things about it is that you're basically, before you know it, you're at the top because you've just been grind. But yeah, I know that Elden is a favorite amongst Flagstaff locals, because if you want to go out and you want to just get a ton of vert in a short amount of time, that's where you do it. The notorious Blue Dot Trail, for those not familiar with the area, is a favorite of Jim Walmsley's, and it's not the trail that they take up here, but there are a couple of ways up Elden, and that one is truly one of the gnarliest trails. See Justy Joe giving a shout out to a lot of our native runners. Ron Hamnett, Randolph Curley, Scott Flatlip, Brandon Bowie, Greg Secatero, and Deshauna Joe. I'd like to add a couple to that as well, if I could. It looks like we've also got Susie Stephen, Callie Vinson, and Jose Sosa that we could add to that as well. Shout out to all of our runners and all of our native runners here at the Cocodona 250. I'm going to actually take one of my personal interest updates was a runner that is participating this year by the name of Dmitro Sokolovsky. Dmitro and I have never met. We've never even spoken. However, he is a regular on our live stream audience and is a regular contributor to our chat rooms. So we appreciate his engagement and his interest in what we provide. And when we opened up our entry to this year's Cocodona during last year's broadcast, I believe Dmitro was probably the first person registered for the race. And so I was really intrigued to see how he was doing, because as far as we can tell, and based on, certain ways to analyze things, he was the first person that was committed to it. Yeah, make him go up the slabs. Oh, well, I mean, we want people to finish. We just want to make it difficult. Like, we don't want to make it that brutal. So, yeah, the current female standings are indeed accurate at the bottom of your screen. We kept those up kind of to help me provide the narrative of what happened in the women's race. Mika Thews, who had been leading the race for in excess of 100 miles, decided to drop at mile 233. If that sounds like an extremely unusual thing, it is, because that is very late in the race. I can probably only think of maybe one or two times where a runner did not continue beyond that point in this race in its entirety. And I've broadcast this race every year. So that is extremely unusual. But we got word from her crew that she was dropping, and we decided to give Mika the respect of not pressing or not asking her to provide detail on what happened. If Mika wants to tell us what happened or give us details, she's entirely welcome to do so. We've got chairs, we've got couches to hang out with. She's more than welcome to come here and hang out with us in the studio and tell of her experiences, but we are going to let her make that decision. So that is your women's race lead snapshot right now. On the men's side, we have had 5 finishers. Harry Subertas is your 2024 Cocodona 250 champion. Harry ran down Jeff Browning, with about 4 miles to go. in this race. And 2.9, was that actually where they, or 2.9 for Garmire? Oh. Now you got me all confused. No, that's okay. No, Browning. Browning was, about 4 miles from the finish, perhaps, maybe just outside of Buffalo Park on the AZT, and stopped. He stopped running, was having some breathing difficulties, and ended up finishing behind Harry Schubertus, a respectable 29 minutes, but it was an incredible turnaround of fortunes for both of them in entirely different ways. Jeff still finished second and still had a great race, all things considering, and coincidentally finished on his expected predicted time leading into the race. He was very specific in his personal race predictions. He let our team know through Zach Marion, our production manager, that he expected to finish this race in 60 hours and 19 minutes. Lo and behold, he finished the race in 60 hours, 19 minutes. Arland Glick was your third place finisher, and Arland was fantastic at the finish. One of the coolest things that happened during this race to anybody was that his parents were flown out as a surprise from Ohio to greet him, and they did so in Sedona, and it was a great moment that we were fortunate enough to catch on film. And one of the best moments of this year's Cocodona coverage was seeing Arland and his family interact. It felt like a nice little gift and surprise that we were all in on. Like, he was literally the only person who wasn't. And our fourth place finisher, string being Joe Mcconahay, was the 2022 Cocodona winner, finished fourth this year. Joe had an unfortunate turnaround when he was on the trail earlier on. It sounds like he laid down for a super quick nap and woke up and got turned around and started going backwards on the trail. At least that was my understanding, perhaps. But in any event, he got turned around. I can't remember the details entirely. It has been a long day. But he starts heading down the trail and eventually encounters Jeff Browning face to face. And then he realized he was going the wrong way. Jeff and Joe headed back into Fain Ranch together, and both went down for a nap. And Jeff, I guess, woke up and snuck out before Joe was able to wake up and discover what was going on. And Jeff had led from Fain Ranch at mile 97 until mile 245, perhaps. So, yeah, it was actually pretty wild. And in fifth place was the inaugural year's winner, Michael Versteeg. Michael Versteeg finishing in fifth place this year, finishing much faster than his inaugural year victory. Of course, the course is different. I think probably a little bit easier in some ways. The weather was definitely more favorable this year than in 2021. But Versteeg, in his own fashion, and the way that his drumbeat goes, he did things his way, including literally running right down the middle of the streets in Flagstaff, and thankfully got all green lights as he was heading down, waving to cars as he was running down the middle of the road, and they were oncoming. Looks like our shot on Elden might be a little bit frozen. Okay, there we go. Looks like we've got a little bit of activity over at Fort Tuthill. You can see on the right there, that is the aid station chief, Kim Casey, who has been in that position for several years. She is assisted by her wonderful husband, Joe, and also Chris Thornley from Squirrel's Nut Butter. These runners here have roughly 35 miles to go before they are in the barn at Heritage Square, figuratively speaking. And from what I can tell, it looks like Jeff Garmeyer has hit Buffalo Park. That is absolutely Finn Melanson on the right-hand side of the screen. Finn Melanson hitting the aid station at Elden. So did Finn really pass Jonathan? Wow. Man, Elden is getting wild this year. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Brody Chisholm, who is showing out as a 17-year-old here in this race. Oh, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Travis Loncar, you the real hero. You the real MVP right here. As you can see, the single track podcast creator and all-around great guy and obviously great athlete, Finn Melanson. Finn sharing a minute with Pete Mortimer there. He knows Pete's a local and that Pete has run this race before, as Julian Galuzzi, one of the co-chiefs of this aid station, hand him some aid. Of course, we know that Finn Melanson's got his fans. Of course, the Single Track Podcast, one of the more prominent media sources in the trail and ultra running scene. Of course, I know that in most years, Brett Hornig would probably be here and be a part of it, but Brett is home and currently expecting an addition to the family, so it's entirely understandable that he isn't here right now. Yeah, Finn looks really good. He looks better than he did at Crown King, I think. And Crown King is at mile 37:38. Yeah, he looks like he feels really well. And one of the things I like about this is that, with respect to the runners, we obviously want to give them their space and not be too invasive. But when I know that it's Travis Loncar holding the camera, I know we can get away with a lot more. So we could basically be literally right up in Finn's face if we so chose. So yeah, our current story is that Finn Melanson is currently on the screen here at the Cocodona 250. Are we getting audio from Travis? Is he trying to talk to us, or is he just talking to Travis? Hold on, let me grab my headset. Oh, no time for small talk. Finn Melanson heading out into the night. Yeah, it's his pacer. I mean, unless Travis completely changed clothes, he's not going to keep up with him for very long. But yeah, no, this is fantastic. Finn Melanson. Yeah, I don't know if they can hear us, but if so, I mean, even if so, we definitely can't hear them.
They should be able to hear us. I'm checking. I'm trying to get a thing from them.
Travis Longcar out here doing the Lord's work. Be careful, buddy. Once you get to a certain point, any misstep on that road is a real bad experience. Yeah, Chad. They said that I wanted to chat, and they said, time to go. There will be time for chatter later. Typically from the Elden Aid, I think that somebody who finishes in the top 10, unless they're really trying to hammer it down, I would think that a reasonable expectation would be about 90 minutes, maybe a little bit less, simply because it is all pretty sharp downhill. I can see if I can pull up what people have been doing from Elden to the finish. Now this is
about 5 miles an hour. So, makes sense, about 90 minutes.
Yeah, Jeff Browning. Okay, Jeff Browning took exactly 2 hours, but of course we know Jeff stopped. Harry Schubertus took an hour 20. Arland took exactly 2 hours. And this is from the entry, not the exit, so I don't have anything that differentiates. It looks like most of those runners took, Stringbean took just under 2 hours. Versteeg took a little over 2 hours, about 2 hours, 12 minutes. Do you have eyes on the finish?
There are no cams up currently.
Okay, because there was something like terribly wrong with my tracker. Oh, never mind. I see what happened there. I was looking at the leaderboard is very, very weirdly sorted.
There are lights from Shad's feed. This might be Jeff.
Well, we appreciate, okay, there we go. So we appreciate you, Travis, stepping in and mentioning and filming Finn as he was starting his descent down Elden. But next up, as you can see, we've got, looks like another runner and pacer heading down. Yep, that is the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer, and his pacer. And I got to say, with Shad and Jeff, this is kind of becoming a habit, probably, because Shad always has first right of refusal and dibs on the follow. If you're asking about what's going on with the women's race, it is currently, as it stands, down at the bottom of the screen. Rachel Enterkin still in first, Manu Villaseca in second, and Kylie Drugan-Epich in third. I don't know if Rachel has started the Elden climb, but that mountain, that big old rock, is causing some strange things to happen in this race. Yeah, Rachel Enterkin decided to drop, and that's all we know. That's fine. Rachel is approaching Elden, not quite there yet. Still kind of flirting with the women's record pace at this point, held by Sarah Ostaszewski from last year's race. About 72 hours and change. Oh. Interesting. I'm not going to have a lot to say, but even crunchy trail and conversation is interesting sometimes. What you're seeing here is Jeff Garmeyer, who is likely to be the 6th place man here at the Cocodona 250.
On deeper. I think we're gonna run past your bedroom. Oh, then I can just keep coming.
Sometimes the trail crunch underfoot is very soothing. And what's funny is if we don't provide it, sometimes people get disappointed. Of course, for those who have been playing the long game and following this race since its inception, one of the storylines with Jeff's race is that for at least close to 100 miles, maybe more, he's been dealing with some serious Achilles pain. He shared a little bit of detail with us when he was at Sedona Aid yesterday, but that was about 100 miles ago.
To the left. Yeah. Looks like the markers are missing for some reason.
Yeah, with this crew, I'm definitely fully confident that they've got no issues navigating from here to the finish. Yeah, they got Shad and Jeff. As we listen to the beat of the Tiger King's feet. That's all you get. Good. Apparently our finish line cam had taken a nap, and now it is getting up and going. Yeah, Brody and Ben Chisholm are related, as is the third member of the Chisholm family that is running this race.
Going back to Elden really quick, it looks like you have Jonathan.
Is that Jonathan?
I believe so.
Okay, so Jonathan is the 7th or 8th man to hit Elden 8 at this point, thanks to Travis Longcar giving us these visuals. Yeah, Michelle, that's literally who we're catching now. That is Jonathan Van Guns. So as it stands, Jeff Garmeyer currently in 6th, Finn Melanson in 7th, Jonathan in 8th. Rounding out the top 10 on the men's side looks like Matt Smith and a guy that is got a lot of love out there, Kevin Goldberg. Panned out to a wider view where you can see the entirety of the aid station. And this is Travis? Yep. Cool. Looks like runner and pacer. You can see the captains of the aid station, Julian and Claire. Of course, Julian in full Christmas regalia. And Peter Panda Mortimer in the background offering help as well. Nice. So the Tiger King is in the streets of Flagstaff. No longer the trail crunch, but the pavement of the streets, but works for me. Works for me. Yeah, Corny, that's absolutely right. Jeff is going to finish under the course record.
Not today. Not even tomorrow. There will be no decision between today. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. So the course record is, or the previous course record, let's qualify that. Prior to this year was Michael McKnight last year in 69 hours, 41 minutes, 31 seconds. So there's about 65 minutes left for that course record. And we are looking at the sixth man to come in and going to be beating that record. Now, we saw Finn Melanson depart the aid station as the 7th place runner and heading on a very runnable, friendly downhill, but it's a tall ask to get down from the hill to Heritage Square in about 65 minutes. Two hours from when his tracker pinged, or 2 hours from now? Okay. Yeah, with as bad as it sounds like Jeff's Achilles is, this is truly impressive. Oh, that's so sweet. I guess Travis said Finn Melanson was sharing the love from the top of Elden. And right back at you, buddy. So from the hospital corner, it is almost exactly 1 full mile from when they hit the hospital. Yeah. Audrey, that Garmire's run is even more impressive considering he ran an additional 600 miles back and forth to Utah on the way down Elden. Folks, for those just tuning in, Jeff Garmire's tracker somehow pinged about 400 or maybe 250 miles away. It was basically south central Utah. And that's why sometimes there's a little bit of ping float. I mean, obviously, sometimes are much more apparent than others. Yeah, our current female leaders, as you can see, Rachel Entrikin, Manu Villaseca, and Kylie Drugan-Epich, as Jeff Garmire passes the closed for the evening Beaver Street Liquors, makes his way down Beaver Street. Yeah, Mika Thews dropped from the race at about mile 230 with a sizable lead. That's all the information we have. And we'll see if we get any further details, perhaps down the line. We're still broadcasting for another 56 hours. Another 56 and a half hours. Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, Jeff is going to be the 6th person to finish the Cocodona 250 this year. And hopefully he is just the next of many. Of course, Garmire will now be the first person to finish Cocodona 4 times. And I do believe that his splits were, or not his splits, but his results were shared in the chat. 2021, 95 hours, 2022, 75 hours, 2023, 77 hours, 2024, 69 hours. Of course, the 2022 year was wildly different due to the fire altering the first 60 or 70 miles on the course. Knocked out a lot of climb. Did start it at 5,000, 6,000 feet rather than down at Black Canyon City, but generally accepted as not as tough as the other years. So the first year Jeff ran it, in 2021, he finished 14th. The second year he finished 5th. The third year he finished 5th. And now the 4th year, he will be the 6th finisher. Wonder if he's coming back for year 5 next year. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Could we see him be the first returnee to register for next year's Cocodona? He only has one race on his schedule remaining this year, at least that he's signed up for so far, and that's Wasatch. What's been amazing, yes, he is the first person to top 1,000 miles at Cocodona. Good Lord. Good Lord. So, yeah, one of the cool things about watching, I mean, really, at this point, I've pretty much seen almost the entirety of Garmire's racing career. I mean, he didn't really run very much. He was a very prolific thru hiker, but in terms of trail racing and ultra racing, perfect. Thank you. Shout out Travis giving us a heads up. Jonathan is taking a short nap up at Elden. Jonathan Van Guns. Pretty well locked in where he's at here. Definitely likely to stay within the top 10. Even when somebody is like 4 miles back, those miles include the Elden climb. Well, we do say no sleep till Flagstaff, but technically he did get through at least a part of Flagstaff. We're just making up the rules as we go along here on Aravaipa After Dark, Cocodona After Dark. Yeah, I guess that it would be a Trail Gangsta's call on that first and foremost. Jeff Garmire, the Tiger King, looking to become the first 4-time Cocodona 250 finisher. Seemingly getting better at this. And as I was saying before I got sidetracked with one thing or another, Garmire has only been doing trail races now since Cocodona started. That's almost the entirety of his racing career. He's, like I said, a very prolific thru hiker as he hits the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, the left on Birch. Some folks like Daytona's turn 4. No, it's left on Birch. But Jeff has progressed from being a thru hiker that was, kind of a curiosity into turning into a badass runner. I mean, he ran Haviland 100 last year in under 18 hours. It's really impressive. He has run 200 miles in 48 hours at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival in Henderson, Nevada. So he's got a very diversified skill set at this point. He's not as accomplished at the younger stuff. He has a last person standing win. And has done a little bit of shorter stuff. He finished third at Mogollon Monster last year as well, as he's coming up to the final turn on the course, down the alley, and into the finisher chute.
Awesome job, Jeff. First 1,000-mile finisher at the Cocodona.
In the race to the first 1,000-mile runner, the Tiger is king. So we can see the finish line. We are pivoting over here. Our 6th place finisher with a time of 68 hours, 51 minutes. The Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmire. Not waiting around for a chair. I'm sure he's exhausted. I mean, an absolutely amazing effort. I wonder if part of it was also just the fact that he had held his Achilles together as long as he could. John's pacer, Ben Blankenship, is taking some meats for the road. You can see, Aravipa is going to have to create a new buckle for Jeff, the Cocodona 1000 buckle. Is this where the cop gives him a ticket for jaywalking? You never know. Maybe the cop was chasing him down through the streets. That's why he picked up the pace. He's got some time. He's not going to be shoved out of the finisher chute anytime soon. It's going to be a little while before our next finisher comes in, who is expected to be another, what I would say, fairly high-profile, quote, celebrity runner, and that's Finn Melanson. Yeah, Finn Melanson of single-track pod fame is expected to be our next finisher, but right now, this is the Tiger King. Yeah, somebody was asking what the police officer was doing, probably wondering what's going on. I mean, or could be private security.
I saw a Forerunner with lights on that wasn't marked as anything, so I'm assuming that was private security. There was a cop earlier.
Okay.
They left, probably just wondering what all the smoking was.
I mean, I would assume that most of the local first responders, police, fire, and everybody know about this race. It has a fairly big footprint and creates a lot of buzz. It's in the local media. I did see that the Arizona Daily Sun, the Flagstaff local daily paper, what? Could be medical. I mean, he was in a lot of pain out there. Actually, you know what? He's got blue gloves on, so could be medical. Just kind of giving him his space. I mean, it's not like he's in any likely